Chapter 259. The Jiaopa stopped the car and looked at Feng Baijin. The wind was too strong. I didn't hear you clearly. Can you say that again? Feng Baijin looked at the slightly swaying leaves of the tall sycamore trees on both sides of the road. He didn't understand what the Jiaopa meant. Last night, Feng Baijin and the other two thought that the landlord must have known that his cat had given birth. That was why he was so concerned about it. But now it seemed that the landlord was still very surprised. After reversing the car and joining the Jiaopa, Feng Baijin said again, "Your cat gave birth." The Jiaopa was speechless. This was even more shocking to Father Jiao than the discovery of the red nest rat. However, after the initial shock, Father Jiao knew that there must have been a misunderstanding. His cat son must have picked it up from somewhere. Or perhaps it was really his child but the mother cat was not around. No matter what, the Jiaopa had to get to the bottom of this. He wasn't in a hurry to go back. The Jiaopa put away his surprised expression and said, "Kitten? The male cat in my house." Male cat. This time it was Feng Baijin's turn to be surprised. He had suspected this before, but yesterday Antley said that only female cats would protect their kittens. Many male cats would kill kittens directly. Antley had seen male cats kill kittens several times before. Feng Baijin voiced out his doubts. Adult male cats in the wild may kill other lactating kittens, but the pet cats now are more easygoing. Some of them even get along well with the kittens. They may even help take care of them, the Jiaopa said. Are you going back to the villa now? Yes. I don't have classes in the afternoon. I'm going back now. Okay. Wait for me for a while. I'll go to the yard and then I'll go with you, the Jiaopa said. Okay. Feng Baijin parked the car on the side and called the villa to inform them. Jiaopa drove back to the courtyard to get something. He didn't go home. After explaining to Jiao Wei that he would help take care of little Pomelo at noon, he went directly to the lakeside villa with Feng Baijin. At this time, Antley had already brought the kitten back from the pet center. The results of the checkup were good. The kitten had suffered a lot in the past, and its nutrition couldn't keep up. It would be fine to take good care of it. After more than a month, it would be vaccinated. Antley bought a lot of cat food from the pet center. She also bought some kitten products. When the Jiaopa and Feng Baijin arrived, Antley was busy in the kitchen. The butler was reading the pamphlet given by the pet center. The kitten was no longer placed in the attic. Instead, it was placed in a guest room that had been cleared out. In the past, there had not been many people living there. Now that it had been tidied up, it was just right to put it there. It was close enough for people to take care of it. After returning from the pet center, the kitten had been meowing. After Antley put the tiger toy next to it, the kitten's meowing gradually stopped, and it quickly fell asleep. The Jiaopa came to the newly made cat bed and looked at the small ball lying in it with the tiger toy. Based on the color of its fur, it was possible. The kitten's fur was dark gray. If one looked carefully, they could see some dark spots that were similar to black patterns. However, cats and dogs couldn't be judged based on the color of their fur. The Jiaopa took out the camera and took a few photos. Then he poked the kitten gently with his hand. The kitten was sleeping soundly. After being poked a few times by the Jiaopa, it just smacked its lips, moved its mouth and changed its position to continue sleeping. The Jiaopa stood aside and listened to Feng Baijin's detailed description of what had happened last night. So, it seems that the black cat at Mr. Jiao's house picked it up? Antley heard that the landlord's cat was actually a male cat. Now her bad opinion of Zheng Tan had faded. She even thought that Zheng Tan was doing a good deed. Antley thought that the kitten must have been abandoned. If it had been taken good care of, how could it be so thin? At the same time, Antley was also happy. Since it was not born by the landlord's cat and was just an ownerless kitten, she could raise it herself. She was busy for a while last night and took the kitten to see a doctor this morning. She liked the kitten very much. When she first moved in, she was thinking about when to raise a pet to relieve boredom. She did not expect to meet this little guy. Feng Baijin saw that Antley was happy and knew what she was thinking. However, he didn't say anything. He looked at the Jiaopa, who was deep in thought, and asked for his opinion. What Father Jiao meant was that if it was his son's cat, he would definitely bring it home and raise it himself. It wasn't a big deal to have another cat at home. Although the place was a little small, it was a cat. As long as it could solve the problem of food and accommodation, it could just follow its father for a walk. But if it wasn't, since Antley wanted to raise it, it could stay here. But how could he test it? Feng Baijin watched the Jiaopa take out a pair of gloves from his pocket and put them on. Then he took out a bag from his bag, took out a cotton swab from the bag, and put it into the kitten's slightly open mouth. The kitten was probably still dreaming and didn't open its eyes. It probably thought that the thing in its mouth was some kind of delicious food. It even hugged and bit it a few times. The Jiaopa took out the cotton swab and put it into a small plastic cylinder. He put the cylinder away and sealed it with a sealed bag. Looking at the Jiaopa's series of actions, Feng Baijin opened his mouth and felt that it was incredible. It looked like he was going to do a DNA test. Feng Baijin had only seen people do a DNA test in his life. He had never met anyone who did a DNA test for a pet before. What should he say? He could only say that the landlord valued the cat too much. There was a hilltop attic in front of him and now he wanted to do a DNA test. Was it necessary? Feng Baijin didn't understand. Although he didn't think it was necessary, Feng Baijin was curious and still cooperated. After the test, he forced the Jiaopa to have lunch and talked about the cat. The Jiaopa didn't say much about Zheng Tan, and Feng Baijin didn't ask any more questions. When the Jiaopa left, Feng Baijin asked the Jiaopa to let them know after he came to a conclusion. After leaving the villa, the Jiaopa went back to the courtyard and didn't see Zheng Tan. At this time, Zheng Tan had already sent little Pomelo to school. He would probably go out for a walk later, so the Jiaopa went back to the courtyard. In the office, the Jiaopa called Yuan Zi. A DNA test. Or for your cat. Yuan Zi was surprised. Do you want to do a blood type test or a DNA test? Yuan Zi was surprised not because he thought the Jiaopa's request was ridiculous, but because he was surprised. In fact, Yuan Zi knew people who did similar tests for pets, but those tests were for high-end species such as the Tibetan Mastiff, which was expensive and had a high bloodline requirement. Some horse racers also did pedigree tests for horses. The people in charge of these tests had a lot of work, such as DNA tests for pets' relationships, identification of individuals' identities, DNA genealogies for certain high-end species, DNA evidence collection and pedigree tests. However, Yuan Zi had only heard of animals like dogs and horses. As for cats, this was the first time Yuan Zi came across one. Chuhua City didn't seem to have seen a similar testing company or department. It wasn't that there was a technical problem, but mainly because from a businessman's point of view, there was no market demand for this. Otherwise, Yuan Zi would have opened up this field a long time ago. Relatively speaking, the human paternity test program already had a very fixed template. After a set of identification procedures, the cost was relatively low. But pets were different. For dogs, there were too many types of pet dogs. To do it accurately, the experimental procedures for paternity tests of different types of dogs might be different. The cost of designing a separate set of identification procedures was too high. It was estimated to cost tens of thousands of yuan, which was much higher than the value of most pets. Who would be willing to spend money on this? A few days ago there was a famous dog owner who spent a lot of money to breed a good purebred offspring. In the end he found out that the purebred offspring were a litter of mixed fur. He even filed a lawsuit. He even said that he wanted to do a DNA test for the purebred dogs. In the end he found that the cost was too high, so he settled it privately in other ways. Do a DNA test first. I've already got the sample, the Jiaopa said. He knew that he could ask his cat's son, but it would be better to have sufficient theoretical evidence. Yuan Zi paused, then suddenly said, I almost forgot. The genetic database you built yourself has the data of your Manekiniko. *CK. You've been prepared for this day, haven't you? The Jiaopa didn't answer but said, send someone over to get the sample from me later. Yuan Zi's company had several departments that were responsible for primer synthesis, sample sequencing, and some related experiments. These services were mainly targeted at various universities in Chuhua City, and each university had several people in charge of related services. Okay, I'll call the person in charge of Chuhua University. Yuan Zi moved the mouse on the computer to search for the person in charge of the sample delivery. By the way, you've removed the word vice from your name. When are you coming out to have a drink? Let's solve this first. The Jiaopa wouldn't be happy if he didn't solve this problem. Okay, I'll let you know when I get the result. Don't worry, I'll arrange for a reliable technician to do the test for you. Since it was something that Yuan Zi, the big boss, had specially ordered, it progressed quickly. There was no need to queue up, and the person in charge of the test was also an experienced veteran. 2 days later, the Jiaopa received the test results. Comparing the genetic data of Zheng Tan in the database, the Jiaopa called Zheng Tan to his room for questioning after he got home at night. After dinner, Zheng Tan was about to go to the villa to see the kitten. This afternoon he went to the old residential area and found that all the people there had moved away. The leopard cat was also gone. Thinking of the skinny kitten, he decided to go there for a walk. He didn't expect to be stopped by the Jiaopa black charcoal. Give the kitten you picked up to Feng Baijin and the others to raise. the Jiaopa said. That's good. I also think it's a good idea to let them raise it, Jing Tan thought to himself. Seeing that Jing Tan didn't care and even seemed to be relieved, the Jiaopa picked up his phone and was about to call Feng Baijin. After thinking about it, he didn't know if Feng Baijin had classes, so he directly called the villa's phone. The person who answered the phone was Aunt Li. Hearing that the Jiaopa said that the kitten would be raised by them, Aunt Li was very happy and even asked Jing Tan to go over to play more often. While the Jiaopa was on the phone, Jing Tan jumped on the desk and wanted to see if the Jiaopa was browsing the pet forum on the internet. However, he found a document next to the mouse. On it, there were some pictures that Jing Tan couldn't understand. However, although he couldn't understand the pictures, Jing Tan could understand the words at the bottom. After reading through the content, Jing Tan felt that her grievances had been cleared, but at the same time she felt a sense of helplessness. Chapter 260. Because of the kitten, Feng Baijin and the other two became more familiar with the Jiaopa. They no longer had the formal communication between the landlord and the tenant. The name of the kitten was given by Feng Baijin, because the kitten always liked to put the tiger toy in its nest. Without the tiger toy it kept calling, so Feng Baijin directly named it Huzi. Some people had nicknames like Huzi. In the Jiaopa's hometown, many people had nicknames like Huzi, but some pets were also called Huzi, especially pet dogs. Aunt Li and the uncle were quite satisfied with the name. The kitten was strong, so it might be small now, but it would be small in the future. When Jing Tan went to check on the kitten, the two uncle and aunt were standing next to the kitten watching it play. When the people at the pet hospital checked on Huzi, they told me that the kitten would definitely grow up to be tall and strong. Aunt Li said happily. They were just comforting you. It's just a kitten and they don't even know what its parents look like. Who knows what it will be like in the future? The uncle sneered. However, Jing Tan noticed that the uncle looked at the kitten with a smile when he spoke. Obviously he liked the kitten, although the uncle always said that he preferred dogs. The kitten's condition was obviously much better these days. It fluttered its fur and was very energetic. Jing Tan watched it for a while and then left. When the kitten grew up, it would probably be restless. Thinking about the leopard cat, he knew that its genes were good. Moreover, Jing Tan suspected that the leopard cat was conceived in the cat fighting field. If it inherited a fierce and aggressive temperament, when it grew up, would this place still be peaceful? A 3-month-old cat was equivalent to a human's 5 or 6 years old. A 1-year-old cat was equivalent to a human's 13 to 15 years old, and a 2-year-old cat was equivalent to a human's 24 years old. Generally speaking, a cat's puberty was between 1 and 2 years old. It seemed that it would only take a year for the kitten to grow up. Taking the peanut candy as a reference, when the kitten grew up, it would go out and fight in its territory. Who knew what would happen when the two met in the future? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. After leaving the villa, Jing Tan didn't leave the place immediately. Instead, he walked to the lakeside and walked along the road. A fish leaped out of the lake and fell back into the water with a splash. Jing Tan was admiring the scenery by the lake when he suddenly heard a few cat meows from the greenery by the roadside. It was the sound of a fight. Jing Tan stared in that direction for a while. Soon, 2 cats ran out of the greenery one after another. The cat in front was slightly stronger and the one behind. Jing Tan recognized it. Wasn't this the 3-legged tortoiseshell cat that Air Mao's great-aunt raised? Jing Tan had heard from Air Mao that his great-aunt lived in a house near the lake, but Jing Tan didn't know which lake it was. When he first came here, he wondered if the old lady lived here, but he didn't look carefully. Now it seemed that the old lady really lived here. The old lady's 3-legged tortoiseshell cat had lost one of its legs, but Jing Tan knew that this cat was very strong. Could even catch big and fat rats. Now it proved that this cat could not only catch rats but also fight well. Didn't you see that it was chasing the strong cat in front of it? The tortoiseshell cat seemed to recognize Jing Tan as well. It glanced in Jing Tan's direction and did not do anything else. After the cat that had been chasing it ran away, the tortoiseshell cat no longer chased after it. It also ignored Jing Tan and turned to walk in the other direction. Jing Tan followed it. The tortoiseshell cat should be going back. He also followed it to see where Air Mao's great-aunt lived. After he figured out where she lived, he would take a detour. The tortoiseshell cat walked slowly. When it walked, it was obvious that it was different from other cats. However, when it ran, Jing Tan didn't dare to underestimate it. The place where Air Mao's great-aunt lived was slightly further away from where Feng Baijin lived. It was also a 2-story villa. It was slightly smaller than Feng Baijin's, but the yard was bigger. Jing Tan watched as the cat climbed over the fence and entered. She stuck her head out and looked into the yard. There was a wheelchair in the yard. The old lady was in the wheelchair. "Hey little black charcoal, what a rare guest." The old lady in the wheelchair squinted and said. She seemed to be very happy about Zheng Tan's arrival. Zheng Tan didn't expect to be discovered by the old lady. He really didn't intend to go in and say hello. He just wanted to make sure that the old lady didn't live here. He didn't expect the old lady to be so observant. After the tortoiseshell cat went in, it jumped into the old lady's arms and found a comfortable position to lie down and close its eyes. It seemed to be indifferent to everything around it. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't go in, the person in the wheelchair waved to Zheng Tan. "Little black charcoal, come. Let's talk." Zheng Tan hesitated. He always felt that the old lady was weird. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. However, even if it was for the sake of the Jiaopa and Air Mao, the old lady wouldn't do anything to him. Besides, she was in a wheelchair. After climbing over the fence, Zheng Tan stopped 3 meters away from the wheelchair and looked at the old lady in the wheelchair. Looking at the old lady's smiling face full of wrinkles, Zheng Tan felt uncomfortable. "Little black charcoal, how have you been recently?" Zheng Tan didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He just looked at the old lady and waited for her to continue. "As a cat, is it very hard?" The old lady still had that smiling face of hers as she looked at Zheng Tan. As for Zheng Tan, he felt a chill run down his spine. What had this old hag seen? When Zheng Tan's body tensed up, the old lady in the wheelchair slowly moved her gaze away and said calmly, "Have you heard of a story? There was an old Zen master who was taking a walk in the temple at night. He saw a chair by the wall and knew that someone must have broken the temple rules and jumped over the wall. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the wall, moved the chair, and squatted down where the chair was originally placed. Not long after, a young monk jumped over the wall. In the dark, he stepped on the old Zen master's back and jumped into the courtyard. When his feet touched the ground, he realized that it wasn't the chair that he had stepped on, but his own master. The young monk panicked. He thought that the old Zen master would scold and punish him. However, to his surprise, the old Zen master didn't scold or punish him. He only said in a very calm tone, "It's late and cold. Go and put on more clothes." Coincidentally, Zheng Tan had heard of this story before. When Jiao Ma was reading an education book, she had discussed it with Jiao Pa. They called this kind of education the Tai Chi style. It was like Tai Chi turning the problem into nothing. At this moment, silence was better than words. The master's calmness made the disciples' heart tremble. From exposing to spontaneity, from rule by others to autonomy, it allowed the person who made the mistake to find the problem and correct it with dignity. But in this kind of situation, Zheng Tan felt that the old lady's words had a deeper meaning. "It's rare to be confused." After the old lady said the last sentence, she closed her eyes. It seemed that she didn't want to talk anymore and was ready to rest. Hearing the last sentence and connecting it to the previous story, Zheng Tan's heart suddenly jumped. In different historical environments, the meaning of the sentence, "It's rare to be confused," was different. Some people used it to ridicule while others used it to self-correct. However, the old lady's sentence clearly pointed out one thing. Some people understood that even if you pretended, you were only pretending for others to see. Zheng Tan was not a qualified cat. Even now he still couldn't grasp the degree. If he didn't pay attention, he would show some details that were far better than other cats, such as reading, making a phone call, recognizing maps, and so on. More than one person knew that Zheng Tan had these abilities. Jiao Pa, Little Pomelo, Air Mao, Fang Xiaokong, Celestine, and so on. In terms of IQ, Zheng Tan was far less intelligent than many people around him. He was slow to think and some things could only be figured out later. However, many people around Zheng Tan might have already realized that something was wrong, or they might have thought in the direction that some people thought was strange but close to the truth. It was just that they usually lived in peace and knew what was right and what was wrong. For some people, such as Ranqi, as long as Zheng Tan was harmless to them, who would care if Zheng Tan was a god or a demon? Zheng Tan once heard a philosophy student say when he was walking around, "Life is an art, but in reality people often ignore the art of life. They always like to understand everything, and they can't tolerate even a little bit of sand in their eyes. They seem smarter than anyone else, but many times they do things contrary to their wishes. People can't be smart about everything and they can't be calculative about everything. Otherwise they will be exhausted and the gains won't make up for the losses. However, they can't be confused about everything. If they don't know anything and are irresponsible, then they will really be confused." Zheng Tan felt that philosophers were a bunch of lunatics with too many holes in their heads. They always thought about what other people thought, and thought about things that other people couldn't think about. However, Zheng Tan had to admit that what they said did make sense. After all, this was a matter of propriety, and Jiao Pa and the others had grasped this propriety very well. There were more smart people in the world than people thought. There were also many strange people and strange things in the world. In this era there weren't Frankenstein monsters everywhere, but people who used the guise of scientific research to earn money from the country were everywhere. Moreover, Jing Tan had a lot of people covering for him. In the past, Jing Tan didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that he had a lot of loopholes, and yet he was still safe and sound. He could even go out freely every day. Thinking about it this way, Jing Tan felt that life was still full of sunshine, and he wasn't fighting alone. Taking a deep breath, Jing Tan raised his head and found that the old woman had left at some point. Jing Tan was the only one in the courtyard. After leaving the old woman's courtyard, Jing Tan walked along the cement road by the lake. He walked briskly back to Tsinghua University. On the lake, a fish leaped up, fell down and disappeared. The ripples gradually calmed down. After returning to Tsinghua University, Jing Tan saw that it was still early. There was still some time before lunch, so he planned to walk around the kindergarten and see what that naughty kid, Zhuo Xiaomao, was doing. Yes, the 42-year-old student, Zhuo Xiaomao, had entered kindergarten. The 42-year-old came from Zhuo Xiaomao's self-introduction at the beginning of school. My name is Zhuo Xiaomao. My nickname is Zhuo Xiaomao. I also have an English name, Zhuo Xiaomao. I'm 42 years old this year. That day Jing Tan squatted by their classroom window and looked at them. When he thought about it, he found it funny. When Jing Tan arrived at the kindergarten, the children were playing with toys and slides. Zhuo Xiaomao was holding a building block, and next to him stood an unfamiliar man in his 20s. Chapter 261. Jing Tan had never seen the man before. All the teachers in the kindergarten were female, and they had been selected many times and had some connections. They were relatively reliable. Jing Tan knew both of the teachers in Zhuo Kitten's class. There was no such man. Tsinghua University's kindergarten was very strict. Strangers were not allowed to enter. The children of the school staff were all here. The guard was also an old man. He knew most of the people here. Therefore, it was impossible for him to make such a mistake and let in an unfamiliar person. Of course, that was only for people. It was useless against special cases like Jing Tan. Those walls and fences could not stop cats at all. Jing Tan jumped onto a tree not far away and looked at Zhuo Kitten and the man. Zhuo Kitten was setting up building blocks. She set up a small car. The man next to her was guiding her. After that, he probably got anxious and squatted down to help her set up. He did not stop talking. Jing Tan listened. This person was talking about high-end cars. To many children, this was a completely unfamiliar term. To them, a Hummer was not as attractive as a fire engine. I'm still missing a wheel. Zhuo Kitten looked at the person next to her expectantly. I'll go look for it. The man set up a building block, then got up and took a step back. He was going to the box where the building blocks were placed to see if there was anything suitable. Just as the man retreated, he stepped on something when he landed on the ground. His foot slipped and he fell to the ground. The indoors were covered with foam mats, but this was not the case outside, especially the place that Zhuo Kitten had chosen. Although it was not a cement floor and was covered with a layer of wood, it was still painful to slip like this. Looking at the man's twisted face on the ground, one could tell how it felt. Before Zhuo Kitten could react, a child who was slightly closer to her laughed out loud when he saw the man slip. The other children heard the commotion and looked over. They also laughed. It was easy for a chain reaction among children to form. After being laughed at by a group of children, the man lost a lot of face. The two female teachers heard the commotion and came over to see the situation. The teacher surnamed Bai was especially nervous when she saw the man's appearance. How is it? Teacher Bai asked. It's okay. The man on the ground struggled to get up. Although he said it was okay, it was also because of his pride. Looking at the way he was gasping for air, it was definitely not that easy. It's a marble. Another teacher found the reason why the man slipped. Marbles were very dangerous for children in the lower class. They could easily slip and accidentally eat them. After all, many children liked to put anything they picked up into their mouths. Therefore, marbles were definitely not among the toys provided by the kindergarten. It was impossible for such things to appear here. It must have been left behind by one of the kids from the senior class. The man gritted his teeth and said, a few days ago he saw some kids in the upper class playing this game. Although they put it away and cleared the area, he didn't expect to miss one. The two female teachers searched the field one more time. After confirming that there were no more marbles, Teacher Xiao Bai helped the man and left. They went to the school hospital to take a look, while the other teacher stayed behind to continue looking after him. Jing Tan, who was not far away, saw clearly that Zhua Kitten had taken out the glass bead from her pocket and placed it there when the man was squatting down to set up the building blocks. The two teachers would never link this incident to little kitten Zhua. What could a 2.5-year-old do? Here, little kitten Zhua was the youngest in the lower class. The other children were basically sent here when they were 3 years old. There were also children who were 2 or 3 months old who were sent here. The parents were either too busy or afraid that their children would lose at the starting line. When they saw other families sending their children to school, they hurriedly sent their children over. In fact, whether or not the children could go to kindergarten depended on the children. If they were too young, their minds would be weak and they wouldn't have the ability to take care of themselves. Sending them to kindergarten would not only tire the teachers but also make the children suffer. It might also make the children feel conflicted. As for little kitten Zhua, who was 6 months away from turning 3, his mental fortitude was strong enough. He also had the ability to take care of himself. He could eat, sleep and poop by himself. He was much stronger than some 3 or 4-year-olds. Moreover, little kitten Zhua was the one who suggested that he go to kindergarten. On the first day of kindergarten, when the teacher finally calmed all the children down, the little guy howled, causing the other children who had finally stopped crying to cry again. For these children, it was too easy to cry when they were away from their parents for the first time. As for the initiator, little kitten Zhua, when everyone was crying, he ran to the table in front of him and picked a big and good apple to sit by the side and eat. He didn't know who he learned it from. This little bastard was so bad. The children quickly stopped paying attention to what had just happened and began to play on their own. They had been in the classroom for a long time before. It was rare for them to come out and play, so they didn't care about those unimportant things. This was the difference between children and older children. The latter would continue to talk about what had just happened, while the former would forget about it. To them, the toys and slides in their hands were not as attractive as the toys in their hands. Little kitten Zhua pushed the cart that he had just pieced together and prepared to continue playing. He placed the blocks on the ground into a circle, then added other blocks on top of this circle to form a cylinder. These blocks were not all square. There were also triangles, circles, trapezoids and so on. This child was able to use these blocks of different shapes to make this cylinder very high and stable. After placing all the blocks on the ground, little kitten Zhua pushed down the one that he had just pieced together and yawned. When he looked up at the tree and saw Zheng Tan, he immediately went over to Zheng Tan happily. Zheng Tan came down from the tree and stopped at a corner by the side, waiting for little kitten Zhua to come over. Little kitten Zhua was usually not very honest. He was also very obedient and had strong self-care skills. After handling his own matters, he would help other children. Because of this, little kitten Zhua gave the teacher and other students a very good and positive impression. Only when he was with Zheng Tan would he talk a little more, and that would also reveal the little guy's thoughts that were different from his appearance. Brother, hey, I just punished a bad guy. Little kitten Zhua said, looking as if he was asking for praise. Bad guy? That guy? To be honest, that guy gave a good first impression. First of all, his appearance was too deceiving. He was good-looking, which would give him a lot of points. With a little self-expression, no one would think that there was something wrong with him. Zheng Tan believed in little kitten Zhua. I saw him steal little Li's teddy bear. He even lied and said that he didn't see it. Little kitten Zhua whispered the secret that she had discovered to Zheng Tan. The little Li that little kitten Zhua was talking about was another child in the lower class. Zheng Tan did hear that a child here had lost something 2 days ago. It was a crystal pendant in the shape of a teddy bear. It was about 1,000 yuan. It was a gift from that child's relative. That child often took it out to show off. Unexpectedly, after he fell outside, he came back and found that the pendant was gone. When he ran to the place where he fell, he couldn't find the pendant. That parent even suspected the kindergarten teacher, but there were many children here with good conditions. There were a few who wore jade. In terms of value, those jade pendants were worth a lot. Why didn't he see anyone lose it? Why did your family lose it? They couldn't find anything and were worried that it would affect the other children. In the end, they could only leave it as it was. Now it seemed that the person who had picked up the pendant was that guy? After listening to little kitten Zhua's whisper, Zheng Tan found out that little kitten Zhua couldn't sleep that afternoon. She took the periscope that she had made out of children's toothpaste and 2 small lenses and saw it. The children in the kindergarten all slept here at noon. They didn't go home. Little Li woke up during lunch break to go to the toilet and fell. As for the periscope, there was a simple periscope, made out of cardboard and 2 lenses according to the principle of light reflection in the primary school's labor curriculum. Zheng Tan had seen some children play with it in the courtyard some time ago. It was the first time that Zheng Tan had seen someone as small as little kitten Zhua. Every time he squats for a long time he gets up and steps back. He steps back this much. Little Kitten Joie gestured with her hands. In other words, this guy didn't place the marbles blindly. He placed them there after observing and measuring them. However, wasn't this observation skill used wrongly? However, he was still a child after all. He didn't think too far ahead and didn't want to tell the teacher or parents. He only thought of it as a small game for himself to have fun. As for why Little Kitten Joie didn't tell Little Lee about it, Zheng Tan heard Little Kitten Joie's tone just now. He didn't have a good impression of Little Lee, who had a loud voice, loved to show off and wet the bed. He even put a bug on Little Lee's skirt, scaring her to tears. However, no one knew that it was Little Kitten Joie who put the bug. From the perspective of a parent, this was the time to educate him about what was right and wrong and what was the best way to do it. However, Zheng Tan didn't know how to do it and couldn't do it. He couldn't even speak, so how could he educate him? Little Kitten Joie, is this your cat? A little girl came over and asked. Although Little Kitten Joie said that his name was Zhuiyang, many children still liked to call him Little Kitten Joie. Little Kitten Joie shook his head. No, he's my brother. When the little girl heard the answer, her eyes widened. She said in disbelief, no wonder you're called Little Kitten Joie. Your brother is a cat. Can you become a cat? No. Oh. The little girl's face was full of disappointment. She looked sideways at Zheng Tan and reached out her white and tender little hand to pull Zheng Tan's beard. Zheng Tan dodged. Zheng Tan didn't have a good impression of these little brats. No matter how cute they were, they could annoy people to death. They didn't know how to control their strength and cried easily. Therefore, he didn't plan to stay here any longer. He raised his hand at Little Kitten Joie. Little Kitten Joie was about to say something to the little girl, but when she saw Zheng Tan's action, she quickly reached out and touched Zheng Tan's cat hand. Goodbye, brother. Hey. Little Kitten Joie waved at Zheng Tan's back and turned around to continue what she didn't say just now. She told the little girl not to pull Zheng Tan's beard in the future. Otherwise, Brother He will be angry. After Zheng Tan left the kindergarten, he was still thinking about what Little Kitten Joie had said about the boy being a bad guy. It wasn't a good thing to keep such a person in the kindergarten. As he was thinking, he took a shortcut to pass by the school's hospital. Zheng Tan saw the boy and girl coming out of the school's hospital. The girl was the kindergarten teacher with the surname Bai, and the boy was the bad guy that Little Kitten Joie had mentioned. Now the boy was walking uneasily. He probably had a bad fall. When they passed a fork in the road, the two separated. Teacher Bai went back to the kindergarten. Later, she had to supervise the children to eat lunch and sleep, so she couldn't leave. The man, on the other hand, took a different route. Chapter 262. The man did not leave through the main entrance. Instead, he left through a side door that led to the old street. At this time, the number of people on the road gradually increased. Some people who had set up stalls were busy occupying seats. The students of Tsinghua University, who only had 2 classes in the afternoon, had also finished their classes. They came out for a walk and to eat some snacks. Zheng Tan did not follow too closely. There were many people there. Many people did not pay attention to their feet when they walked. If he went over, his limbs and tail would probably be broken. Moreover, Zheng Tan could see the situation from the sidewalk. It was not worthwhile to take the risk and look for trouble. As he followed, Zheng Tan saw that the man's footsteps became faster. There was a small stall next to him. The stall was filled with accessories and gadgets. Girls liked them very much. There were many people around the stall. After the man passed by, Zheng Tan noticed that there was a woman's phone in his hand. After getting the phone, the man turned it off skillfully. He opened the back cover of the phone, took out the card, and threw it into the bin beside him. Then he put the phone in his pocket. That technique was something that only a veteran could do. It was too fast and too natural. It was so natural that the student did not feel that he had lost his phone. The people around him also did not notice anything strange. If Zheng Tan had not seen the man steal the phone with his own eyes. After stealing the phone, the man's originally frowning and bitter face was now relaxed with a smile on his face. It was as if what had just happened had made him very happy and dispelled his original gloominess. Zheng Tan did not know if this person liked to use this method to vent his depression or if it was because he had another profession, that he did something like stealing phones. No matter what, he was obviously not a good person. He was worse than what Zhuo Xiaomao had said. That's right. He even stole children's things. Stealing phones was nothing. Zheng Tan looked back. There were some people around the small stall selling accessories. He could not see if the person who lost the phone was among them. He guessed that the unlucky owner had not realized that he had lost his phone. The person in front had already walked a little far. Zheng Tan hurriedly followed. He couldn't do anything now. Zheng Tan was also familiar with the path that the people in front of him were taking. If they walked along the old street, they would not walk far before turning a corner and arriving at an old neighborhood. Although this neighborhood was old, it wasn't really that old. It was built in the 90s. It was all 6 or 7 stories high, and there were 5 or 6 households on each floor. However, from the outside of the community, one would feel that the community was old. The development of the city was too fast, and the architectural style was old-fashioned. Coupled with the newly built commercial streets and high-rise buildings not far from here, the feeling was even more obvious when standing at the fork in the road. Behind these old-fashioned community buildings, towering modern buildings looked down on everything like giants, which made this place even more old-fashioned. Sometimes, it even gave people a feeling of time and space being intertwined. Most of the people who lived in this old community were old men and women. There were also some young people who worked nearby. Zheng Tan watched the man enter the community. He quickly jumped into a closed side door at the side. After looking for a while, he continued to follow the man after seeing him. When he was shopping on the old street, he had also visited several communities. This was one of them. He was neither familiar nor unfamiliar with it. In Zheng Tan's memory, the buildings here were easy to climb. When he walked in, he could hear the sound of mahjong coming from many rooms on the first floor. The old men and women gathered together to play mahjong every day when they had nothing to do. Therefore, most of the rooms on the first floor were tea house-like entertainment places. A mixed fur little Pekingese barked at Zheng Tan a few times after seeing him. Not far away, a white puppy lying on the side of the road twitched its ears and glanced over. Then it lay down lazily again. It was not interested in Zheng Tan at all. There were many puppies and cats in this community. When the cats moved, it was really one after another. Because cats were so common, whether it was humans or animals, seeing Zheng Tan was not strange at all. Many people did not even bother to look at him. The man in front seemed to be familiar with the barking of dogs in the community. After hearing it, he did not look back at all. He continued to walk forward, talking on the phone as he walked. Zheng Tan heard him complaining to the person on the other end of the phone about today's bad luck. His tone was very disgusted with the children in the kindergarten. He even cursed a few times viciously. This made Zheng Tan very unhappy. After all, this person was scolding Zhua Kitten. People's hearts were biased. Zheng Tan was biased and righteous. Moreover, this person's character was problematic. Those little bastards, if they don't get beaten up for a day, they will make a scene. *CK, they are asking for a beating. The person in front was still complaining, but after walking into the corridor of a building, his emotions were restrained a lot. The building was very quiet. If he opened his mouth and scolded, he wouldn't be able to get a good look from the people around him. Zheng Tan followed him in. There was an iron door at the stairs, but it seemed that it had not been closed for a long time. The people who lived here probably thought it was too troublesome to close, so the iron door at the entrance of the building was empty. The man lived on the 3rd floor. Zheng Tan watched the man take out the key to open the door and go in. Before closing the door, Zheng Tan heard the man talk about where to go on Friday night. Zheng Tan did not stay there for long. After finding out where the man lived, Zheng Tan went downstairs and walked around the residential building before leaving. For the next 2 days, Zheng Tan walked around the kindergarten every day, but he did not see the man. There were only a few female teachers in the class. Looking at the children wearing paper rooster hats and singing Big Rooster Ooh with the teachers, Zheng Tan turned and left. He could not appreciate these children's songs. He always felt that if he stayed here for too long, he would be assimilated by these little kids and become childish. On Friday night, Zheng Tan went out to the residential building after dinner. Since the man said that he was going to play on Friday night, he should not be at home. Zheng Tan decided to go to his house and cause some trouble. The consequences of offending a cat were very serious. When he arrived at the residential building, there were not many people walking around at night. Many elderly people went to bed early and did not have the energy to play mahjong at night. They stayed at home and watched TV. Basically, they fell asleep around 9 o'clock. There were no street lights around, only some lights coming from the residents' houses. It was not very dark, but there were many blind spots. It was not difficult to see what was happening in the shadows. Zheng Tan looked around, found a place and climbed up along the corner. The 2 households directly below the man's house had installed a shelter outside. One was for the outdoor air conditioner unit to block the rain, and the other was to prevent water from dripping down when the residents above were drying their clothes. Many households would install such a shelter outside their windowsills, and it was convenient for Zheng Tan to use the shelter as well. When Zheng Tan climbed up, he would use these shelters. If someone passed by, Zheng Tan would hide on the shelter. Although it was not very bright here, people close to Zheng Tan could still find him. It was not late at night and there were still many young people walking around. When he climbed past the second floor, Zheng Tan heard someone approaching, so he quickly climbed up. Damn. What a big gecko. It's black and it has cat ears. A voice came from below. Zheng Tan. Obviously that person had found out about Zheng Tan. At the same time, fortunately, that person was not very sober. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. I'm sober. Ugh. Zheng Tan hid on the shelter on the second floor and listened to the vomiting sound below. Fortunately, this person was drunk. Otherwise it would be troublesome, but not too troublesome. After all, Zheng Tan was just a cat climbing a wall. It was not a supernatural event. After the drunkard vomited, he staggered away and his phone fell into the pile of vomit. The drunkard did not realize that he had dropped his phone. No one passed by, so Zheng Tan quickly climbed up and climbed into the window on the third floor. Fortunately, the iron bars were not close together. The distance between two iron bars was just enough for Zheng Tan to squeeze in. Perhaps because of the iron bars, although there was no one inside, the window on the third floor was not locked. They probably thought that no one would enter through there. Zheng Tan looked around. At this time, it seemed that many people had gone out for a walk. The people in the residential building opposite would not pay attention to this side. Even if they looked, they would not notice Zheng Tan. There was no light on the windowsill and it was very dark. People could not see Zheng Tan in the dark with their vision. After opening the window, Zheng Tan looked inside. Based on the smell, this room was that man's. The room was not as messy as Zheng Tan imagined. There was a familiar smell left behind by the kindergarten's teacher Little Bai. The two of them were a couple, but teacher Little Bai did not live here. She should have been here this afternoon to tidy up the room for that person. There were too many obstacles. Zheng Tan decided to look at the room from above before deciding where to start messing around. Jumping from the bookcase to the wooden wardrobe next to it, Zheng Tan was about to look down when he found a key on the wardrobe. This key looked like it was used often. It was not rusty and there was no dust on the key. There was a layer of dust around the key. The person who cleaned it did not take care of the wardrobe. Therefore, the contrast was very obvious. The smell left on the key proved that the man had used this key not long ago, but teacher Little Bai had not touched it. A key that was used often was placed on the high wardrobe. What? There was obviously something wrong. Zheng Tan looked at the other furnishings in the room. He jumped down and tried the locked drawers and cabinets. The others could be opened directly. Only two were locked. One was the small cabinet under the bookcase and the other was the bedside table. He looked at the keyhole. They were similar. Zheng Tan took out the key and gave it a try. The bookcase opened. The cabinet was filled with mobile phones. One of them was the stolen pink mobile phone that Zheng Tan had seen 2 days ago. Looking at the 6 mobile phones in the cabinet, there were 2 women's mobile phones, 3 men's mobile phones, and one of them was more gender neutral. It was used by both men and women. The 6 mobile phones were of different ages and the price difference was very big. One of the mobile phones could be considered a thief's mobile phone in this era. There were also 2 mobile phones that looked more high-end. They could be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. These mobile phones should have been stolen by that person. In addition to the mobile phones in the cabinet, there was also a box with a SIM card in it. In Tsinghua University, there were many street vendors and retail agents selling SIM cards that did not require the buyer to show his or her ID card. The ones here should be similar. If these mobile phones were missing, would that man be angry when he came back? Chapter 263. Zheng Tan looked at his cat paw and then at the phones in the cupboard. Finally, his eyes fell on a flip phone for men. The screen of the phone was considered big for this era, and the buttons were relatively big, making it easier to use. Zheng Tan put the phone aside and the pink phone aside. He opened the box with the SIM card and took out 2 SIM cards. There was no bag in the room, so Zheng Tan went to the door and listened carefully. After confirming that there was no one in the room and no one outside, he jumped up, opened the door and went out. The house had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It was not big. The other room was empty and there was some gym equipment. Zheng Tan walked around and found a clean bag. He put the flip phone, the pink phone and the 2 SIM cards in it. He tied the bag and went back to the room to deal with the rest of the phones and SIM cards. During the process, Zheng Tan went through a few drawers, but he did not find the missing pendant that Zhua Kitten had mentioned. It had probably been sold or it was hidden in a hidden place. Zheng Tan did not find it. Zheng Tan did not know where the phones were stolen or who the owner was. He did not care about that. He was too lazy to pay attention to unrelated people. As for the owner of the pink phone, Zheng Tan was just going to help him out. After she was done, Zheng Tan was just about to jump out of the window when she suddenly stopped. She ran to grab some tissues to wipe away some of the traces, such as the places with obvious cat paw prints and the dusty wardrobe. Although she did not do it very carefully, as long as she could get rid of the cat's traces, everything would be fine. Zheng Tan threw the key to the cupboard into the toilet hole. The cupboard was locked again by Zheng Tan, leaving the man to worry about. After walking around twice to make sure that his footprints were gone, Zheng Tan went out the window with the bag with the phone and SIM card in his mouth. As for the remaining traces in the room, based on those alone, it was impossible to suspect that a cat was the culprit. It was easy to climb up but difficult to climb down. It was not easy for Zheng Tan to climb down from the window. After moving some distance on the wall, he jumped onto the shelter outside the window on the second floor. Although this residential area was relatively old, the shelter was still quite sturdy. When he landed on the awning, there was a loud bang. The sound was not loud, but the people in the house must have heard it. However, when they opened the window to look out, Zheng Tan had already jumped from the second floor to the first floor. He landed on the ground and found a place to hide. Hiding behind the bushes, Zheng Tan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the window on the second floor was closed again. After a while, Zheng Tan left with the bag in his mouth. There were many places that the lights could not reach at night. Although he had to take some detours in order to hide his tracks, Zheng Tan could only take the longer route. When he arrived at Tsinghua University, Zheng Tan jumped over the wall near the side door. He opened the bag from the greenery and dialed the pink phone to the guard room when no one was paying attention. The phone was right in front of the guard room steps. Zheng Tan looked at it for a while until a guard saw it and picked it up. He asked the students passing by and picked it up. After he failed to find it, he picked up a pen and wrote "Lost and Found" on the notice board. Only then did Zheng Tan leave. The quality of the guards at Tsinghua University was not bad. After that, Zheng Tan did not go home directly. Instead, he went to the forest near the freshman dormitory. 2 years ago, when the freshman dormitory had not been built, that place was very remote. Almost no one walked around at night. There were many thick trees in the forest. Zheng Tan remembered that when he used to train there, he saw a hole in a tree. In the past, Zheng Tan had placed his cat tag in that tree hole. Thinking about it, he had not walked there for a while. Ever since the freshman dormitories were built and the freshmen moved in, Zheng Tan did not walk there much. Today it was a good opportunity for him to go there and take a look. Even though after the new student dormitory was built, the secluded area of the campus had gotten a little more lively, but it was only a little. There were students walking around the forest area at night, and there were some students having sex in the small forest. However, there were not that many people, so it was not difficult for Zheng Tan to avoid them. There was no one around the tree hole. Zheng Tan jumped up the tree and looked at the tree hole. There was a pile of rotten leaves. The last time Zheng Tan came here, he had filled it with branches, leaves, and a plastic board to prevent other animals from occupying it. Now, it seemed that it was not a good idea. There were worms growing in the rotten leaves. Zheng Tan broke off a branch and dug out the things inside. It was very wet and there were many small worms crawling around. However, Zheng Tan could not think of a better way to deal with it. He could only put up with it for now and think of a way tomorrow. After digging out the tree hole, Zheng Tan put the bag with the mobile phone and SIM card inside. Although there were many places in the old tiled house where Zheng Tan could hide his mobile phone without worrying about the wind and rain, there was no telling when someone would go in there. As for the tree hole here, it seemed that only birds and cats could come in, and normal birds and cats were not as interested in the mobile phone as Zheng Tan. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan still felt that the tree hole was safer and more stable. Stealing a mobile phone from a thief, would that be considered a double cross? Who cares? Zheng Tan shook his head. He had never been a person of integrity. After opening the bag, Zheng Tan turned on the mobile phone and put it on silent mode. He opened a racing game on the mobile phone and started playing. Zheng Tan had not touched a mobile phone for a long time. Even if it was a game with rough graphics, he could still play it happily. No one would have thought that at this time, on a tree in the forest at the edge of Tsinghua University's campus, a cat was hiding in a tree hole and playing with a mobile phone. After about half an hour, the mobile phone showed that it was almost out of battery. Zheng Tan reluctantly turned off the mobile phone. There was no SIM card installed in the mobile phone. He looked at the 2 SIM cards in the bag and forgot to install them when he was playing games. Forget it, he would think about it later. Zheng Tan opened the back cover of the mobile phone with some effort and took out the battery. He would take it back and use Jiaoma's universal charger tomorrow when there was no one at home. After taking out the battery, he put the mobile phone and the 2 SIM cards into the bag. After tying the bag, Zheng Tan looked at the battery. It was not a good idea to bite the battery. Not to mention the toxicity of the battery, Zheng Tan remembered the conversation between Jiao Pa and Jiao Yuan a while ago. Many students in Jiao Yuan's class ran out of battery when they used some electronic products. They were too lazy to buy a new one, so they just used it and bit it to dig out the battery's remaining energy. That was why there were many discarded batteries in Jiao Yuan's school with bite marks. A few days ago there was news about a little girl who was injured by a battery because she bit it. According to the newspaper, an expert's explanation was that batteries contained chemicals. If saliva entered the battery when biting into the battery, it could cause the battery to short-circuit and explode. This was especially true for counterfeit products and low-quality batteries. It was very likely that accidents would occur because of the quality of the batteries could not be guaranteed. The batteries that students usually used were number 5 or number 7 batteries with zinc shells. Zheng Tan did not know about the battery of the mobile phone, but he did not dare to take the risk. He still cherished his cat's life. Zheng Tan was semi-illiterate when it came to academic knowledge. He did not understand and was not interested in learning more about it. He just needed to listen to Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma. It was simple, convenient, and did not need to use his brain. Therefore, to be safe, Zheng Tan ran to the vendors outside the side door to pick up the bags. After the number of students increased, there were some vendors outside the side door in the evening and at night. When the vendor saw Zheng Tan pick up a plastic bag from the stall, he thought that the cat was just playing with it for fun. There were many cats who liked to play with plastic bags, and plastic bags were not worth much. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to Zheng Tan. Instead, he paid more attention to the passing students. After putting the battery into a clean plastic bag, Zheng Tan took the plastic bag back to the house. He hid the battery in a corner of the courtyard, went upstairs, brushed his teeth, and took a shower. He had taken a lot of plastic bags today, so he needed to brush his teeth more. The electric toothbrush that Jiao Ma had bought for him was not bad. The next day, when no one was home, Zheng Tan took the bag with the battery home and used Jiao Ma's all-purpose charger to charge it. In order to charge the battery more, Zheng Tan stayed at home in the morning and afternoon. At the same time, he found a bag in the clutter. This was Jiao Ma's change bag. It had not been used for a long time, so she probably forgot about it. Zheng Tan took the bag out, washed it under the faucet, and put it on the balcony to dry. The size of the change bag was just right for the flip phone. The strap was just right for Zheng Tan's neck, so he did not have to lift it with his teeth. After everything was ready, Zheng Tan found an opportunity to go back to the tree hole. He installed the battery and tried the 2 SIM cards. He also tried to check the phone bill. One of the cards had no money left, and the other only had a few yuan left. After installing the card that still had the phone bill, Zheng Tan thought about the man's phone number. Yesterday, when Zheng Tan went to the kindergarten, teacher Little Bai was calling the man. After she finished the call, she put the phone on the desk to look after the other children. Zheng Tan checked the call log. It showed that the number was Dear. Zheng Tan memorized the number. At the same time, in the old residential area, Zhang Dong was complaining on the phone. In the morning when I was changing my shoes, I found a few SIM cards in my shoes. I hurriedly went to the closet to change into a suit. When I went out to take the bus, I took out a few SIM cards from my pocket. When I went home to cook noodles in the kitchen, I opened the cupboard and found a phone inside. I ran to drink some water to calm myself down. When I opened the cupboard under the coffee table in the living room, I found another phone inside. *CK phone. SIM card. SIM card. SIM card. I'm going crazy. Who the *CK is playing with me? Zhang Dong felt that the intruder was a skilled thief, but why didn't he take the phone away? Instead, he stuffed things everywhere as if he was playing a game. Zhang Dong checked the door lock and windows, but he could not find any clues. He did not have any investigative skills, so he did not dare to say anything. If outsiders found out, he would not have a good time. If his colleagues found out, he would not have the face to do so. He could only talk to his close friends who usually hung out with him to talk about it. As he was talking, his phone received a text message. After seeing the number displayed on the phone, Zhang Dong's hand trembled. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. After he found out that his bedroom had been visited by a thief who was more skilled than him, he counted all the SIM cards he found in the room and marked out the ones that he could not find. At this time, the phone number displayed on the screen was one of the SIM cards that he had not found. This number was also one that he had used before. Because there were 4 sixes in this number, it left a deep impression on him. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dong opened the message that he had just received. It showed. Chapter 264. Zhang Dong's first reaction when he saw the message was to throw the phone away. However, he remembered that the phone in his hand was worth a lot of money. His arm that was about to throw the phone stopped abruptly. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Dong calmed himself down a little. If the other party had stolen the phone and left, Zhang Dong would have accepted it. The other party was too skilled and he would have admitted defeat. If the other party played him and hid the phone and SIM card everywhere as a prank, Zhang Dong would have thought that the other party was just looking for fun. Now the other party had sent a message. Although it was only 3 words, it was full of ridicule. Zhang Dong felt like he had been slapped in the face and then punched in the face. Obviously, the other party had no intention of stopping. Zhang Dong was now worried that the other party would come here again, or even target him and do something that could threaten his life. The more Zhang Dong thought about it, the more anxious he became. After all, there were many things that he did that could not see the light of day. Even if he deliberately ignored it at the time, once something happened, his negative emotions would soar. Staring at the screen, Zhang Dong scratched his head and pressed the call button. After all, guesses were just guesses. Zhang Dong wanted to talk to the other party directly, even if it meant sacrificing some benefits. However, after dialing, Zhang Dong heard the standard voice on the phone. He was so angry that he almost threw the phone away. The other party's phone was turned off and he could not get through. After walking around the house a few times, Zhang Dong decided to temporarily move to another place. Even if he could not provoke him, he could still hide. Therefore, he immediately called someone to rent another place and packed his luggage and left on the same day. Compared to Zhang Dong's doubts and anxiety, Zheng Tan was doing well. After sending the message, he turned off his phone. He did not want to waste too much time talking and he also wanted to save electricity. The phone was indeed a very convenient thing. He could communicate with others without knowing who the other party was. Since he could not use the computer, using the phone was not a bad idea. However, when he thought about the information about the balance of the phone bill, Zheng Tan was troubled again. Topping up the phone bill was a very simple matter for others. It did not matter if they went to the business hall or asked someone to do it for them. However, for Zheng Tan this was a technical problem. How could he top up the phone without anyone knowing or seeing Zheng Tan? Money? Zheng Tan did. Zheng Tan knew where Little Pomelo, Jiao Yuan, Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa's bank card were, but he did not want to touch their money. You could call him stupid, stubborn, but Zheng Tan would never steal Jiao Ma's money to top up his phone bill. Even though he had already planned to give the money in the card to the Jiao family, Zheng Tan felt that it was a different matter altogether. Zheng Tan could do it to Zhang Dong or someone he didn't know, but he couldn't get over the fact that it was someone from the Jiao family. When he got home, he opened the drawer of the cat tree and looked at the cards inside. There was a lot of money in the cards. Zheng Tan once saw the Jiaopa register for online banking. Zheng Tan was shocked when he logged in to check the balance. Unfortunately, no matter how many zeros there were on the card, Zheng Tan could not get a dime. It was not that the Jiaopa had moved the money out, but Zheng Tan could not withdraw the money at all. There were cameras at the ATM. He did not see anyone using a bank card to top up the phone bill nearby. If there was someone using a bank card to top up the phone bill, Zheng Tan could sneak over when no one was around to top up the phone bill. Ask someone to help? Zheng Tan did not want to do that. He still wanted to use this phone number for other things. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. What should he do? Zheng Tan leaned on the balcony and pondered. There was a chattering sound coming from the 4th floor. It was the B*TCH bird on the 4th floor cultivating artistic sentiments. At this moment, General was drawing with a pen in its mouth. In order to prevent General from going out and harming others, its owner had taught it a few more things. Among them, drawing was something that General was interested in. Every day, it would draw with a pen in its mouth when it had nothing to do. Its owner, Professor Tan, had even specially bought a drawing board, and the pens used were also environmentally friendly. This could not only distract it so that it would not go out and attract hatred, but also make it shut up. Its learning ability was so strong that its mouth was getting worse and worse. If its mouth was not sealed, it could anger people to death. The people of the Academy of Economic Sciences were still being laughed at by other schools. General's information had also been dug out by everyone. However, it was also said that someone from the Academy of Economic Sciences had made an animated GIF based on General's original appearance. It had been downloaded quite a lot on the internet. Even Professor Tan's GIF was in it. Zheng Tan poked his head out from the balcony and looked at General's drawing. He did not know what it was drawing. It was probably abstract. After drawing, General tilted its head and looked at it. Then it raised its big paw and grabbed the eraser next to it. It wiped the drawing on the drawing board and continued its artistic career. Looking at General drawing with a pen in its mouth, Zheng Tan suddenly thought that he could also write and draw. He could try to find someone to pay for his phone in this way, but there was a certain risk in it. In order to solve the technical problem of recharging the phone, the first thing was to have cash. Zheng Tan could not think about online payment at this stage. How could he get cash, and how could he get cash through legal means? On this day, Zheng Tan went to Xiaoguo's place to shoot a new promotional advertisement. Xiaoguo's store attracted customers not only with the pet products, but also with the promotional videos that Xiaoguo released on time on the Pet Center's website. Every time it was the release date, a large number of Pet Center customers and netizens would wait in front of the computer. Then they would share the videos on some video websites or take screenshots to discuss in the forum to attract attention. This time Zheng Tan's prop was a small backpack. This time he was dressed as a mountain climber. However, during the shooting the other cats were not in a good mood. They were not very cooperative during the shooting, so it took a long time. The short video that was supposed to be finished by 2 in the afternoon was not finished by 3. Zheng Tan was quite impatient. Xiaoguo was worried and asked his subordinates to comfort the other cats. As for Zheng Tan, Black Charcoal, let's talk about it. Can we hold on for 1 more hour? Xiaoguo looked at Zheng Tan. After working together for so long, Xiaoguo also knew how to communicate with this cat. Zheng Tan ignored him. It was lying on the side with its eyes half closed, thinking about how to get cash. It was too lazy to talk to Xiaoguo in front of it. Xiaoguo talked for a long time but still did not get a response. He was ready to take out a cigarette and go out to smoke. When he reached into his pocket, he found that there was a $50 bill in his pocket. On a whim, he took out the bill and waved it in front of Zheng Tan. Let's hold on for 1 more hour. This is your overtime pay. Originally Xiaoguo was just joking. After waving the bill in his hand he was going to put it in his pocket and go out to smoke. Unexpectedly, the cat, who was too lazy to even lift its eyelids, immediately stood up and was full of energy. Xiaoguo was speechless. He felt that the cat's eyes were shining when it saw the bill. After 2 seconds, Xiaoguo took out the bill that was half in his pocket and waved it slowly in front of the cat. Then he looked at the cat in front of him, whose eyes followed the bill. Holy sh*t. It was so effective. Xiaoguo had always directly transferred Zheng Tan's remuneration to his card, but Xiaoguo did not expect that the effect of cash would be so good. If he knew that it could stimulate the cat's work attitude, he would have taken it out directly. However, had this happened before? Xiaoguo shook his head. It did not happen in his memory. He did not know if it had never happened before or if it had forgotten. Black Charcoal. Xiaoguo folded the bill and stuffed it into Zheng Tan's small backpack. The overtime pay is yours. Let's get to work? Let's get to work. The cash problem was solved. Zheng Tan was now in a good mood. The other cats were now calmer because of the staff's comfort. Therefore, when everyone was very cooperative, Zheng Tan worked very hard in the remaining time. It was very cooperative and very patient. It was not like before when it saw other cats make mistakes, it could not wait to slap them. Xiaoguo held his chin and looked at the shooting. He thought that if he had to work overtime in the future he would solve it with cash. Anyway, 50 yuan was really nothing to him now. It was a good deal to make the cat cooperate so well. After the shooting, Zheng Tan did not take off the backpack prop. Xiaoguo did not say that he wanted it, so he let Zheng Tan carry it back. After returning home, Jiao Yuan wanted to see Zheng Tan's small backpack, but Zheng Tan did not give it to him. He decided that he would carry it when he went to the pet center in the future. Now that he had the cash, the only thing left was how to top up the phone with the 50 yuan. Originally, Zheng Tan wanted to write a note and leave it with the cash at the place for topping up the phone. However, Zheng Tan found another way to top up the phone when he was walking around. There was a newsstand on the road to the student dormitory. Zheng Tan observed there for a few days. He found that every afternoon around 3 o'clock, the auntie at the newsstand would lie down and sleep there. She was not afraid that someone would steal the newspaper. The overall quality of the students here was relatively high, and the school was much safer than outside. She did not have to worry about other accidents. Even if a student went to buy the newspaper or a cart, she could just wake him up. Zheng Tan's black wallet was around his neck. He did not have his phone with him. The wallet was filled with the 50 yuan cash. After the auntie at the newsstand lay down and fell asleep, Zheng Tan put the wallet behind the bushes and jumped into the newsstand with the 50 yuan in his mouth. He had become more and more used to carrying things in his mouth. At this moment there was no one around and there were no cameras. After jumping in, Zheng Tan looked at the person lying down and sleeping. She was still asleep and he could hear a light snoring sound. He had decided to take action here because he was sure that the auntie was sleeping soundly. The box for topping up the card was placed on a cabinet below the window. The box for topping up the card was not tightly closed. There were probably too many people here to buy the card, so she was too lazy to close it. Zheng Tan put the money in a box for change. Zheng Tan did not see the large bills, so he guessed that they were hidden. Then Zheng Tan came to the card box and found a card with a face value of $50. She held it in her mouth and listened to the movements on the road outside before quickly leaving. Hiding behind the bushes, Zheng Tan looked at the newsstand. The Andy was still sleeping. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He put the card into the black wallet, zipped it up and ran to the forest with his bag. Hiding in the tree hole, Zheng Tan entered the card number and password according to the voice prompts on the phone. When the phone received a message saying that the top-up was successful and the balance was in the card, Zheng Tan was filled with emotions. It was just topping up the phone, but it was so troublesome. Chapter 265. Zheng Tan went to the old residential area again and found that Zhang Dong had moved away. He was quite dispirited. He planned to play the man one more time, but he did not expect that the man would be so scared that he would run away. However, since that person left, did he change his phone number? Zheng Tan dialed that number and found that the other person's original number was no longer connected. That person was really thorough. How could he run away like that? Zheng Tan went to the kindergarten once a day and found an opportunity to look through teacher Xiao Bai's phone and record Zhang Dong's new number. This time, Zheng Tan didn't immediately send a message to scare him. That person would definitely change his number. Zheng Tan was too lazy to bother, so he wrote down the number first. If that person was caught doing bad things by Zheng Tan again, he would teach him a lesson. Zheng Tan could only find his own entertainment now. He didn't expect to do anything earth-shattering as a cat. That way, even if he had a few lives, it wouldn't be enough. Not to mention that people's hearts were sinister and their intelligence wasn't high. Even the law wouldn't protect them. Zheng Tan wasn't willing to entrust his life to morality. The tree hole where the phone was hidden was much drier now. Perhaps it was because of the season, but the weather was much drier now. It also saved Zheng Tan some trouble. On this day, Zheng Tan went to the overpass for a walk. Recently, that blind old man Elder Kuan didn't play the eru on the overpass. At first, Zheng Tan thought that the old man was sick. At his age, he didn't do anything but play the eru on the overpass. It was very likely that he was sick. However, once he met Xiao Jiao, he heard from her that Elder Kuan was just looking for an old friend and would be back in a few days. Since Elder Kuan wasn't around, there were fewer peddlers on the bridge. When Zheng Tan passed by the bridge, she heard a few peddlers who were stationed there complaining. They had been nervous about setting up their stalls on the bridge, afraid that the city enforcement officers would come. Some of the peddlers even changed locations and waited for Blind to come back. Zheng Tan also went to the construction site to take a look. It shouldn't be called a construction site. It should be called Hengwu Plaza now. Although it wasn't completely open yet, there were already some shops open for business. There weren't many people at the moment, but that might not be the case in a while. Looking at the Hengwu Square that changed every day, Zheng Tan sighed that time really passed quickly. He heard that Yi Hao and the others would set up a clubhouse similar to the night building here. When the time came, Zheng Tan would be able to go there often, so he wouldn't have to hitchhike every time he went to the night building. However, a clubhouse built here would definitely not be as good as the night building. After all, the main consumers here were students, not white-collar workers and social elites who were already working. It didn't matter as long as there was a place to kill time. Zheng Tan jumped onto a residential building and looked at the Hengwu Plaza. He was thinking about bringing his phone over tonight to take a photo as a souvenir. That night, after dinner, Zheng Tan picked up his new backpack and walked out of the house with light steps. In the living room, Jiao Ma looked at Zheng Tan's back and said to Jiao Pa, who was watching the news on the sofa, "Why do you think Black Charcoal is carrying a backpack every night? Does it really like that backpack?" "Sai, if I had known, I would have bought a few more backpacks for it. When I bought clothes for it, it didn't wear them. I thought it didn't like those things because they were awkward on its body. It turns out that it likes backpacks more than clothes." The last time she saw her cat carrying a small backpack, it changed to a bigger one after a few days. It seemed that it really liked backpacks. The new backpack looked really good. Well, when she was free, she would make one for it so that it could take turns carrying it. "Sai, speaking of which, if we let it go out like this, will it become even wilder?" Jiao Ma was worried. Jiao Pa didn't even look up when he heard that. He was still watching the TV and said, "Give it some privacy." Jiao Ma opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She took the dishes on the table and went to the kitchen to wash them. Zheng Tan's new backpack was completely black. At first glance, it wasn't easy to tell that it was a vest. There was a zipper on both sides of the backpack, and it just so happened that it could fit the flip phone. Zheng Tan went straight to the backpack after he saw it in the pet center. Xiaogu didn't say anything when he saw it and tacitly agreed. With the new backpack, Zheng Tan could carry his phone when he went out. The backpack was more convenient than a wallet. Carrying the backpack was like wearing a vest, and it was easier to move around. Tonight, Jing Tan planned to go to Hengwu Plaza to take photos. There were very few people who could notice Jing Tan at night. Even if they did, they wouldn't take it seriously. When they saw Jing Tan's backpack, they would just think that it was a pet costume that someone bought for their pet. They wouldn't think too much about it. There were many pets around. When he arrived at Hengwu Plaza, Jing Tan found a suitable place to take photos. On the other side of Hengwu Plaza, lights flashed on the edges of the buildings of different heights. 2 years ago, this place was an abandoned construction site that no one dared to approach. However, he had overestimated the effect of mobile phones at this time. Although the price of this flip phone was relatively high in the market, it wasn't a high-end model. After he took a photo, Jing Tan felt his balls ache when he saw it and directly deleted it. Really, he had planned to take a photo and walk the artistic route to keep memories. It seemed that the artistic route wasn't something that could be done at any time. Walking out from the other side of Hengwu Plaza, Jing Tan looked at the several roads that had been opened. Recently, he had become familiar with this place. He wondered if he should go to other places. Even if he couldn't take photos, it would be good to experience the city at night. It wasn't far from Hengwu Plaza to the bustling commercial street. After the construction site was completed and the roads were opened, the roads here would gradually become more prosperous. After leaving Hengwu Plaza, Jing Tan didn't plan to continue walking to the commercial street. Just as he was about to turn around and go to another place, Jing Tan saw a familiar person. That person was Zhang Dong, who had been scared by Jing Tan and had moved away. Beside Zhang Dong was a very innocent girl. Zhang Dong didn't know what Zhang Dong said, but it made the girl cover her mouth and laugh. Some of the actions between the two were also intimate. According to Jing Tan's knowledge, Zhang Dong and teacher Xiaobai didn't seem to have broken up. Teacher Xiaobai was still the same as usual. Her emotions didn't fluctuate. Sometimes she would even text Zhang Dong, and her eyes were filled with the sweetness of love. In that case, Zhang Dong, this guy was too timing. Damn it, he bumped into me again. Jing Tan followed the two men to the business district through the green path. In addition to some shops, supermarkets, and entertainment venues, there was also a residential area. Zhang Dong and the girl walked into a residential area. Jing Tan followed, but he didn't walk through the main door. Instead, he climbed over the wall. There were a few security guards at the entrance. Although they might not be able to pay much attention to a cat, Jing Tan felt that it was better to be discreet when following someone. After the two people came to a building, Zhang Dong didn't follow them in. The two of them talked downstairs as if they were reluctant to part. Listening to their conversation, Jing Tan knew that the girl lived with her parents. Zhang Dong's new apartment was also in this residential area. However, the two of them didn't live in the same building. They had only known each other for a few days, but their relationship had developed quickly. Jing Tan hid behind the flower bed and took out his phone from his backpack. He turned off the flash and the sound of the camera, adjusted the focus and took a picture. The picture was a little blurry and he needed to identify it carefully. After taking a few pictures, Jing Tan was still not satisfied. The camera quality of a phone these days was really bad. After the two of them were done being lovey-dovey, the girl went into the building. Only then did Zhang Dong reluctantly walk to another building. Jing Tan took a few more pictures of the surroundings and took a picture of the name of the residential area. Then he chose a few pictures and sent them to teacher Xiaobai. Jing Tan knew teacher Xiaobai's phone number from the children in kindergarten. Once, Jing Tan went to see Zhua Kitten play tricks on people. That lousy child tricked a child from the upper class into memorizing a bank card number. In the end, the child couldn't memorize it, so he replaced it with a phone number. The child who was tricked even proudly memorized the landlines and cell phone numbers of his family and relatives. One of them was teacher Xiaobai's. After memorizing it, he swore that he would memorize the bank card number when he went back. If Zhuo Yang from the lower class could memorize it, why couldn't they, the upper class, do the same? However, was that lousy child Zhuo Kitten memorizing a bank card number? That was obviously pi. Children at this age didn't understand the kind of numbers with decimals, and the numbers were obviously wrong. They didn't even understand the meaning of bank cards. They were just competing with each other. Everything else wasn't important to them at all. At that time, other than the children who were tricked by Zhuo Kitten, there were also children around who were fighting to memorize phone numbers. Among them, Jing Tan heard teacher Xiaobai's phone number several times. He also saw it when he flipped through her phone. After thinking for a while, Jing Tan entered the phone number and sent the picture over. At night, teacher Xiaobai was at home preparing for tomorrow's class. Suddenly, her phone received a message. At this time she thought it was her boyfriend Zhang Dong. She didn't expect it to be an unknown number with a picture. She had received similar messages before. Usually they were advertisements or other spam messages, so she planned to delete them. However, when her finger was on the delete button she stopped. After thinking for a while, she moved her finger and opened it. Previously, the phone number that sent the picture messages and some scams was not this kind of phone number. Therefore she decided to open it and try it. At most, she would just deduct more money from the phone bill. What shocked her was the content of the message. The picture taken at night wasn't very clear to begin with. After the appropriate compression, it was even more blurry. However, although the picture was blurry, Teacher Xiaobai still knew the person she had been with for so long. She could recognize from the picture that the man in the picture was the boyfriend she was with now, the one who called her dear every day in text messages. As for the woman in the picture, she didn't know her at all. There were several pictures. 2 of them were holding hands and 2 of them were hugging. Even if they didn't do anything further, looking at the way they interacted, they were definitely not ordinary relatives and friends. Zheng Tan also very considerately entered a few words to explain which neighborhood, the approximate time, what Zhang Dong was doing with the girl in which building when they went shopping and so on. The pictures and words were like a basin of water with ice dregs that poured over Teacher Xiaobai from head to toe. Zheng Tan didn't know how Teacher Xiaobai would react after seeing the message. He even thought that Teacher Xiaobai would delete the message without looking at it. When he went to the kindergarten the next day and saw Teacher Xiaobai's state, Zheng Tan knew that she had seen it. Furthermore, her mood was a little off. Her face was pale, and even when she smiled at the children, it was obvious that she was forcing herself. Seeing Teacher Xiaobai's state, Zheng Tan was a little doubtful if his actions were appropriate. After thinking about not caring about this matter in the future and letting them develop on their own, Zheng Tan went to the tree hole and turned on his phone. He didn't expect to receive a message the moment he opened it. It was sent around midnight yesterday and it was from Teacher Xiaobai. Who are you? 2 a.m. Can you help me? Chapter 266. To catch a thief you have to catch the stolen goods. To catch an adulterer you have to catch a couple. Just a few blurry photos were not very convincing. Zheng Tan estimated that Zhang Dong would definitely use flowery words to cover it up. However, looking at Teacher Xiaobai, she would not be easily fooled this time. At her age, she was in a relationship with the intention of getting married. When encountering this kind of thing, even if she was temporarily fooled by Zhang Dong's excuses, her heart would still be troubled. And Teacher Xiaobai asked Zheng Tan to help her get evidence. Listening to Teacher Xiaobai's words, Zhang Dong had a criminal record. However, Zhang Dong was a capable person. He did not know how he persuaded Teacher Xiaobai to forgive him in the past. Now that this kind of thing happened again, Teacher Xiaobai did not intend to let it go easily this time. On weekdays, Teacher Xiaobai was busy with the kindergarten students' affairs. The large amount of time during the day was enough for Zhang Dong to do a lot of things. Helping to keep an eye on people was not difficult for Zheng Tan, but it was a little boring. After a brief exchange of text messages, Zheng Tan did not directly give a reply. If it was a person it would be fine. Kat's actions during the day were not very convenient, and Zheng Tan could not bring his mobile phone with him during the day. On this day, Zheng Tan was yawning as he walked to Zhang Dong's new rented neighborhood. He had observed here for a few days. Zhang Dong had recently restrained himself a lot. Even when he met the girl, although his attitude was still warm, he was probably scolded by Teacher Xiaobai and was not so greasy. Moreover, Zheng Tan did not think that this person would do anything during the day. Zhang Dong worked at a small company nearby, not far from the rented neighborhood. Zheng Tan was too lazy to keep following him. If he met him he would go over to take a look. If he did not meet him he would walk by himself. There was a small pet shop with 2 Totoros outside. It was very interesting. Every time Zheng Tan passed by he would squat and stand there to take a look. In fact, Zheng Tan mainly looked at the girls who were attracted by the Totoro cats. The pet shop put 2 Totoro cats at the door and attracted a lot of people passing by, especially some young girls. The people gathered there were probably university students who had no classes in the morning and were out shopping. Zheng Tan's gaze followed the girls. The one in the middle had a nice figure. She had long legs and a slim waist. When she smiled, there were 2 dimples on her face. When the girls disappeared into the crowd, Zheng Tan was about to retract his gaze. Suddenly his gaze froze. He saw a modern girl. Her long wavy hair seemed to be casually draped over her shoulders. Different from the clothes of the female students, her fashionable and mature charm made people's eyes light up. Although the color of her clothes was not conspicuous in the crowd, It had to be said that this woman's face, figure, and temperament was fascinating. However, what made Jing Tan unable to move his eyes away was the scene he caught when he was about to withdraw his gaze, and the woman's red lips after that. Just now, a man who was on the phone hurried past and the modern girl walked over. The two walked opposite each other, and when they passed each other, their shoulders bumped. The modern girl smiled apologetically and apologized in a low voice. The middle-aged man who was on the phone stared at the girl for a few seconds, and then hurriedly said that it was okay. After the two passed each other, the woman's face raised a faint smile. From Jing Tan's point of view, he just caught a flash of the scene. At the moment the two bumped into each other, the wallet in the middle-aged man's pocket had been moved. After seeing this, Jing Tan could not help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, you can't judge a book by its cover. Before Jing Tan finished his sigh, he saw that the modern girl's smile deepened. She stared in a direction and waved her hand. Jing Tan looked in that direction. Diagonally across the road, Zhang Dong, who was supposed to be at work, could not wait to run over and almost hit a taxi. These two know each other? That's right, they are both thieves. Moreover, these two are not bad looking. Although Jing Tan looked down on Zhang Dong, he had to admit that this guy had a pretty face that was very attractive to women. The two should be very familiar with each other, and the way they interacted with each other was completely like old friends. There was even a hint of ambiguity. No, it should not be just ambiguity. Those little movements and the eye contact between the two made Jing Tan certain that these two definitely had something going on. This guy is really awesome. Jing Tan originally thought that Zhang Dong had a foot in two boats, but now it seemed that it was more than that. Perhaps this was just the tip of the iceberg? On the street, the two did not do anything too intimate. Zhang Dong raised his hand and brushed the long hair by the side of the woman's cheek. Following the hair, his finger brushed the woman's high twin peaks. His gaze also carried a hint of ambiguity. When his finger moved to a spot, Zhang Dong's finger lightly flicked. The wallet that he had stolen was also there, but it was covered by the jacket, so it was not easy to find. The woman took off her sunglasses and looked at Zhang Dong proudly. Then she held Zhang Dong's arm and the two of them left. Jing Tan followed. Since he had bumped into them, he would help Teacher Little White keep an eye on them. It was a pity that he did not bring his phone this time. Otherwise, he could have called Teacher Little White over to catch them in the act. Zhang Dong was in a good mood. Yesterday, he contacted this close friend of his and knew that she was coming to Chuhua City today. When he received a call from work in the morning, he asked for leave to pick her up. At the same time, he also asked for her help with the burglary incident. Of course, when he asked her to come over to help, he also wanted to have an intimate conversation with her. It was indeed good to find a wife like Teacher Little White who cared about the family, took care of the children, and did housework well. However, Zhang Dong preferred a more passionate woman. At the same time, he could not bear to let go of Little White. In addition, due to his personality, he had formed a habit of having one wife and going out to seduce others from time to time. Moreover, when he saw his old flame, he could not help it. Jing Tan watched them walk into a hotel. The ambiguous and teasing gazes between the two of them made passers-by know that their relationship was not ordinary. And entering a hotel at this time, connecting the two of them to the interaction between them, Jing Tan sighed again. If only he had his phone, he would be able to call Teacher Little White over to catch them. However, was it too late to go back and send it? After thinking about it, Jing Tan quickly ran back to Chuhua University and turned on his phone in the tree hole. He briefly described what he saw and the name of the hotel. As for what Teacher Little White would do next, Jing Tan did not know. Teacher Little White was currently in class. By the time school was over, the two of them should have finished their business. After sending the message, Jing Tan was about to turn off his phone. Unexpectedly, there was a reply from the other side, asking if it was XXX Hotel on XX Road. Jing Tan recalled the street where the hotel was located and replied, yes. After replying with a thank you, there was no more reply. After putting down his phone, Jing Tan ran to the kindergarten to take a look. Teacher Little White was not there. Another teacher had taken her place. He heard that Teacher Little White had something urgent to attend to and had left. Brother Hey. Zhuo Xiaomao held a book in his hand and ran to the classroom window. Looking at Jing Tan standing on the windowsill, he opened the book in his hand. Brother Hey, look. A little red flower and a red flag. Jing Tan looked at it. There were some simple letters on it. Many children did not write the simple letters well. However, as long as they wrote it well, they would get a red flower stamp. However, not everyone could get a red flag stamp. It had to be written correctly and well. Looking at Zhuo Xiaomao's expectant eyes, Jing Tan raised his hand and patted his head. Zhuo Xiaomao stood there and grinned as if he had received recognition and praise. However, Zheng Tan wanted to go to the hotel to check on the situation and did not listen to Zhuo Xiaomao's words. After patting Zhuo Xiaomao, Zheng Tan jumped down from the windowsill and left. As Zhuo Xiaomao watched Zheng Tan leave, the smile on his face faded. Teacher Little White was unhappy today. Brother He was unhappy too. Therefore he was unhappy too. A mushroom-headed girl from the same courtyard as Zhuo Xiaomao ran over. Zhuo Xiaomao, do you know what 1 + 1 equals? It equals 2. The mushroom-headed girl was speechless. What was she vomiting for? On the other side, Zheng Tan ran to the hotel. Just as he was wondering why he did not see Teacher Little White and wondered if she had gone into the hotel to look for someone, he saw a figure rushing out of the hotel. It was Teacher Little White. Behind her, Zhang Dong chased after her. Looking at his sorry state, he must have put on his clothes in a hurry. There were many wrinkles on them. Teacher Little White was so angry that her eyes were red. She panted and did not say a word. After her arm was grabbed, she stopped and looked at Zhang Dong. She did not know how to scold him, nor did she know how to express her feelings. Perhaps it was because she was a kindergarten teacher that she could not say anything bad. Because she could not say anything, the most direct way to vent her feelings was to slap him. Slap. Little White, you misunderstood. Zhang Dong did not care about the modern girl. He quickly found an excuse to cover up. Slap. Another slap. Listen to me. Zhang Dong wanted to stop Teacher Little White, who was about to leave. Slap. Another slap. Good slap. Zheng Tan looked at the two of them. From the sound of the slap, he knew how hard the slap was. Teacher Little White's strength, which she had trained from carrying children, came in handy now. A hotel staff came over and pushed Zhang Dong away. He then tried to persuade Teacher Little White. He seemed to know Teacher Little White. It was no wonder Teacher Little White could directly go in to catch them in the act. There were more and more people watching the show. Teacher Little White did not stand there and say anything more. She hailed a taxi and left, leaving Zhang Dong there to be pointed at. As for the modern girl, Zheng Tan did not see her. She probably knew that it was better to stay invisible. If she came out, she would only be criticized. In the afternoon, Zheng Tan ran to the forest and turned on his phone. He wanted to ask about Teacher Little White's situation. She was so angry in the morning that she did not go to the kindergarten in the afternoon. However, after turning on his phone, Zheng Tan realized that his phone had F*** stopped working. He had just topped up 50 yuan not long ago. How did it disappear so quickly? He thought about it. He had not called much during this period of time. Even if he had sent a lot of messages, it should not have stopped working so quickly. The only explanation was that she had sent pictures. In the past few days, other than exchanging messages, he had also sent quite a lot of pictures and MMS. Why did he not feel that the phone bill had decreased so quickly in the past? Communication in this day and age was not as convenient as it would be a few years later. A few years back, one could just log into a Wi-Fi chat app and send pictures and voice messages. However, it was different now. However, it was too late for Zheng Tan to realize this now. Looking at his phone, Zheng Tan thought about when he should go and recharge his phone today. Should he go to the newsstand to get a top-up card, or should he write an anonymous note with his phone number and leave it with the money at the top-up counter so that the people there could help him recharge his phone? Just as Zheng Tan was worrying about how to top up the phone bill, his phone received a message. Zheng Tan opened it and saw that he had just topped up 100 yuan. A few seconds later, another message came. It was from Teacher Little White. I'm really sorry. I didn't think it through. Chapter 267. After Teacher Xiaobai went back, she called the kindergarten to ask for leave because her emotions were unstable. Then she stayed at home until her emotions calmed down a little. Then she remembered the number with 4 sixes. It was also this number that had sent her pictures over the past few days, which made her realize that she had been deceived and deceived. She had to thank them. After sending a few messages and not receiving a reply, she directly called them. Unexpectedly, when she dialed, she said that the other party had stopped working. Stopped working? Teacher Xiaobai thought for a moment and suddenly realized that she had only cared about Zhang Dong's matter. She did not notice that it was very expensive to send pictures over the past few days. The other party had sent so many pictures, so it was possible that the phone had stopped working because it owed money. Therefore, she went downstairs to a phone service store and charged 100 yuan to the number with 4 sixes. Chuhua University. Zheng Tan looked at the caller ID, paused and pressed the answer button. Hello. Hello. May I ask if you can hear me? Teacher Xiaobai listened to the phone. Just as she was wondering if the other party was not in front of the phone, the sound of an object moving came from the phone, accompanied by some strange noise. On the other side, Jing Tan picked his ears. A gust of wind had blown over and made his ears itchy. A few leaves had also fallen from the tree and were blown over, making rustling sounds as they hit the tree trunk. When the wind blew into the tree hole, it also caused some noise from the phone's microphone. All kinds of sounds mixed together and formed the strange sound that Teacher Xiaobai could not recognize. After waiting for a while, Teacher Xiaobai still did not hear the other party speak. She thought for a moment and said, "Although I don't know what grudge you have with Zhang Dong to tell me this, from my standpoint, I still have to thank you. Even if it's not convenient for us to meet, I hope you can accept my gratitude." Jing Tan listened to Teacher Xiaobai's words over the phone. She was probably thinking of paying him a sum of money to thank him. Therefore, Jing Tan pressed the button to hang up. Then he typed a message and sent it over. "There's no need to thank me. Teach the children in the kindergarten well." After a while, Teacher Xiaobai replied, "Okay." Although it was only one word, Jing Tan believed that Teacher Xiaobai was a good teacher. Zhua Kitten liked this teacher very much because she was not as biased as some of the teachers in the kindergarten. Some teachers would pay more attention to the children of some school leaders or famous professors, but they would treat the children of some small lecturers coldly. Zhua Kitten had been treated coldly before. Jing Tan understood a little from listening to him speak. Although it was a very small matter in the eyes of many people, it could have a certain impact on the child. Teacher Xiaobai was very good to every child. She was patient and looked amiable. This was also the reason why Zhua Kitten liked her. In terms of background, Zhua Kitten was not weak. After all, she had Lord Zheng behind her. It was just that Lord Zheng did not directly stand up to speak when Zhua Kitten entered the kindergarten. Some of the teachers in the kindergarten did not understand the relationship between Zhua Kitten and Lord Zheng. However, if something happened that made Zhua Kitten feel wronged, as long as Zhua Kitten told her, Lord Zheng would definitely put on her Lord Zheng airs and tell those teachers to get lost. However, Zhua Kitten did not tell anyone except Jing Tan. Then one day she placed a flattened cockroach in the teacher's pocket. In the end, when the teacher was putting on her coat, she reached into her pocket and took out a cockroach. She screamed and caused a group of children to cry on the spot. Because of this, the teacher was scolded. In Zhua Kitten's words, under certain conditions one should do their own things. What she meant was, if one could solve their own grievances, they should solve it themselves. If they could not solve it, they would ask for help. He did not know what Teacher Xiaobai said to Zhang Dong, but Jing Tan did not see Zhang Dong in the school anymore. After the first few days of not being in the right state, Teacher Xiaobai gradually recovered. Brother hey. Zhua Kitten took her little notebook and ran to the window to show Jing Tan the good results he had obtained in the past few days. Her eyes were bright as she looked at Jing Tan for praise. Teacher Xiaobai walked into the classroom with a box of props. After the free activities were over, she would teach the children a children's song later. Her gaze swept around and then stopped at the window at the back of the classroom. As for the black cat, she had seen it a few times. Zhua Kitten called it Brother Black. It was older than some of the children here. Moreover, this black cat would not hurt the children. Some of the children also followed Zhua Kitten and called it Brother Black. Some of the teachers at Tsinghua University were more familiar with this cat. After understanding it, she was relieved and allowed the cat to come over and observe. The sunlight slanted in and the wall by the window was sprinkled with gold. She watched as the black cat raised its paw and gently patted Zhua Kitten's head. Then she looked at Zhua Kitten's bright smile. She also smiled. As she was smiling, she noticed that the black cat squatting on the windowsill was looking in her direction. The expression in the cat's eyes made her heart tremble. She could not help but stop fiddling with the props in her hands. She felt that the expression in the cat's eyes was very special. When she was about to take a closer look, the black cat had already moved its gaze away. It raised its paw and bumped palms with Zhua Kitten. Then it jumped off the windowsill and left. It nimbly flipped over the wall outside and disappeared from sight. Jing Tan prepared to go to the lakeside villa to see Hu Zi. The little guy had grown a lot stronger recently. It was full of energy and ran around everywhere. Feng Baijin's sports shoes, which cost more than 1,000 yuan, had been bitten by it. Just as he walked to the school hospital, it started to rain. Jing Tan had no choice but to turn back and find a place to hide from the rain. Unexpectedly, just as he found a place to hide from the rain, the weather cleared up again. Was the weather King teasing him? Jing Tan squatted under a bicycle parking shed and cursed the weather in his heart. He looked around and saw that a cement pillar next to him was covered with all kinds of small advertisements. There were all kinds of ancestral secret recipes for difficult and complicated diseases, all kinds of fake certificates and professional phone scavengers. They were mainly targeted at people who accidentally dropped their phones when they went to the bathroom to play with their phones. Among these common advertisements, Zheng Tan saw a newly posted message about a dog that was clearly printed in color. The dog that was missing was a short corgi leg. It was half a year old and wore a blue collar. It was lost last night. The words on the poster showed that the owner was very anxious. He also promised that the person who provided the clue would be rewarded, and the person who helped find the dog would be greatly rewarded. The phone number below was also written in bold letters. Zheng Tan looked at it and memorized the phone number. He thought that if he saw it he would help out. The phone number was easy to remember. Zheng Tan looked at it twice and memorized it once. Looking at the sky, the sun was just right. It did not look like it had rained just now. However, Zheng Tan was not in the mood to go to the villa now. He turned around and climbed over a wall near a side door to enter Tsinghua University. From there to the eastern courtyard, if he walked in a straight line, he would have to pass by the old tile-roofed house. When Zheng Tan arrived at the old tile-roofed house, there were a few cats on the roof. However, they did not lie on the roof to bask in the sun. Instead, they gathered together and looked down. The tile-roofed house was a little shabby. It only had 2 floors, and when it was first built, each floor was a little lower than the current one, so it didn't look too tall. There was a hole in the roof, and the cats were surrounding the hole to look into the house. Zheng Tan listened and heard some movement from the bedroom. Out of curiosity, he also jumped onto the roof and squeezed in. He pushed away the 2 cats in front of him and looked down. Although there was a hole in the roof, other places were quite solid. There was no need to worry about it collapsing. Looking through the hole, there was a low table on the second floor. On the low table there was a large plastic bowl and a plate. The plate was filled with water and the plastic bowl was filled with pet food. Zheng Tan had heard that some association at Tsinghua University had organized a charity event. There were people feeding cats here. It was probably this house. The plastic bowl should be filled with cat food. It smelled like it. That was all. There was no need for the cats to gather here, right? He moved his ears. There was movement downstairs and it was climbing up the stairs. Soon, Zheng Tan saw the cause of the movement. A cat and a dog. These 2 were probably playing happily, running up and down the stairs. They were not tired at all. As soon as the 2 appeared, the cats around the hole stretched their necks and squeezed to look inside. 2 of them wanted to go down and play, but they did not have the guts. The others seemed like they were just there to watch. They did not move. These cats were not necessarily stray cats. They were not crowded here because they were hungry, but more because they were curious. As for the stupid dog inside, Zheng Tan had just seen the sign on the cement pole. Was this stupid dog playing with the cats here? Everyone said that corgis were smart. There were corgis in the Western District compound, and they were not as stupid as this one. It seemed that the average IQ of the corgis was slightly higher. This corgi was probably dragging them down. It was probably tired from running around. The corgi jumped onto the low table with its short legs, drank the water in the plate and ate a few pieces of cat food. Then it opened its mouth and lay there panting. It did not think about how worried its owner was after it disappeared. It was not worried at all. According to the sign on the sign, it was lost yesterday. Today it did not feel any sense of crisis at all. As for why it was locked here, it was not known whether it was deliberately done by someone or if no one noticed it when it came in. It put down the cat food and locked the door. In short, this guy was definitely stupid. People said that dogs did not mind if their owners were poor, and most of the time, people did not mind if their dogs were stupid. Some dogs were so stupid that their owners treated them like treasure. After Zheng Tan left the old tile-roofed house, he ran to use his phone to send a text message to the owner of the corgi, briefly explaining what had happened. The other party immediately called, but Zheng Tan refused to answer. He then said that it was not convenient for him to answer. The other party replied with a few words and went to find the dog. An hour later, Zheng Tan was playing a game to earn points when he suddenly received a text message. Found it? Bro, thank you so much. When are you free? Let's go out for a meal and I'll thank you properly. Zheng Tan could not really go out for a meal. Seeing that it was getting late, he hurriedly replied, "There's no need for a meal. If you really want to thank me, just help me top up my phone bill." After sending the text message, Zheng Tan turned off his phone and did not care about it anymore. The next day, when Zheng Tan came over and turned on his phone, he received a few text messages. The first one was a text message informing him of the payment. Zheng Tan looked closer. 11 and 30 s. It was indeed 1,000 yuan. Damn. It really topped up. Relatively speaking, this was indeed a large sum of money. Zheng Tan did not expect that he would receive 1,000 yuan as a phone bill just by chance and sending a text message. With this 1,000 yuan and the phone bill that teacher Little White had given him, Zheng Tan did not have to worry about owing money for a long time. Chapter 268. Since he didn't have to pay his own bills, he didn't have to worry about the downtime. He didn't have to expose himself, and he didn't have to be afraid of being investigated. He could even have fun. No wonder there were so many private detectives nowadays. The market demand was high and it was easy to make money. Catching mistresses and finding evidence seemed to be a lucrative business. However, Zheng Tan didn't plan to do those things. He helped teacher Xiaobai because she was nice to Zhua Kitten. At the same time, Zheng Tan also wanted to teach Zhang Dong a lesson. After this incident, Zheng Tan had no interest in helping anyone else. After solving the annoying problem of topping up the phone bill, Zheng Tan was in a good mood. Even his paws were faster when he played mobile games. He didn't make as many mistakes as before and he got a high score in one go. Although he didn't have to pay his own phone bill, Zheng Tan was still very active in earning cash. Every time he was brought by Xiaoguo to shoot promotional videos and advertisements, Zheng Tan didn't hesitate to get overtime pay from Xiaoguo. In the past he was annoyed that the cats in the pet shop always made mistakes. Now he couldn't wait for the cats to not cooperate so that he could earn more cash. Zheng Tan didn't plan to pay his phone bill for the time being. He planned to save the cash for emergency use. Sometimes, even if he had a large amount of savings in his card, it would be a waste if he didn't have cash on hand. Today, because it was the weekend, the two children were at home. Jiao Ma was dragged out shopping by a few colleagues and Jiao Pa was not there. After being promoted to a professor, Father Jiao had applied for a good project. Now he had a few projects on hand and was very busy. Now, a few fourth-year students as well as a few third-year and second-year students had joined him. Some of them wanted to familiarize themselves with the laboratory. After all, there was still a big gap between undergraduate students and graduate students. Their independent exposure to experiments was also limited. If they wanted to develop in this direction, they had to prepare in advance. Some of them were interested in Professor Jiao's current reputation and the projects on hand. After all, if they followed a teacher who had projects and topics and could produce results, not only would they be able to get a salary, but it would also be of great help to them in the future. It would be best if they could write an SCI thesis before they graduated from their undergraduate degree. Not only would they be able to compete for scholarships, but it would also be of great help to them in the future. It would be best if they could write an SCI thesis before they graduated from their undergraduate degree. Jiao Pa's reputation in the institute had indeed increased a lot, especially when there were people supporting him from the top. It couldn't be helped. Those big shots had taken Jiao Pa's red nest rat, and it would be unreasonable if they didn't help him. When Zheng Tan went to the Institute of Biological Sciences, he heard a few students talking about the situation of the teachers in the institute. Once, Zheng Tan even heard them talking about who among the current generation of Green Pepper, young teacher, was most likely to take over the position of Dean Xie. Among them, Jiao Pa's voice was the loudest. Jiao Pa's reputation had increased, and his family's status had also increased a lot. Zheng Tan knew about little Pomelo's side better. Now, some of the teachers in the affiliated primary schools were much nicer to little Pomelo. In the past, they didn't say anything to her. At this moment, there were no adults in the house, and Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo weren't 7 or 8 years old, so they had to look after them. Little Pomelo finished her homework and watched TV in the living room, while Jiao Yuan was doing test papers in his room. Junior high school students had more learning tasks. Although the children of the teachers in high school seemed to be very well off, they were also under a lot of pressure. If they didn't do well, they would directly embarrass their parents. Even if Jiao Pa Jiao Ma didn't say anything, Jiao Yuan didn't want to hear people say things like, "Isn't your father a professor at Tsinghua University? How can you do so poorly?" Even if children of officials or rich families had bad grades, it was okay. Other students would express understanding, but if the children of the teachers in high school didn't do well, they would be choked to death. Zheng Tan opened the drawer of the cat tree and looked through the business cards. These business cards all had mobile phone numbers on them. The only exception was the one with the number 68. There was no mobile phone number on it, only an email address. Zheng Tan originally wanted to ask this experienced guy for some experience, but he didn't expect that this guy didn't even leave his phone number. Forget it, I'll think about it later. As Zheng Tan was looking at the business cards, the phone at home rang. Little Pomelo ran to pick it up and quickly ran out and knocked on Jiao Yuan's door. "Brother, it's Xiong who's looking for you. If he's looking for someone to play basketball, tell him that I'm not free. Damn it, next week is the stage test." I'm waiting to get into the top 3 and slap those people's faces. Jiao Yuan shouted from inside. Little Pomelo passed Jiao Yuan's words to Xiong Xiong, and soon ran back to Jiao Yuan's door and said, Xiong Xiong said it's not about playing basketball. He said it's about buying gifts. Jiao Yuan screamed from inside, damn it, I forgot. Jiao Yuan quickly opened the door and ran to answer the phone in his slippers. Seeing little Pomelo and Jing Tan at the door, Jiao Yuan, who was about to answer the phone, immediately ran back and closed the door of the master bedroom. Jing Tan and little Pomelo looked at each other. What other secrets does this kid have? After closing the door, little Pomelo could not hear the conversation inside, but Jing Tan heard it clearly. It seemed that a girl in Jiao Yuan's class invited them to her birthday party tomorrow. Jiao Yuan forgot to buy a gift after doing the test paper, and now Xiong Xiong asked him to go out and look at the gift. Hearing Jiao Yuan's tone, that girl should be quite pretty. She might even be the prettiest girl in the class. Fiske, what's there to be embarrassed about chasing a girl? He even closed the door to talk about something. But then again, it seemed that parents nowadays did not allow puppy love. Jing Tan did not have such concerns and restrictions when he was young. 5 minutes later, Jiao Yuan came out. He asked little Pomelo shyly, Pomelo, do you have any money on hand? I'll borrow it for an emergency. I'll return it to you in 2 days. Little Pomelo did not say anything. She ran over and rummaged through her wallet. She found 20 yuan. She did not have much money on hand. Although her irresponsible mother would transfer a sum of money to her card every year, she never looked at it. Usually she would save up the pocket money that Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa gave her. When she reached a certain amount, she would transfer it to Jiao Pa. She also bought books and other necessities. A few days ago, the school organized a donation for a primary school in the mountains. She donated 50 yuan. For primary school students, this kind of charity donation was usually 5 to 10 yuan. More than 10 yuan was considered a large donation. Jiao family heard about this from others. Little Pomelo did not mention it at home. The money she donated was her own pocket money. She decided how to spend it. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma did not interfere. However, because of the donation, little Pomelo did not have much pocket money on hand. She counted and found that she had less than 20 yuan. Looking at the expression on Jiao Yuan's face, she knew that she did not have enough money. 2 days ago, he bought a new basketball and sportswear, which basically used up all his pocket money. He and little Pomelo's bank cards were all with Jiao Pa. Of course, Jiao Yuan knew his father well. If he called to ask for the cards, he would definitely be exposed. He did not want his father to know about this. There are still coins in the piggy bank. Little Pomelo said as she picked up the black cat piggy bank. There were 15 cents in it. Altogether, there should be about 10 yuan. However, when little Pomelo was about to pick up the piggy bank, a cat paw pressed down on her hand, stopping her from opening the piggy bank. Then, under the puzzled gaze of the two kids, Zheng Tan ran to the cat tree, opened an unlocked drawer, took out 50 yuan and handed it to Jiao Yuan. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Jiao Yuan's mouth was wide open. He took the 50 yuan and checked its authenticity. Then, with a look of disbelief, he asked, "Where did you get this?" Just as Jiao Yuan finished speaking, Zheng Tan took out another 50 yuan and handed it to him. After checking the authenticity of the note, Jiao Yuan looked curiously at Zheng Tan's small drawer. He found a bunch of notes in it, ranging from 10 to 100 yuan. "Pomelo, our black charcoal is actually a little rich cat, right? But where did black charcoal get so much money?" Little Pomelo suddenly remembered that she had heard Jiao Pa mention it before. "I think it's black charcoal's overtime pay for shooting commercials." When Zheng Tan came back from overtime, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo weren't there, so they didn't see Zheng Tan hide the money with their own eyes. Little Pomelo had only overheard a few sentences from Jiao Pa and Xiao Guo when they were chatting. She didn't expect that there really was so much money. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan also didn't expect that Zheng Tan had so much more money on his card. Jiao Yuan sighed, then put one of the 50 yuan notes back into the drawer for Zheng Tan, leaving only the other 50 yuan in his hand. He even helped Zheng Tan close the drawer. 50 yuan is enough. Black charcoal, save it for when you get married." Zheng Tan didn't know what to say. Jiao Yuan was still worried, so he asked little Pomelo to keep an eye on the cat tree. Little Pomelo nodded cautiously. Zheng Tan didn't know what to say again. Zheng Tan saved money for emergencies, so he wasn't stingy when he gave money to his family. He also planned to give red packets to his family members on their birthdays or during the new year. Oh, and Zhua Kitten, he also planned to give one to her. In Zheng Tan's heart, he had always regarded himself as an elder, not a peer of Jiao Yuan. At this time he chose to forget that the Zheng Tan, in this world was actually about the same age as Jiao Yuan. Jiao Yuan went out with Xiong Xiong and didn't come back for dinner. Yulisha and Xia Xian from the western courtyard came to talk to little Pomelo about next week's blackboard bulletin. Zheng Tan had nothing to do after dinner, so he went out for a walk. There were many side roads on the old street, and one of them led to a place where it was very lively at night. Zheng Tan came here tonight to see if he could see Peanut Candy fighting a Pekingese dog. Peanut Candy had recently been eyeing a Pekingese dog with mixed fur, and every time he went there he would fight. After walking through a long alley, it was immediately lively. There were food stalls everywhere. Every evening this place would be quite lively. It was filled with the smell of daily necessities. Most of the people who were active here were people with low social status. After all, those social elites rarely gathered in places like food stalls. They felt that it was degrading. After entering, their expensive suits would inevitably be stained with the smell of cheap beer and cooking oil mixed with cooking oil. The people who came here also didn't maintain an arrogant and reserved demeanor. 2 big plates of barbecue skewers bought by the roadside, a table full of favorite dishes, a few bottles of beer, chatting and laughing and showing their true temperament. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in the smell of food at all. What he was worried about was that when he was avoiding a drunkard, he stepped on a piece of bubble gum. What was worse was that the bubble gum was very sticky. He couldn't shake it off and he couldn't rub it off. What kind of brand was this? It was so King disgusting. From today onwards, bubble gum would be listed as one of Zheng Tan's most hated things, and he would stay away from it. While Zheng Tan was struggling with the bubble gum in his forearm, 2 people at a table not far away were looking at him. Chapter 269. Near the edge, Zheng Tan was rubbing the lump of bubble gum on his palm on the ground. From time to time people would pass by. When they saw Zheng Tan, they would quickly avoid him and say a few words of disgust. They were afraid of encountering a crazy or cramping cat. Zheng Tan was already angry because he stepped on the bubble gum. When he heard these people say crazy cat and sick, he was so angry that he wanted to give them a flying kick or 2. However, he couldn't get rid of the lump on his palm. It was not clean and there was a lot of dust and gravel on the ground. It was even more disgusting than when he first stepped on it. Just as Zheng Tan was about to go back and ask Jiao Ma to help him clean up, he noticed that someone was walking towards him. He looked up and saw a young man in his late 20s. Zheng Tan didn't feel any malice from him. His palm was still rubbing on the flower bed next to him, but his eyes were fixed on the person in front of him. Even if he didn't have any malice, he still had to be on guard. Is there something on his paw? The man said to himself. He then walked back to the table and pulled some cheap paper towels from the table. Zheng Tan realized that this person probably wanted to help. He looked quite righteous, so he decisively raised his hand and pointed his palm with the bubble gum at the man. Huh. The man obviously didn't expect the cat in front of him to be so cooperative. He was still thinking about how to turn the cat's paw over without being bitten. He had encountered a similar situation before. Last month, an auntie's cat in the neighborhood had a fish bone in its mouth. She asked him to help and after a long time the bone was removed. Both of his arms were scratched and bloody, and it hadn't completely faded yet. However, at this moment, it seemed that he was overthinking. Not every cat was so uncooperative. This cat was indeed a little special. Zheng Tan watched the man wrap the bubble gum with a piece of paper that was already covered with dust and gravel. He then pulled it off from his paw little by little and changed to a new piece of paper to wipe it a few times. Done. The man threw the bubble gum wrapping paper into a nearby trash can. Then he reached out to touch Zheng Tan's head, but Zheng Tan avoided him. Zheng Tan bent the cat's palm to take a look. He moved his palm, rolled it up, opened it up, rolled it up again and opened it up again. That lump of bubble gum was too sticky. Even after wiping off most of it with a tissue, some of it still stuck to the fur between his palms. However, it was much better than the uncomfortable feeling from before. Stepping on the ground, Zheng Tan tried to walk a few steps. Not bad. Although it was still a little awkward, it was still acceptable. When he got back, he would ask Jiao Ma to think of a way to deal with it. He just needed to take a shower. Without that big lump sticking to him, Zheng Tan felt that it was much easier to walk. The helper walked back to the table by the roadside and sat down. He continued to chat with the older man at the table. Meddling in other people's business again? The older one disagreed. I'm just helping out. There are so many people passing by, but it's not convenient. You're the only one who's convenient? Cats are the most heartless. Even those animals that are described on TV and newspapers as being grateful are only a minority. Most of them forget that you're good to them the next day. Those cats and dogs out there, don't be too nice to them. They might even bite you. The older man raised his hand and pointed in Jing Tan's direction. He said to the person across the table, even if you feed them well, they only treat you as a meal ticket. When you're in trouble, it's good enough that they don't give you trouble. What can they do to help you? Jing Tan was implicated. He was innocent. He looked at the person who was talking and heard the other person say, even if you kneel down and beg it, it won't come over. Hence, Jing Tan gave the other person face and walked over. The person who was talking caught a glimpse of Jing Tan's movement. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat. He maintained his previous posture and stared in Jing Tan's direction. Under their surprised gazes, Jing Tan walked over and jumped onto an empty plastic chair next to their table. He then looked at the older man. Go on, go on. The older man's face twitched. He took back his hand, picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, and drank half a bottle of beer. He then said to the person across from him, what have you been busy with recently? The young man didn't react in time to the sudden change of topic. He thought for a while and said, a lot of things have happened at Chuling Avenue recently. Chuling Avenue was the name of the commercial street after the old street. It wasn't far from the food stall. Oh, I heard about that. 2 days ago, a rich businessman from another city came here for an inspection. He lost his phone at Chuling Avenue. I heard that after reporting the case he even complained. The people in charge of this area have been criticized, right? The young man grunted. In recent months there have been more people reporting crimes there. The crime rate is high. The surveillance cameras installed in the shops there didn't work. It's obvious that he's a habitual offender and is familiar with the area. What he didn't say was that when they were criticized they were so miserable. It seemed like they didn't have to think about getting a bonus this year. They could only rely on their meager salary to continue living. Yeah, I heard that his phone is worth 28,000 yuan. You must know that the law and order there is poor. Buying such an expensive phone and showing it off on the streets, isn't that asking for theft? Saying that the law and order were poor in front of a police officer was a slap in the face. But because they understood each other, the young man didn't get angry. He only felt helpless because it was a fact that they couldn't catch the culprit. It was also a fact that the crime rate was high. How is it now? Is there any progress? The older man asked. The young man shook his head. We've investigated all the people with criminal records. Although there are a few cases that match, they shouldn't be the ones who stole the 28,000 yuan phone. There are still people hiding it. We just don't know. You investigated all the people over there? Isn't there a little Zhang or little Lu? What about your colleagues? The older man asked. He remembered that the people with criminal records over there didn't have simple backgrounds. If they were investigated carefully, those people would definitely complain. They investigated a few too. Did they leave all the easier ones to deal with and the harder ones to chew to you? Seeing that the other party didn't speak, the older man continued, it's quite difficult, right? Look, they didn't even come forward. Are you the only one who's righteous? Even if you don't say it, I know that those difficult ones will definitely complain about you again. When you were handling cases in the past, you did the difficult ones and others took the credit. You don't learn from your mistakes. Do you think this is a blockbuster film where you can show off your blood-stained glory to your heart's content? The young man lowered his head after being reprimanded, then smiled helplessly. It couldn't be helped. He had such a personality. Seeing the other party smile, the older man's anger rose again. He used his chopsticks to knock the young man's head. You smile when I say it. Are you trying to fool us again? Your mindset hasn't changed. Why haven't you learned your lesson after being scammed a few times? In this society, people who are kind are bullied. Little Luo, don't blame me for being long-winded. You're almost 30 years old. A few years will pass in the blink of an eye. You have no money, no status, no car, no house, and no woman. In the eyes of others, you're just a loser. Most importantly, you're stupid, stubborn, one-track mind. There's no room for appreciation. Jing Tan watched the two of them talk. One of them was spitting all over the table, while the other could only smile foolishly after being reprimanded. Although the topic was a little serious and heavy, why was the scene so amusing? After the older man finished reprimanding, he probably felt that his words were too harsh. He knew that once he drank, he would speak bluntly. He paused, picked up the bottle in front of him and said, "Come, let's drink." After the two of them drank the bottle, the older man sighed and said, "Why don't you go somewhere else? Although I'm not in this line of work now, I still have some connections. I'm not a big shot, but I can help a little. You should know that there's a big difference between a police station with money and a police station with no money." No, it should be the difference in reporting expenses. No need. Thank you, Brother Chin. I think that place is fine. The older man took a deep breath and was about to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He waved his hand and changed the topic. Around them were tables placed under the night sky. There were people talking loudly and chatting everywhere. No one paid attention to the two of them. Zheng Tan perked up his ears and listened to the people around him talking loudly, from international affairs to the increase in the price of eggs in the vegetable market. The grassroots had a wide range of concerns. In many people's eyes, it was like the heart of the earth and the sea. The life of eating gutter oil was the heart of the Zongnanhai. To put it in a good way, it could be said that everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the world. When Celestine and the others got together, they also laughed and talked about this topic. What Celestine and the others meant was that the grassroots, which many people thought was meaningless, were better than some high-end elites who were increasingly indifferent to other things except for their own interests. Zheng Tan also drank some beer. The older man poured it for Zheng Tan with the extra disposable cups on the table. They drank directly from the bottle, so the cups were useless. The older man poured the beer for Zheng Tan because he drank too much and had nothing to do. He didn't expect that Zheng Tan would really drink. I think there's something wrong with this cat, the older man muttered. It's okay, Xiao Luo said. There were cats that drank alcohol, but they were very rare. Don't doubt me. Although I'm not in this line of work, my eyesight is still there. This cat. Hey, I said this meal is on me. Why are you so active? Do you have money or do I? The older man saw that Xiao Luo was going to pay, so he quickly stopped talking and took out his wallet to pay the bill. After dinner and drinking, the two were ready to leave. Right, give me your phone. I sent my phone to be repaired and all the saved numbers are gone, the older man said to Xiao Luo. I'll call you directly. Xiao Luo took out his phone. No, I didn't bring my phone. I left it at home to charge. I came out in a hurry, so I didn't bring it. Hey, I forgot to buy a spare battery today. It's inconvenient to have only one battery. Zheng Tan secretly nodded in agreement. One battery was indeed inconvenient. Fortunately, the current mobile phones were not like the big-screen mobile phones of the future, so the battery consumption was not so high. If it was a smartphone of the future, it would need to be charged every day if it was used frequently, which would annoy Zheng Tan to death. Now he chose to charge it secretly when there was no one at home. He didn't know when it would be exposed. Last time I bought a cheap one and it didn't take long for the battery to swell. I was scolded by your sister-in-law for a long time. This time I'll buy a better one. Keep your eyes open and don't be fooled by others. Tsk, now everything is fake and everything is fake. People, when they come out to live in society, if they don't keep their eyes open and think fast, they will be cheated. Xiao Luo reported his phone number several times. The older man drank too much and couldn't remember it. He didn't have anything to write, so he asked the shop owner for a piece of paper to write it down. Zheng Tan remembered Xiao Luo's phone number. When he heard them talking about the phone theft on Chunning Avenue, Zheng Tan thought of a person. Chapter 270. He did not see Peanut Candy flirting with the little Pekingese, but he knew about it. After Zheng Tan returned to Tsinghua University, he did not go straight to the East District compound. Instead, he went to the small forest at the edge of the campus and sent a message to Luo. He told him about Zhang Dong stealing his phone and listed a few examples that he had seen with his own eyes. He even mentioned Zhang Dong's company. After sending the message and turning off his phone, Zheng Tan went home in a good mood and let the Jiaoma wash his paws. He had done what he needed to do. As for how things would develop from here on out, it was up to Luo. Although he looked like an idiot, being able to work in this line of work proved that there was no problem with his IQ. After Luo returned home, even though he was mentally exhausted, he could not fall asleep. The human body was the most sensitive at night. The night was too quiet and one would think too much. Especially after drinking and listening to a senior's lecture at night, it was hard not to think too much. He knew where his shortcomings were. He was not muddle-headed, but he did not know how to reject people most of the time. Just as Luo was wondering if he was really a failure as a person, his phone rang. It was a text message. He could not think of anyone who would send a text message at this time. If there was an urgent matter in the institute, they would call directly. As for the text message, it was probably from the telecommunications company. However, when Luo picked up his phone and saw the 4SIXS displayed on the screen, he was puzzled. It was not from the telecommunications company? Did he send the wrong message? Or was it a fraudulent message? When he opened it, Luo's gloominess was swept away. He immediately sat up and read the content of the message seriously. There was too much information in it. Moreover, it did not look like it was made up. An anonymous report? How did this informant know his phone number? Could it be that he heard it from someone in the neighborhood? Usually, Luo was often called by the aunties in the neighborhood to help. Everyone knew Luo's occupation. He was honest and did not ask for anything in return. To put it bluntly, he was too stupid and honest. Therefore, if there was anything they needed, they would look for him directly. It was more effective than calling 110. Even if they needed to block a toilet or stuff a cat's teeth, they would call him directly. Therefore, the aunties in the neighborhood Luo lived in usually bought groceries, cooked, played mahjong and talked about Luo. Those aunties did not need to flip the number. They could even close their eyes and recite his phone number backwards. That was why Luo thought that the other party might have heard about it from someone in the neighborhood. No matter what, this was a meaningful clue in the past few days. He took out his notebook and wrote down some clues and his own opinions so that he wouldn't forget. He was going to pay attention to Zhang Dong the next day. Luo called the anonymous informant to find out more about the situation, but the other party's phone was turned off. After thinking about it, he typed a thank you message. Even if Zheng Tan despised Zhang Dong's character, he had to admit that Zhang Dong knew how to hide his true nature. When he interacted with others, he was very careful to cover up his shameful side. Otherwise, Teacher Little Bai would not have been unable to discover his true nature. However, if they were to spy on him purposefully, it would be relatively easy to discover this person's abnormality. Zhang Dong had a house in the old neighborhood. Now that he had moved, he rented out his house in the old neighborhood and rented out his house in the elevator house neighborhood. He still had some savings on hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford to rent a house in the high-end elevator house neighborhood. Generally, low-level employees would rent cheap houses. Private houses that cost 100 yuan a month, basement, or the old neighborhood were all good choices for them. Now that Teacher Little Bai had broken up with him and humiliated him in public, Zhang Dong was in a bad mood for a period of time. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would find a way to vent. Therefore, he did a lot of things. Seeing others anxious about losing things, Zhang Dong felt a lot better. The reason why Zhang Dong liked to steal was not because he was living in poverty, but because it was a habit and a psychological pleasure. Perhaps at first he did it because he was short of money, but later on, even if he found a stable job and had a stable income to maintain his life, he would still go out for a stroll every time he was in a bad mood to adjust his mood and pick up some things to improve his life. Just as he was about to balance his mood and start a new life, he was caught red-handed. Other than his stealing skills, Zhang Dong's other skills were not very good, such as anti-stalking. For example, when Zheng Tan went into his house to make trouble, this guy couldn't figure out anything. He didn't notice that little Luo was watching him, so he could only be caught. If it were Mao and the others, they could get rid of the stalker in the blink of an eye. After Zhang Dong was caught, little Luo and the others also took out some things that were not so good for Zhang Dong. This time Zhang Dong was really defeated. However, Zhang Dong didn't understand why the police would target him. There were only a few people who knew that he had committed a crime, and those people didn't have to betray him. That would be disadvantageous to them. Even if others knew about Zhang Dong's things, they only knew a nickname. They hadn't seen Zhang Dong with their own eyes, so they wouldn't be able to contact him. After being interrogated skillfully, Zhang Dong finally confessed that he had stolen the 28,000 yuan mobile phone. Little Luo and the others found the mobile phone according to Zhang Dong's words and returned it to the foreign businessman. The foreign businessman was very grateful to little Luo. The mobile phone was bought by his daughter. He liked to show off his daughter's filial piety in front of others, not how expensive or high-end the mobile phone was. Later, the rich businessman mentioned little Luo's name several times when he was talking to a few small leaders. Therefore, when some gossip came from the branch, many people in the station guessed that little Luo's luck was going to change. At least the reward would not be small. On the other side, Zhang Dong, who admitted his defeat, asked to die knowing. After Zhang Dong was arrested, little Luo was also in charge of the interrogation. He was the biggest contributor to this incident, and only he knew the reason why Zhang Dong was defeated. However, in the face of Zhang Dong's request, little Luo did not agree. Many people had asked him before, but comrade little Luo was very tight-lipped. He did not reveal any information about the person who provided the clue. Although he only knew a phone number, he did not say anything. He was not a very flexible person, but he also knew that in some situations, the person who provided the clue also had to bear the risk. Otherwise, it would be easy to be retaliated against, so he chose to keep his mouth shut. The leaders and colleagues had also asked, but they knew little Luo's character. If he did not want to say anything, no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to pry it open. Therefore no one asked after that. After Zhang Dong's request was rejected, before he was taken away, he gave a phone number in front of little Luo and the other police officers. "It's the person with the number 46, right?" Zhang Dong looked at little Luo and the others. Only he can trap me. Hey, that person's stealing skills are much better than mine. Zhang Dong also had an idea in his heart. Even if the Chuning Avenue incident had nothing to do with the person who used the number, he still wanted to drag the other party into it. That number was a thorn in his heart. Zhang Dong was good at reading people's expressions. Just now, when he said that phone number, the expression on little Luo's face made Zhang Dong feel a chill down his spine. Little Luo's facial expression told Zhang Dong that it was indeed the work of those 4-6 that he fell into. At this moment, Zhang Dong's mood was more of fear than hatred. This feeling was as if he was standing in a pitch-black darkness, and there was a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness. This pair of eyes had been staring at him, waiting to give him a very damaging blow at any time. He had no way of knowing who the owner of the pair of eyes was, nor did he know where the other party was. Up until now, he had fallen into the hands of that mysterious person twice or perhaps 3 times. He might have been involved in Little White's matter. Who was it? Zhang Dong believed the anonymous report. Little Luo did not know that person, so Zhang Dong also believed it. It was precisely because of this that he felt even more afraid. Even if the police suspected that the person was involved in some of the cases on Chuning Avenue, he felt that the other party must be a very mysterious and powerful person. It would not be easy to catch him, and perhaps no one would ever be able to catch him. In the end, Zhang Dong still did not know who was behind this. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that this was the result of offending a cat. Since Zhang Dong said it in front of several police officers, it was impossible for little Luo to continue investigating even if he did not want to. The others also wanted to make a contribution, so they wanted to find out who the user of the 4-6 number that Zhang Dong mentioned was. However, after a rough check, they found that the number did not match. Just as Zhang Dong said, it was a card that he had bought from someone, so there would be no real information of the person who used it. Checking the spending records and top-up information? It was useless. After the phone was stolen from Zhang Dong, it had been topped up 3 times. The first time was the top-up card, and the other 2 times were from someone else. The 2 people who did the top-up did not know who was behind this number. Location phone? In the station, the few of them did not have the authority to do so. Of course they could check it, but it was a little troublesome. There were some things in the procedures, and it was not easy to bypass them. They had to go through the relevant approval procedures. However, the current user of that number had not reached that level. They were still afraid that the other party would turn around and sue them. Recently, everyone was afraid of the complaints. Under the situation where they were not sure if they would be able to get credit, they did not want to get into trouble again. The gains would not make up for the losses. As for some companies that could provide location services, if they wanted to check a person's location, they had to get the person's permission first. The person who used the number was not a fool. It would be strange if he agreed. Zheng Tan should be glad that at this time mobile phones were not so smart and some location services were not so simple. Otherwise he would have more trouble. As for the 2 phones that Zhang Dong said were stolen not long ago, a few junior police officers had also checked. The pink phone had been returned to its owner. As for the other phone, there was no report from the owner and they could not find it now. Since it was difficult to check in all aspects, and that number did not seem like someone who did something bad, and after Zhang Dong was arrested, Chuning Avenue was much more peaceful. It was not known if it was because the culprit was arrested, or if the criminals there were more vigilant recently, but in short, Xiao Luo and the rest did not receive any reports or complaints from the public. This case was considered to be over. When they were free, a few colleagues in the station called Xiao Luo to chat. Do you think the person behind this number wants to be a city thief? Something like returning a thief's belongings to their rightful owners, someone said. Do you think this is the new era's Chu Liuxiang plus a domestic version of Spider-Man? Climbing walls to become a city thief. Someone sneered. Stop investigating. The higher-ups did not say anything. What are we doing? Do you think we are the key case investigation unit? Xiao Luo sat at the side and did not say anything. He was wondering why the person who reported it did not turn it on. Was he planning to give up on the card? Chapter 271. After Zheng Tan sent the text to Luo, he didn't pay much attention to the progress of the case. He didn't even read the newspapers for the past few days. This was because one day when he went to Jiao Yuan's room to read a hot magazine, he found a bag of something. Zheng Tan had a deep impression of the XX brand milk tea, printed on the small bag. He had seen it when he followed Air Mao to look for Senior Walnut. He had thought it was a counterfeit product, but it turned out to be a dangerous product. It had been more than half a year since the drug-related cleanup incident. Shouldn't this kind of product have been destroyed long ago? It was no joke that this kind of product was leaked out. It was estimated that a lot of people would be harmed. Jiao Yuan was only in his 3rd year of middle school in September, right? Wasn't he usually very obedient? How did he come into contact with this kind of stuff? Zheng Tan did come into contact with this kind of stuff when he was in middle school, but he didn't dare to come into contact with it. Now that this kind of thing had happened to Jiao Yuan, Zheng Tan's feelings were quite complicated. Of course, Zheng Tan wasn't sure if this bag of milk tea powder actually contained that kind of stuff. After all, in the batch that he saw, only a small number of bags contained goods. Or maybe Jiao Yuan didn't know that there was something else inside? Therefore, after he found this bag of suspected dangerous products, Zheng Tan didn't have the mood to play with his phone anymore. He waited at home thinking about what to do next. In the afternoon when Jiao Yuan came back, Zheng Tan stayed in Jiao Yuan's room and stared at him. Jiao Yuan was confused. Usually after dinner, Zheng Tan would go to little Pomelo's room or run out to play. He rarely stared at Jiao Yuan doing his homework. "Black charcoal, what are you doing?" Jiao Yuan poked Zheng Tan with his pen. Zheng Tan raised his hand and pushed it away. He wasn't in the mood to play with this kid. "Why do I feel that you are very serious today? Are you bored? I'll give you something to play with." Jiao Yuan opened the drawer and was about to look for a tennis ball that hadn't been used in a long time. Unexpectedly, a cat paw reached over and lifted the bag of milk tea powder on the side. "Hey Black Charcoal, what are you doing?" Jiao Yuan was about to pick up the milk tea powder on the ground. "What are you doing?" "I'll help you, you little bastard." Before Jiao Yuan's hand touched the bag of milk tea powder, Zheng Tan lifted it again. His target was the trash bin next to the desk. Jiao Yuan frowned at Zheng Tan's actions and asked, "Black Charcoal, is there a problem with the milk tea powder?" "That's true. It's been so long since the birth date. Drinking it will probably cause diarrhea." "If it was just a simple case of diarrhea, I wouldn't be so agitated." Zheng Tan lifted the bag of milk tea powder into the trash bin and covered the mouth of the trash bin with a plastic bag. Jiao Yuan stared at Zheng Tan for a few seconds, then got up and went to his parents' master bedroom to make a call. He closed the door before making the call. Father Jiao wasn't at home and was busy in the courtyard. Mother Jiao was watching TV on the sofa. When she saw Jiao Yuan's actions, she clicked her tongue. Why would he close the door when he was making a call? The childishness of adolescence was indeed awkward. Jiao Ma didn't think much of it and continued watching TV. Zheng Tan stayed in front of the master bedroom door and listened. He heard Jiao Yuan say to the person on the other end of the phone, "My cat must have smelled something. Don't drink it." I continued to call the others. At that time, the students from the other classes only gave 5 of us, right? They said it was expensive and good stuff. When they gave it to us, they were reluctant to part with it. I think the exemption sign on the bag must be fake. Hearing Jiao Yuan's words, Zheng Tan was relieved. It was good that Jiao Yuan knew there was something wrong with the bag. It didn't matter if there were any prohibited items in the bag. It was always good to avoid any precautions. Knowing that these things were given to Jiao Yuan and the others by someone else, and that these kids had no idea that there might be goods inside, Zheng Tan was furious. Who the F***ck is so annoying? How dare they harm my kids? The students from the other classes? They should be Jiao Yuan's 3rd-year junior high school students. After the call, Jiao Yuan went back to his room. He didn't rush to do his homework. He closed the door and talked to Zheng Tan. After all, he couldn't tell the others at home. Now his friends were all at home and Zheng Tan was the only one listening to them. He didn't have to worry about being told. "Charcoal, tell me, do you think those fellows are up to no good?" After listening to Jiao Yuan's words, Zheng Tan knew that the bag was given to them by the 3rd-year students from the other classes at Jiao Yuan's classmates' birthday party. Originally, they only wanted to give 2 bags, but Xiong thought they were stingy, so they reluctantly gave them 1 bag each. It wasn't that Xiong thought they were stingy, but he didn't like them. Among the students from the other classes who went to the party, one of them made Jiao Yuan's class hate him. That person had a good relationship with the prettiest girl in their class, and they often switched shifts. When he went to the party, he stood next to the prettiest girl in their class. At that time, Jiao Yuan felt that the pH value of the boys in his class was plummeting. That was why Xiong always targeted those people. It had been almost 2 days since they received the milk tea powder. Fu Lei didn't want to drink it because he had fought with those people before. Xiong almost drank it, but he was stopped by his mother. His mother felt that the milk tea was of poor quality, and the powder was clumped. She was afraid that drinking it would harm the body, so she threw it away. As for Jiao Yuan and Lan Tianzhu, they didn't want to drink from strangers, especially from people they didn't like. The most special one among them was Suan. He didn't want to drink it, but he wanted to use it for an experiment. However, he didn't have time. After receiving a call from Jiao Yuan, Suan squeezed out some time to do a quality test. The next day, after Jiao Yuan went home for dinner, he told Jiao Ma that he wanted to play with Suan and the others. Jiao Ma didn't think much of it. The boys played basketball together all the time, so there was nothing to worry about. But when Zheng Tan saw Jiao Yuan put the milk tea powder that was supposed to be thrown away in the trash bin into his pocket, his nerves snapped, and he quickly followed Jiao Yuan out. Jiao Ma didn't say anything when she saw Zheng Tan go out. Anyway, the more he played off-road, the more he would go out for a walk after dinner. Jiao Yuan saw that Zheng Tan kept following Zheng Tan and didn't want to leave, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he took Zheng Tan to Suan's house. Jiao Yuan, Xiong, Suan, Lan Tianzhu, and Fu Lei always played together. Fu Lei didn't fight much after he started hanging out with Jiao Yuan and the others. His grades did improve a little. Although it wasn't enough to make him the best, it was always good to have some improvement. Fu Lei's father was so happy that he couldn't look at him. When Zheng Tan and Jiao Yuan arrived at Suan's house, Lan Tianzhu was already there. Fu Lei and Xiong arrived after a while. Suan's father was busy in the courtyard, and his mother went to the gymnasium to practice dancing. There were no adults at home. They were a little surprised to see Zheng Tan, but they didn't ask much. They had been with Zheng Tan for a long time, so some things weren't strange. "Did you bring everything?" Suan asked. They took out the milk tea powder in their hands and Suan marked them one by one. Then he took out a foam box from the windowsill. There were a few small bottles of reagents in it. "Suan, did you make these yourself?" Jiao Yuan asked. "No, my dad is very strict. The master students and doctoral students under him will make a detour when they see me. They are afraid that I will ask them for reagents. I had to ask Litmus for help to get these things." As Suan spoke, he put on his white coat, put on a pair of small gloves and put on a professional face mask. Zheng Tan's eyes twitched as he looked at him. He didn't look like a junior high school student at all. The fully armed, Suan opened his study room. Other people's study rooms were different from his. Although the study room wasn't big, there was a partition. There was a simple ventilation cabinet near the inside. Suan carried the box into the compartment and closed the transparent door. He asked the others to wait outside. Zheng Tan watched as Suan cut open the milk tea that Jiao Yuan and the others gave him. He took out a few small test tubes that were marked and poured some milk into each of them. Then he started a series of tests. "What's the one marked Ma 2? Xiong looked through the glass partition door and saw the words marked on the test tubes. He knew the words iodine and potassium iodide, sodium nitrite, etc., but he didn't understand the one marked Ma 2. "Ma Gai reagent upgraded version 2, Jiao Yuan said. He already knew the truth. "What did he say before?" Fu Lei asked curiously. Lan Tianzhu's face turned cold as she saw Fu Lei and Xiong were still confused. Lan Tianzhu explained briefly, "Amphetamine." Fu Lei and Xiong almost screamed when they heard the sensitive words. Especially Xiong. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of affecting Suan, he would have screamed. Although he couldn't scream, Xiong still took a deep breath and cursed, "Motherf asterisk cur. I will let him know what it means to be unforgettable." Lan Tianzhu looked at him and said, "Unforgettable is a bit of a compliment." Xiong. He thought for a while but still couldn't think of a better word. He said, "Just teach them a lesson. Teach them a good lesson." Fu Lei also clenched his fists. He was obviously very angry. "Lan Tianzhu and I went to his grandfather's garden last week to extract something. We will treat them well when the time comes," Jiao Yuan said. At this time, Suan also finished the test. "How is it?" They all looked at Suan. "It's the same as my bag." Suan pointed to the transparent test tubes in the ventilation cabinet. The liquid had changed from milky white to orange red. "It's most likely amphetamine. However, the reagents are limited, so the test results are not absolute. A small part of it may be ketamine. It's okay. As long as we know there's poison in it, it's fine." Xiong was already thinking about how to take revenge. Fu Lei gave Suan a thumbs up. He saw Suan's operation inside and felt that his movements were smoother than the chemistry teachers in school. Suan waved his hand modestly. "My cousin used to make ice with cold medicine." "That's awesome." Xiong and Fu Lei's mouths were wide open. "Yeah, then he was beaten up by his father and had to lie in bed for half a month." Suan pursed his lips. "That stuff is illegal. Lying in bed for half a month is better than squatting in a cell. Then how am I going to identify this kind of stuff when I see it in the future? I can't show it to you every time, right?" Xiong asked worriedly. Xiong Xiong was the most worrisome among them. His knowledge was limited and he was slightly careless. Haven't you heard of this saying? Suan said, Bingdu is methamphetamine. It's like rock sugar but it's not sweet. Fen looks like salt but it's like milk. My dad told me this when I was in junior high. Just remember it. However, it's not easy to identify things that are mixed with other things. Anyway, don't eat things given by strangers. Don't fall for it in the future. As for Jing Tan, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 272. Since they had confirmed that there was indeed something inside, the five of them started to think about what to do next. Jing Tan was sweating profusely as he listened to them talk about revenge methods. He felt that these kids who had grown up were much better than him when he was younger. Back then he had always thought that he was the devil's incarnate, but compared to these guys he was nothing. Should we tell Mom and Dad about this? Xiong Xiong asked uncertainly. Don't. Tell them that we can forget about going out to play in the future, Suan objected. Jiao Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. Why don't we call the police? Xiong Xiong asked. Do you still want to hide it from the police? Unless it's anonymous. If it's anonymous, why don't you go? I have a voice changer with me, Suan said. Jing Tan was speechless. A voice changer? What the hell were these guys doing? Then let's settle it in private. Xiong Xiong shook his head. Xiong Xiong was a little against calling the police. He had called the police too many times when he was younger, and he was traumatized from kneeling on a washboard. Usually, things like this were not a big deal to Xiong Xiong, so he would not call the police easily. What if they harm other people in the future? What about the people who provided them with the things? Jiao Yuan asked. The few of them fell silent. After a while, they sighed heavily. Let's teach them a lesson first. We can plan the rest. Lan Tianzhu scratched his head. After all, they were still kids. There were many things that were not easy to do and they could not do everything well. They did not plan to tell their parents, teachers, or the police. They even came up with a plan. Jing Tan did not know how to evaluate these kids anymore. However, when they were coming up with the plan for revenge, Jing Tan thought that it would be more convenient for him to call the police. Just like what Jiao Yuan said, he could not let those who spread this thing continue to harm other students. In fact, Jing Tan didn't care about other people, but this time it involved Jiao Yuan and the others, which made Jing Tan angry. Hey Suan, I still have a few cartons of milk. My dad bought them at a special price from the supermarket. Do you need me to bring them to you for a quality test? Fu Lei asked before leaving. Have you tried it? Suan asked. I've been drinking for half a month. Are you all right? Nothing happened at all. That's enough. There's no need to test it. Suan said, if you're worried you can bring a bottle over. Let's come up with an experiment plan first. We'll need to look at the culture of the bacteria. I can't get my hands on an incubator, so you can ask Jiao Yuan for help. You can also test the bacteria directly in the lab, not here. After all, this was a place where they lived. The incubator was only used for convenience and emergencies. It wasn't used often. If they could bring it to the lab, Suan wouldn't do it at home. This time they had no choice but to do it at home because they couldn't let others know. Yes, I can help with that. I've tested the bacteria in tap water and the cafeteria's soy milk several times. It's more familiar. Jiao Yuan nodded. However, his dad probably wouldn't say anything about it. After leaving Suan's house, Jing Tan didn't go back directly with Jiao Yuan. Instead, he ran to the grove at the edge of the campus and started texting. He hadn't touched his phone for a few days. When he opened his phone, he saw several messages and missed calls from Luo. After scrolling through them, Jing Tan was annoyed. Originally, he just wanted to set Zhang Dong up once. Whether or not Zhang Dong stole the 28,000 yuan phone, as long as he kept an eye on him, he would find something wrong. Then he would teach Zhang Dong a lesson. He didn't expect that Zhang Dong really did steal the phone. From Luo's messages, Jing Tan knew that Zhang Dong had dragged him into a quagmire. Fortunately, his situation was special and he had to be discreet. Otherwise he would really be in trouble. Jing Tan didn't want to answer Luo's questions. Thinking about the milk tea powder and Suan's test results, Jing Tan wrote a message. He briefly mentioned the milk tea powder and the cleanup operation before the new year. He also mentioned Suan's test results. He even wrote down the names of the junior high school students that Jiao Yuan had mentioned. He said that it would be faster to solve the case. If he didn't solve this case, Jing Tan wouldn't feel good. After writing the message, Jing Tan paused. Logically speaking, it would be best to inform senior brother Walnut directly. Furthermore, he was an acquaintance, and Jing Tan knew senior brother Walnut's character. He would definitely investigate to the end and clean up everything thoroughly. That way Jing Tan would feel more at ease. However, Zheng Tan could not recall senior brother Walnut's phone number. Walnut Sr. couldn't do it. Zheng Tan had a good impression of Luo, so he sent it to him. However, Luo was just a small patrol officer. He was far less capable than Walnut Sr., so he didn't know how this case would turn out. At worst, he could just send Walnut Sr.'s phone number again after he got it. Luo had just returned home and was about to take a shower when he was called by an auntie upstairs to help her move a set of furniture. It was on the 5th floor. After moving up and down, he was so tired that he was covered in sweat. As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, Luo heard the sound of a text message. Ever since the last time the number with 4SIXS had sent him a text message, Luo had changed his phone's text message tone. During non-working hours, the text message tone was set to a more audible, ding-ding sound. The number had been turned off for the past few days. Luo and his colleagues all thought that the person had probably changed their number and wouldn't continue using it. Even so, when he heard the text message, Luo immediately walked back to the bedroom and picked up his phone to take a look. The number displayed on the screen made Xiao Luo happy. However, after opening the message, Xiao Luo's face immediately turned serious. The matter mentioned in the message was much more serious than stealing a phone. With his previous experience, Xiao Luo's intuition told him that this matter was real. Luo had been in this line of work for many years. Of course, he could guess the severity of the situation. It was very difficult for a small patrol officer like him to deal with it. There was a saying, if you have the conditions, do it. If you don't, create the conditions and continue to do it. If he couldn't handle it himself, he could ask for help. Moreover, he knew a few people in the criminal investigation unit and had been in contact with them. For a period of time, in order to effectively prevent and crack down on all kinds of crimes and strengthen the basic infrastructure at the grassroots level, they had contacted the people in the criminal investigation unit. Later, because of a few friends, he gradually became familiar with the two people in the criminal investigation unit. However, they were usually busy and didn't have much time to get together. After thinking it through, Luo opened his address book and dialed a number. After sending the text message, Zheng Tan turned off his phone again and went home to sleep. When Luo called back after talking to someone, he found that the number was turned off again. A few days later, Zheng Tan was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper that he hadn't read for a while. He found that Zhang Dong's matter was mentioned, but his name wasn't directly mentioned. Instead, it was replaced by Zhang. While he was reading, Jiao Yuan and the others came back. Jiao Yuan seemed to be a little excited today. While Jiao Ma was cooking, he turned on the computer and logged into the chatting app to chat with his friends about the topic that they hadn't finished talking about. Zheng Tan jumped onto the table and took a look. He found that the kids were talking about the milk tea powder in the group that they had created. Now there was no need for the 5-man plan. The police directly went to the place, raided a few places and found out the batch of goods that had been leaked. Several junior high school students involved had taken a few days off, but most of the students in the school did not pay attention to it. Jiao Yuan and the others had probably heard about it through some of their own channels, and now they were excitedly chatting in a small group. Zheng Tan nodded in his heart. Luo's team was quite efficient. Zheng Tan didn't continue to watch Jiao Yuan and the others chat. He was about to jump off the table and go to the living room to continue reading the newspaper when he suddenly saw the phone book next to the landline. He looked at Jiao Yuan. He was busy typing, so Zheng Tan walked over to the phone book. With his back facing Jiao Yuan, he casually bent his paw and flipped open the book. There were many phone numbers, including Air Mao's, Celestine's, Zhao Li's, and even Walnut's personal phone number. Black Charcoal, what are you doing? Jiao Yuan turned his head and asked. Zheng Tan closed the phone book and looked at Jiao Yuan. Jiao Yuan had a look of realization. You are waiting for a call? Then he said with anger and jealousy. You want to go out and play again, right? Oh my god, even cats have a better life than humans. Jiao Yuan had always envied Zheng Tan for being able to go out and play with Air Mao and Celestine. Zheng Tan. What a funny kid. But it was true that he hadn't gone out to play in a long time. Air Mao was often caught by his family to go on blind dates, and Celestine was a good husband at home. When Zheng Tan turned on his phone again, he saw a lot of messages. Most of them were from Luo, and the rest were spam messages or messages from carriers. From Xiao Luo's initial inquiry to his subsequent gratitude, Zheng Tan could feel the change in Xiao Luo's mood from these few messages. It seemed that Luo was doing well these few days. Luo was indeed doing well, and he had made a contribution this time. Coincidentally, the higher-ups were planning to use a few positive examples to promote and improve the public's attitude towards them. Luo happened to be one of the positive examples. He had to write a report and summarize the case, cooperate with the station and the bureau's promotion work, deal with the reporters, hold meetings, give out awards, and so on. He was very busy these few days, but he was happy to be busy. Perhaps this case wouldn't attract too much attention, but Luo's life had undergone a huge change. Because not long after, he was transferred to the criminal police unit and became a criminal police officer. Recently, the branch's criminal police unit was short of people, and this incident made Luo stand out. The young man looked dumb, but he wasn't brainless. He was a good person. He had both theoretical knowledge and rich practical experience at the grassroots level. Plus, a few people at the branch spoke up for him. Just like that, Luo was transferred over. The development of the incident was too sudden, and the turn of events was too fast. These changes were beyond Luo's expectations. Not long ago he was still listening to lectures at the food stall, and now he was transferred to become a criminal police officer. Luo had always wanted to be a criminal police officer. Although it might be a little dangerous, Luo was willing to do so, and this could be considered as fulfilling his wish. On the other side, Zheng Tan looked at the caller ID on his phone. It wasn't Luo or teacher Little Bai, but from a carrier. Curious, Zheng Tan answered the call. Then, a pleasant female voice came from the other side. Just by listening to the voice, Zheng Tan gave a good review, but what the other party was talking about made Zheng Tan want to curse. VIP user? It sounded very high-end, but F*** King ID card information. F***K. Was he supposed to send a cat tag to the other party? Chapter 273. Zheng Tan didn't have an ID card in real life, so he decided to look for his presence on the internet. Zheng Tan had heard that the small celebrities would try to create news about themselves from time to time to make their presence known. Zheng Tan did not think it was necessary for him to do so. Every now and then the pet center would release some videos and post them on the forum, and the response was quite good. Zheng Tan thought that he should have some fame now, so the response should be good. Although Zheng Tan usually acted like he didn't care about the videos and commercials he shot, he still liked to browse the forums to see what people said about him. When he saw those praises, Zheng Tan rationally felt that it was not difficult at all, but he couldn't help but feel proud. Felt pretty good. In this day and age, to browse the forums and watch videos, one had to go online and touch the computer. After the Jiaopa came back, Zheng Tan secretly went online. It was too troublesome to use a mobile phone at this time, and many functions were not perfect. It was better to just turn on the computer directly. It had been too long since he touched the computer and he couldn't use it every day. Zheng Tan was bored, so he took a risk. After that time, Zheng Tan anxiously waited for the Jiaopa to talk to him. He felt that the Jiaopa was someone who even knew which websites the Jiao Yuan visited. Even if he deleted the records, there would always be some traces left. Now, the Jiaopa used the computer every day. But after waiting for a few days, the Jiaopa was still the same as usual. He didn't want to talk to Zheng Tan at all. Zheng Tan was relieved. Although he always felt that the Jiaopa should know something, he didn't care. If the Jiaopa didn't say anything, he would continue to play. There was no one at home. Zheng Tan turned on the computer and clicked on a video sharing website. After all, the forum was just a gathering of people in a certain circle who had a common hobby. On the video sharing website, there were people of all ages and industries. This should be a better way to see his influence. In the video website category, there was a new advertisement shot by Zheng Tan last week. The ranking was not bad. It was different from the previous sensational or narrative types. This time it was in a rock and roll style. A certain carbonated beverage company even sponsored it. Zheng Tan felt that the commercial was not bad and that he had shot it well. However, when he looked at the comments below, Zheng Tan was not in a good mood. Below the video, in the comments section where netizens expressed their opinions. First floor, milk tea, melon seeds, cola, peanuts. On the second floor, asking for the number of the avatar above. Third floor, what's the background music? Please tell me. Fourth floor, that big-breasted girl inside looks pretty good. Does anyone know her? Zheng Tan. Suddenly he wanted to smash the keyboard and give those people the middle finger. Such a big cat was on the stage, yet no one was paying attention to it. They were all looking at the beauties. Almost half of the people on the 10th floor had gone astray. Most of the remaining people's attention was on the hot girl inside. Although Zheng Tan admitted that he had quite a good time working with that girl when he was shooting the commercial, he could not help but feel jealous now. Zheng Tan also suddenly realized that he had been thinking too highly of himself. After all, cats were not humans. At this time, everyone on the internet was scrambling to find their own interests. Who cared about what kind of cat was inside? At most, they would just say a few words and forget about it. The focus was still on the person. Although he felt that if there were not so many people paying attention to him, he would have more freedom. However, when he really faced reality, he could not help but feel unhappy. Since he was unhappy, Zheng Tan planned to find some fun himself. After turning off his phone and going out, Zheng Tan strolled around the school. He wandered to the kindergarten. Zheng Tan had originally planned to go around it, but after thinking about it, he decided to go and see how Zhuo Xiaomao tricked people. At this time, Zhuo Xiaomao's class had just finished their indoor class. A group of children yelled and ran towards the yard where there were slides, inflatable castles, and other things. They were afraid that they would not be able to grab them if they were too slow. Behind them, Teacher Xiao Bai and another teacher were reminding everyone not to run too fast and to pay attention to their feet. After Zheng Tan looked at Zhuo Xiaomao, who was walking out calmly, his gaze fell on another person sitting in the small yard. On a wooden chair by the side of the small yard where all kinds of fun items were placed, sat a woman that Zheng Tan knew. At this time, the woman was looking at the children in the yard with a gentle gaze. After Zhuo Xiaomao walked out, she mainly looked in Zhuo Xiaomao's direction with a slight smile on her face. People who did not know would think that Zhuo Xiaomao's mother was here. Unfortunately, it was not. This woman was Celestine's wife. According to what Zheng Tan knew from Air Mao, Celestine's wife should be more than 4 months pregnant, right? Moreover, it was said that Celestine's wife had been in a traffic accident and was not in good health. Although she tried her best to recuperate over the years, Celestine was still worried. He had been asking people to take good care of her. Other than going to work, Celestine was also at home to accompany her. Why was she here? Did she want to see more children after having children? But she did not have to stare at Zhuo Xiaomao all the time. Teacher Xiao Bai was paying attention to the children. She knew that this person wanted to sit alone, so she did not disturb her. Many teachers who taught elementary schools also required enough peace and patience. Perhaps it was because they felt the peaceful aura of this unfamiliar aunt. The children did not feel restrained or uncomfortable. They continued to play on their own. Some of the bolder and more lively ones even came over to say a few words. Zhuo Xiaomao was pulled over to help put together a dinosaur with toys. Then she walked over to Celestine's wife. "Auntie, why do you keep looking at me? Are you a new teacher?" Although Zhuo Xiaomao could speak a lot, some words were not very clear. People who did not interact with her often needed some time to react. Celestine's wife paused and smiled. "I'm not a new teacher. I'm looking at you because you're very cute." She was just bored at home. Her neighbor was a teacher at Fu Elementary School. When they were chatting, the neighbor mentioned Zhuo Xiaomao, who had entered Tsinghua University's kindergarten when he was 2.5 years old and was doing very well. She came out to take a look. With one look, she had to admit that this child was indeed smart. "Thank you for the compliment," Zhuo Xiaomao replied politely. Then she was about to leave when she was called to talk for a while. Knowing that the aunt in front of her had a baby, Zhuo Xiaomao looked curiously at her stomach and said, "When I was young, yes, very young. When I was still in my mother's stomach, my mother said that Brother He even hit my palm." Hearing Zhuo Xiaomao mention him, Zheng Tan's ears immediately perked up. Brother He? Celestine's wife didn't quite understand what Zhuo Xiaomao meant by Brother He. She just thought that it was someone Zhuo Xiaomao knew. "Yes, I heard from an uncle that many people used to think that I would grow very thin and weak. But Auntie, look, I'm very strong now." Zhuo Xiaomao rolled up his sleeves and bent his arm to show Celestine's wife his strong muscles. "Zheng Tan. This silly child. He weighed so little. What kind of muscles did he have? Strong, my ass." That wasn't all. Zhuo Xiaomao extended his arm in front of Celestine's wife. "Auntie, if you don't believe me, you can touch it. Is it very strong?" "Haha, I don't let ordinary people touch it." Zheng Tan. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. He didn't see this little guy scamming people. Instead, he saw how stupid he was. Even the most intelligent person would make stupid mistakes sometimes. Moreover, he was a little kid. Celestine's wife smiled and reached out to gently pinch the little guy's arm. Then she pinched Zhuo Xiaomao's face. "You're indeed a little strong man." Of course, Zhuo Xiaomao's eyes narrowed as she smiled. Just as Zheng Tan was lamenting how this lousy kid could be so stupid, he heard Zhuo Xiaomao say in a very proud tone, "My mom said that I can grow so strong because of Brother He. Brother He is very good to me." Zhuo Xiaomao took out the pendant she had been wearing. Here, this was also given by Brother He. "Auntie said that this thing can't be bought even if you have money." Celestine's wife looked carefully at the green plant inside the transparent pendant. She was very surprised. Then she felt that this thing was probably man-made. It shouldn't exist in nature, right? Although she was suspicious, Celestine's wife still smiled and said, "Yes, it's very precious. Your brother is very good to you." Of course, Zhuo Xiaomao carefully put the pendant back into her collar. She glanced at Jing Tan by the wall and immediately ran over with a smile. Brother He. Brother He. Celestine's wife looked in Zhuo Xiaomao's direction. When she saw the cat on the wall, she was a little surprised. She looked carefully and then asked Teacher Xiaobai, who was not far away, Teacher Xiaobai, is that cat called Black Charcoal? Yes, it's called Black Charcoal. The children in the class all call it Brother He like Shui Yang. Teacher Xiaobai told her about the black cat. So Brother He, is this cat? Celestine's wife thought to herself. Looking at the interaction between the man and the cat, Celestine's wife sat for a while. Then she got up and prepared to leave. She was able to enter the kindergarten to take a look because she asked the neighbor for help. This trip was not in vain. Zheng Tan watched as Celestine's wife walked out of the kindergarten. An auntie went up to her. She was probably a nanny or something like that. Then the two of them left together. Celestine returned home at night. He hugged his wife and kissed her forehead. How did it feel to go out for a walk today? Was fine. Oh right, Celestine, next time when we invite Senior Walnut and Air Mao over, let's invite Black Charcoal along, Celestine's wife said. Celestine raised his eyebrows. After his wife got pregnant, when he invited Senior Walnut and Air Mao over for dinner, he mentioned that Air Mao should also bring Jing Tan back. He didn't expect his mother-in-law, who came to visit her daughter, to find out. She scolded Celestine for a long time. Her words were very repulsive towards Jing Tan. Ever since she found out that her daughter was pregnant, she couldn't wait to get rid of all the potential threats around her. You still want to bring them in? Celestine wasn't in a good mood at that time. If it wasn't for his wife, he would have fallen out with his mother-in-law. He didn't expect his wife to bring it up herself now. Okay, I'll see when Senior Walnut and Air Mao have time to come over for a gathering. Also bring Black Charcoal along. I haven't seen that guy in a long time. Hey, I wonder if he's gotten fatter. Thus, on a sunny Saturday afternoon, Air Mao came over to bring Jing Tan to Celestine's place for dinner. Chapter 274. Celestine's house was located in a small district not far from Tsinghua University. When Jing Tan and Air Mao arrived, Celestine was busy in the kitchen. The table was already filled with dishes, and the house was filled with the aroma of food. Yo, Senior Wei, your cooking skills have improved. Air Mao looked at the table full of dishes and said. Ever since his wife was pregnant, Celestine had always hired a nanny to cook. Sometimes when the nanny was not around, he would personally cook. Today, when they gathered together, Celestine did not ask the nanny to come over. Celestine took out a few steamed dishes and placed them on the table. He patted Air Mao's head and said, "What are you talking about?" With one look, I can tell that this was ordered by the hotel. Air Mao laughed. He could tell that he was just teasing Celestine. Black Charcoal, long time no see. Go and find something to play with. Celestine said to Jing Tan, who was sitting on the sofa, and ran back to the kitchen to take out the dishes. When Jing Tan heard Celestine's words, why did it feel like he was talking to a child? Senior Walnut arrived half an hour later. When he saw Jing Tan, he was surprised. He knew that many pregnant women were very afraid of cats. When Toxoplasma gondii was mentioned, their faces would turn pale. Previously, he heard Celestine complain that his wife and mother-in-law were against bringing the black cat over. He did not expect to see the cat here today. Long time no see, Black Charcoal. They were familiar with Jing Tan, and Jing Tan had helped them a few times. Air Mao and the others did not have as many scruples as the others. When He Tao was peeling peanuts, he helped Jing Tan peel a few peanuts and put them there. Celestine's wife came out to greet the guests for a while and was urged to rest by the three of them. They heard that she had gone to the hospital for a series of checkups and was now tired. She should rest more. Anyway, they were familiar with each other, so there was no need to be polite. There were 4 stools beside the table. One of the stools was even raised. It was for Jing Tan. Sharing a table with a cat, the three of them didn't think much of it. This kind of situation was common when they went to the night building, so it wasn't strange. There were only a few of them here, so there weren't many rules. There are a few good newcomers recently. When I came over just now, I saw them having dinner together. I stayed there for a few drinks before coming over. I didn't even dare to drive my car, so I took a taxi. Yitao explained why he was so late. Have you settled the matter? Air Mao asked. When he left Tsinghua City to look for Yitao, he was also involved in that matter. Now that he heard that the goods were leaked, he asked more questions. It's been dealt with. Not too much was leaked. Those people hid it very well. They only dared to take it out after half a year. I didn't expect that someone would report it soon after they took it out. Speaking of which, there's something very interesting about the person who reported this time. He's very mysterious and interesting. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to worry about secrets being leaked. After a few drinks, He Tao's chatterbox also opened up. He talked about the mysterious phone number with 466. Zheng Tan tried his best to pretend that he didn't know anything. His ears perked up as he listened to them talk. However, it seemed that Senior Walnut was quite fond of this mysterious person. Hero thief? There really is such a person, Mao said. But it sounds like this person is quite capable. But I've been in Chuhua City for so long, and I've never heard of such a person. That's called hiding your strength. Celestine was also quite curious. When the time comes, if you find out who this person is, let us know. I want to see what kind of person this new era Chu Liuxiang and domestic version of Spider-Man is. Zheng Tan ate the shrimps silently at the side. He didn't raise his head to look at them. He felt guilty, and the three sitting there were all smart people. He was afraid that he would expose himself. It seemed that he had to be more careful when using that account in the future. It was rare for the topic at the table to change. Zheng Tan raised his head. He didn't need to take the food himself. The three put a bit of everything on Zheng Tan's plate, except for the chicken but that Mao took. Zheng Tan threw that back. Mao is now mingling well in the circle of young people in Chuhua City. I always hear people talking about you. Didn't I hear someone call you second brother, when I met you a while ago? You're already a brother? He Tao laughed. If not second brother, should I call him second senior brother? Mao curled his lips. Now that he had interacted with a lot of people for a long time, naturally some of them knew Mao's identity. They didn't dare to look at him based on his clothes. Who would have thought that this guy who looked like a loser would have such a strong background? When they met, they would smile and call Mao second brother. At first, Mao wasn't used to it, but after hearing so much, he let them be. Right, Mao, I heard that you quarreled with a blind date a while ago? Celestine asked. Zheng Tan looked at Mao. He liked to listen to gossip like this. Yeah, Mao said carelessly. At first I thought she was okay. Her looks, figure, education and personality were all good. She also liked cats and was a judge at some famous cat shows. However, when I talked to her, she always talked about some famous cats. She said that only Dragon Li and Lin Qing Chauvinist were good cats in China. From what she said, it seemed that other cats were not good enough. I was unhappy at that time. Hey, how is my black rice inferior to the fat Dragon Li downstairs? Zheng Tan was speechless. Depang, who lived downstairs in the courtyard, was unjustly implicated. It's like she likes to wear international brands and I like to wear clothes that I like. I don't care if it's branded or not. You can't force me to put on clothes that don't match my style, can you? Mao argued. So you got mad at her? He Tao felt that Mao was making a mountain out of a molehill. You don't have to get mad at the girl. If you do that, when will the blind date be successful? Celestine also scolded. Zheng Tan thought to himself that Mao was probably the only one who would compare a cat to a piece of clothing. Then what are you going to do now? Do you continue the blind date if it fails? He Tao asked. Mao's face was full of smiles. Who said I failed? I'm getting along well with Gong Qin. He Tao and Celestine were speechless. What kind of pot was it? One of them had cat paw prints on his arm all year round, and the two of them could play in a 70-square-meter house for an entire afternoon. The other one was yelled at by Mao but didn't get slapped in the face. Instead, she forgave him, apologized and continued to get along with him. Two masochists. He Tao looked at Celestine. Are all cat owners like this? Probably. Zheng Tan didn't think about the personality of cat owners. He was thinking that the name Gong Qin sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered that there was a female judge named Gong Qin at the cat show. Could it be her? Right, I almost forgot. Yi Hao's Triumph is about to open. I have a private room there. Mao, you and Black Charcoal's private rooms have already been prepared. Our private rooms are next to each other. When the time comes, Yi Hao will have someone send the cards directly to you. As for Senior's room, you have a special identity. It's better if you don't go to that kind of place. Hey, so I don't have to go too far in the future. Although Triumph is not as stylish as Night Building, it's still okay to treat people to a meal, drink and have fun. Black Charcoal, let's go take a look at it before it opens. If there's anything inappropriate, let's tell them in advance and let them rest. Mao rubbed his hands and kicked Zheng Tan's stool. The Triumph that Celestine mentioned was actually a clubhouse that Yi Hao and the others had built at the newly built Hengwu Commercial Plaza near Chuhua University. After Triumph was built, Zheng Tan would have a place to play. Even without a driver, he could walk there by himself. Therefore, when he heard the news, Zheng Tan was very happy. Triumph opened at the beginning of October. At that time, the Hengwu Commercial Plaza was basically completed. All the roads had already been opened to traffic, and the flow of people and vehicles had skyrocketed. During the National Day holiday, the Hengwu Commercial Plaza also held an event. In addition to the people in the vicinity, students from the nearby universities also flocked there. For a time, the popularity of the place surpassed that of the Central Plaza. The Central Plaza was filled with uncles and aunties, while the Hengwu Commercial Plaza was filled with young people and students. The styles of both sides were beginning to show. It was obvious that both sides had plans for development. Before this, Mao and Zheng Tan had gone to see their own private rooms. Yi Hao didn't have time, and Ranqi was afraid of Zheng Tan, so it was Leopard who personally led them to see it. The layout was similar to that of the Night Building, but there was no division of north, south, east, and west. Also, there weren't many internationally famous bands playing there. In fact, the styles of those internationally famous bands with some history weren't accepted by many students nowadays. To them, those bands had never been heard of in the country. Even if they had heard of them, they wouldn't buy it. In order to promote the opening, Triumph invited several well-known bands in the mainland. This kind of well-known talent was more attractive, and among them was Ajin's band. Speaking of Ajin, they were no longer the small band they were 2 years ago. After participating in several elective competitions, they were gradually being sought after by some young people through packaging, promotion, and the operation of an experienced team. This time, some university students came for Ajin's band. The people of Tsinghua University's Guitar Association received 10 free coupons from Ajin, and the seating area was not bad. Those students didn't expect that the external aid they accidentally invited would reach such heights today. Now, the school's Guitar Association didn't even need to advertise to recruit new members, and all kinds of people volunteered to sacrifice themselves for the band. The opening ceremony of Triumph started at 7 o'clock in the evening. Zheng Tan finished dinner at 5 o'clock, and was dragged over by Mao. After arriving, Mao carried a pet bag filled with black rice and took Gong Qin to his exclusive private room to spend their time together. As for Zheng Tan, he was bored here alone. After rolling around on the sofa, he decided to go out for a walk. It was too lonely to be here alone. The people in the corridor had been briefed. Moreover, the people selected by Yi Hao weren't ignorant and inexperienced. When Zheng Tan walked in front of them, they didn't put on unnecessary unpleasant expressions. After coming out of Triumph, Zheng Tan didn't walk far before he saw several familiar figures. It was the 5 boys of Jiao Yuan. During the National Day holiday, the Jiao family didn't go far. Jiao Pa was still busy and couldn't leave. The other 3 members of the Jiao family continued to stay at home. The others probably didn't have any plans tonight, so they gathered around Hengwu Plaza to stroll around and watch the fun. Children at this age were energetic and full of curiosity. However, at this time there were other people around Jiao Yuan and the other 4. It seemed that the 2 sides didn't get along well. Chapter 275. Zheng Tan had once heard Jiao Yuan complain about a few things in school. Jiao Yuan's class and Class 5 were at odds with each other. From the sports meet to the basketball competition, to the end of semester evaluation, from the top students to the bottom, everyone knew that one shouldn't talk about how good Class 5 was in Class 1, nor should they talk about how awesome Class 1 was in Class 5. Even if you really thought that Class 1 was good, you still had to hold it in. Otherwise it would cause public outrage. And one of the reasons for this was because of the 2 class teachers. The 2 teachers had been at loggerheads for a long time. Usually when they held class meetings to talk about negative examples, Class 5's teacher would always bring up Class 1's. Back in the 1st grade, Feline was still the Lone Ranger, who was at the bottom of the class. He was often criticized by Class 5's teacher as an example. In private, Class 5's teacher even said that Feline was a stinky piece of dog shit. Because of this, Feline had always held a grudge against him. As for the 2 classes' outstanding examples, they wouldn't talk about them as much as possible. But once you made a mistake, there would be no room for discussion. The ones who would criticize Jiao Yuan and the other high school teachers' children the most were those from Class 5. The students from the other classes were just waiting to watch a good show. In every grade there was competition between classes. If Class 1 and Class 5 were to fight fiercely, they would just watch from the sidelines. There was no need for them to get involved. Those 2 were not to be trifled with. What's wrong? What are you doing here, obedient children? A boy who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan said arrogantly. There were quite a few students from Class 5. Even if they weren't from Class 5, they could be from other classes. They were all about the same age, so in Zheng Tan's eyes they were still very young. You haven't been in here before, right? The boy pointed at the Triumph behind him and taunted Jiao Yuan and the others. He seemed to be mocking Jiao Yuan and the others for being ignorant. Heck, come to think of it, you're all obedient children. Karaoke, dance hall, bar, game room. Which one of you dare to go? Jiao Yuan and the others were silent. In fact, they had been to all of these places before. It was just that they didn't want to say it out loud. Wouldn't that be courting death? If he went back, he would be scolded. They were not like the people in front of him, who flaunted their rebellious deeds as a halo. According to the relevant laws and regulations of the country, some commercial entertainment establishments are not suitable for minors to enter. In some places this is a ban, Jiao Yuan said confidently without changing his expression. Suan and the others glanced at Jiao Yuan and continued to remain silent. They definitely didn't feel guilty. When they heard what Jiao Yuan said, they all burst into laughter. It was as if Jiao Yuan had said something funny. They all looked down on Jiao Yuan and the others, thinking that Jiao Yuan and the others were cowards. Xiong was about to retaliate when he was pulled back by Lan Tianzhu. There's no need to waste time talking nonsense with these lunatics. Let's go check out other places. Xiong thought for a moment and agreed. Their time here was limited. If they returned late, they would definitely be punished according to the family rules. Moreover, if they got into a conflict here, a simple investigation would reveal the cause. Even if they weren't the ones looking for trouble, once their families found out, they could forget about coming here to play in the future. There was no need to accompany these idiots in their nonsense. Jiao Yuan and the others had just taken a step when they were blocked by the people in front of them. The person who spoke just now was about to step forward and say something, but Fu Lei pushed Jiao Yuan and Suan back and warmed up his fists. He glared at the person in front of him with an unfriendly expression. When the person saw Fu Lei approaching, he hurriedly took a few steps back. He knew that Fu Lei was good at fighting. When he was in the first grade, he had beaten up the third grade students. He didn't want to be beaten up, but if he retreated too quickly, it would make him look like he was afraid of Fu Lei and lose face among his friends. Before he could say anything, he heard a voice behind him. Aya, aren't you the 5 tyrants of Class 1? When they heard this voice, Jiao Yuan and the others' expressions changed. The people in Class 5 were easy to deal with, but this person. He didn't come with good intentions. The people in Class 5 didn't charge forward and immediately retreated. A few of them even wanted to sneak away. They didn't dare to offend this person. Some time ago, they heard that these people were either expelled or transferred to another school for unknown reasons. They didn't expect to meet this person here. They didn't look at the almanac before they left the house today. Their luck was really bad. Zheng Tan, who had been observing the situation from the side, saw the people who were dressed very maturely. They didn't look easy to deal with. The people in front of him tried their best to act arrogant, but they still looked like students. However, these people seemed like they were already in the underworld. Even though they looked very young, their clothes made them look older. The people next to them were slightly older. They were probably from a nearby high school or were already in the underworld. The person who spoke just now threw the cigarette in his mouth on the ground and crushed it with his foot. He looked at Jiao Yuan and the others with a gloomy expression. Good, I want to have a good chat with you guys too. After these people appeared, Zheng Tan could clearly feel Jiao Yuan and the others' nervousness. Even Fu Lei, who was always fearless and had the biggest fist, looked very serious. Listening to the rest of their conversation, Zheng Tan deduced that these people were related to the milk tea fan incident from a while ago. When Fu Lei called out the name of the leader, Zheng Tan remembered that this person was in the message he sent to Luo. He heard from Jiao Yuan that this person was the most difficult to deal with among the people who gave them the milk tea powder. He was said to be in the underworld. After the incident, the school said that he was expelled, but in fact it was more serious. He was detained and a few of them were sent to re-education. However, since this person was able to stand here, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. From what this person said, he felt that he almost got himself into trouble. Jiao Yuan and the others were the ones who helped him. How could he let this go? Just as a fight was about to break out, a voice suddenly interrupted. Sorry to disturb you, but if you want to communicate, please don't do it here. The words were very polite, but the voice carried a strong sense of warning, and it was not to be refused. Zheng Tan looked over and saw that the person was wearing Triumph's security uniform. Because Triumph had strict requirements for their personnel's appearance, even a security guard looked quite dignified. What's more, these people were originally selected and trained by Yi Hao, so they didn't care about this kind of high school kids' tricks. Since they'd recently opened for business, these brats couldn't fight here. Otherwise it wouldn't be good for their reputation. If they got into a fight today, people would talk about how bad the security around Victoria's return was tomorrow. If that happened, they'd lose their jobs. Boss, you didn't give them such a high salary just to be a bystander. These hot-headed brats, who loved to cause trouble for no reason, ran over here to play. Weren't they just causing trouble for them? The person who was very arrogant just a moment ago shrank back when he saw the security guard's eyes. Then he saw the Triumph badge on his chest and hurriedly handed him a cigarette. He said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, we'll leave now." Normally he could throw his weight around and claim to be a member of the underworld, but that was only among the students who didn't understand anything. He didn't have the guts to face the people from Victoria's return. He knew full well just what kind of people were behind Victoria's return. The security guard raised his hand to block the cigarette and looked at the person who handed him the cigarette with a professional smile. "Thank you for your cooperation." Although the security guard was smiling, the person who handed him the cigarette was sweating profusely. The hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. He felt that in front of this person he didn't have the courage to raise his head. No matter how he looked at the security guard's smile, he felt a chill in his heart. However, that person didn't intend to let Jiao Yuan and the others off so easily. He signaled a few of his companions to keep an eye on Jiao Yuan and the others, then changed to another place to have a good chat. Jiao Yuan was thinking about how to get away when he suddenly felt a push from behind and a weight on his shoulder. "Oh my God! Black Charcoal, what are you doing here?" Jiao Yuan was too engrossed in his thoughts just now. Being startled by Zheng Tan, he almost lost his balance and fell. The surrounding people all had different reactions to Zheng Tan's sudden appearance. No matter what they thought, Zheng Tan didn't care. Instead, he looked directly at the Triumph security guard who was about to turn around and leave to continue his patrol. The security guard felt that the sudden appearance of a cat was quite interesting. However, when he saw the round tag hanging from the cat's neck, he was startled and said, "Wait a minute." The several people who were about to move paused and looked at the security guard in confusion. After the security guard walked closer, his gaze swept over Zheng Tan and paused for a moment on the round tag. Then he said to Jiao Yuan and the others, "These children, please come with me." After all, he had been around for many years so he could see the situation with a single glance. Therefore he didn't need Jiao Yuan and the others to explain in detail. The security guard knew that if he didn't do anything, these seemingly well-behaved kids would suffer a great loss. Jiao Yuan and the others actually didn't like being called children, but this wasn't the time to be calculative. Although they were puzzled, following the security guard was better than being forced to leave by these people who obviously had bad intentions. Zheng Tan didn't need the security guard to say anything. He directly led the way and Jiao Yuan followed behind Zheng Tan. Suan and the others looked at each other and followed. "What do we do now?" one of the people who stayed behind asked. "What else can we do?" another person said as he pointed at the Triumph security guard. "Can you enter the VIP door?" No. Even if they didn't want to, they didn't dare to enter. Zheng Tan directly led Jiao Yuan and the others through the VIP entrance. As for the security guard, he had already contacted the person in charge of VIP customers. After confirming that the round tag Zheng Tan was wearing was a genuine Triumph VIP card, he immediately contacted Leopard. Leopard was in the middle of entertaining several potential customers. When he received the call, he didn't think it was important and just sent his subordinates to deal with it. However, he didn't expect it to be about Zheng Tan. Since it involved this extremely special VIP customer, Leopard could only go in person. As it had just opened, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Leopard didn't let Jiao Yuan and the others, who were obviously underage, stay inside for a long time. Instead, he sent people to send them back to Tsinghua University. On the way back to Tsinghua University, Lan Tianzhu laughed and joked, "Jiao Yuan, people go there by card, but you're going there by cat card. What VIP?" Jiao Yuan. Ah. Chapter 276. Feng Baijin originally planned to play games at home tonight, but when he got home he found that his gaming laptop had been pulled off the table by Huzi, who was playing with the internet cable. After raising the kitten for a month, the originally thin and underdeveloped kitten was now as big as a balloon. It was strong and lively. When it was at home, it seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Feng Baijin's computer was connected to an internet cable. Huzi pulled the internet cable and played a swing. The nearly 20,000 renminbi laptop casually placed on the table was destroyed just like that. There was a problem with the computer. Antli said to throw it away and replace it with a new one. Nowadays, the electronics industry was changing with each passing day, and all kinds of upgrades were needed to replace it with a new one. But Feng Baijin didn't want to part with it, so he rode his bicycle to the computer repair shop. In any case, he only used this computer to play games and had no other secrets, so he wasn't afraid of his information being stolen. At the computer repair shop near the school, Feng Baijin bumped into a classmate. Seeing that he didn't have any plans for the evening, the classmate directly invited him to Triumph for a drink. There were 5 people drinking here earlier, but when Zheng Tan bumped into Feng Baijin, the other 3 were preparing to go down to the venue to watch the performance. They wanted to see if they could bump into any girls along the way. That way their night would be meaningful. Feng Baijin wasn't interested in the performance downstairs. He only came out to use the restroom. The restroom in the private room was occupied by the person with a stomach full of bitterness. He didn't want to rob him, so he came out to get some fresh air. He didn't expect to bump into Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked at Feng Baijin's clothes. There were several suspicious small black footprints on the clothes which looked like cat paws. While Zheng Tan was looking at Feng Baijin was also looking at him. Feng Baijin wasn't sure that the cat at the stairs was the one he knew. After all, there were more than one black cat that looked like this, not to mention that they were in the VIP area of Triumph. Therefore, Feng Baijin didn't immediately recognize Zheng Tan. After thinking for a while, he tentatively called out, "Black charcoal?" Zheng Tan looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Damn, it really is you." They could look the same, but the look in their eyes couldn't be fake. Feng Baijin had met this black cat that looked at him with this kind of look. "Why are you here? Professor Jiao is here?" Feng Baijin asked a few questions, but Zheng Tan couldn't answer. Feng Baijin could not stay there any longer. He glanced at Zheng Tan before heading to his classmate's room. Zheng Tan followed and prepared to watch the show. Anyway, he was bored alone in the private room. Moreover, he might witness a live show that was not suitable for children. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan was disappointed. In the private room, there was only a young man about the same age as Feng Baijin. In the small private room, he could see everything at a glance. There was not even a single girl. What the hell was he playing with? Was he drinking to drown his sorrows? Before entering the private room, Feng Baijin found a waiter and told him to come over if anyone was looking for a cat. The waiter looked at Zheng Tan and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He then nodded at Feng Baijin with a professional smile. In fact, he had already started complaining in his heart. They couldn't do anything about it. There was no other way. The big boss had said that as long as this cat didn't cause any trouble, it could do whatever it wanted. Zheng Tan followed Feng Baijin into the private room. He knew that this private room was not as good as the one he, Mao, and Celestine had, because there was no private room here. It was only reserved for VIP customers, and they couldn't see the live show below. In short, for Zheng Tan, this was just a place to chat, drink, and do things that were not suitable for children. However, it was quiet and had good privacy. Listening to the conversation between Feng Baijin and the man named Yang Po who was drinking, Zheng Tan found out that Yang Po's girlfriend had already gone downstairs to watch the show with her best friend. Only a few of them were drinking upstairs. Now, only Yang Po and Feng Baijin were left. Zheng Tan couldn't watch the live show today. "Hey Baijin, where did you find this cat?" Yang Po asked when he saw the black cat walk in. "It's from the landlord's house. I think it came here to play. Someone should come looking for it later," Feng Baijin said. Because of Yang Po's mood, he didn't pay much attention to Zheng Tan. As for the card hanging around Zheng Tan's neck, very few people outside of Victorious Return would recognize it. From the waiters inside to the security guards outside of Victorious Return, they all had a booklet in their hands. On it was a list of all kinds of VIP cards. If they couldn't remember them, then they didn't need to work here. In this era, those who only had a good physique and a good appearance without a good brain would have long since been squeezed out. Since they didn't recognize the card, Feng Baijin and Yang Po only thought that Zheng Tan was carrying a common cat card. Zheng Tan jumped onto an empty armchair and sat there to listen to the conversation between the two. Although it was said that they were drinking and chatting, in fact, it was mainly Yang Po who was venting his frustrations. After listening to a few sentences, Zheng Tan could imagine how things would develop and how things would end. People who could get a private room to drink in Victorious Return, even if their background couldn't compare to Mao's, were definitely abundant. As for this Yang Po, because his father had other women outside and now he even had an illegitimate son, he was looking for people to investigate more evidence. Today he was in a bad mood, so he grabbed a few friends to come to Victorious Return to squander money. In the end, he found that there were many people who were more arrogant than him. There were rich people, people with backgrounds, and a lot of young people with both. To sum it up, today he was pretentious but got stepped on, flaunting his wealth but got flaunted. This made Yang Po even more unhappy. It was no wonder that he was wasting bottles of high-end wine like plain water. Zheng Tan looked at him and guessed that this person was imitating those heroes he saw on TV. He directly took a bottle and drank from it. More than half of the bottle directly spilled out from his mouth. How sad would he have to be to do such a stupid thing? After wasting another bottle of wine, Yang Pa heavily placed the empty bottle on the coffee table. After a moment of deep thought, he raised his head and asked Feng Baijin with a serious face, "Baijin, although it's rare for a well-off family like yours to be in a situation like mine, I want to ask you something." Zheng Tan, a well-off family? If Feng Baijin's family was called a well-off family, then the country would have long since entered the ranks of superpowers. It seemed that this Yang Pa didn't understand Feng Baijin's family situation, or it could be said that Feng Baijin was usually too low-key. Yang Pa felt that he was being quite tactful and didn't feel that he had said anything wrong. Feng Baijin didn't care about the wrong way of calling his name and the inappropriate choice of words. Instead he said, "Ask away." Yang Pa let out a long sigh. "Baijin, tell me, when you're in your 50s or 60s your hair is almost gone, your stomach can fit another person, and your face is starting to grow freckles when you're drinking at a hotel bar, and suddenly a beautiful woman less than half your age approaches you with a hotel room key. What's the first thing you think of? Or what's the first thing you say to her? How much?" Feng Baijin asked seriously. Yang Pa gave him a thumbs up, then lowered his head and punched the air twice with his fist. When he raised his head he sounded a little hysterical. Yes. Obviously this woman is either special service or has bad intentions. Tell me, why would my old man think that she fell in love with him at first sight? He fell into her trap and deserved to be cheated. He's as stupid as a pig. After a pause he added, "Fortunately, I didn't inherit his incomplete IQ." Zheng Tan was speechless. Yang Pa had too much to drink. Perhaps he felt that Feng Baijin was the only one who could listen to him rant, so he ranted to his heart's content and criticized his father's crimes. Feng Baijin could only listen and didn't say much. Even when Yang Pa asked him to join in the scolding, he didn't say a word. Yang Pa could scold his father, but that was between him and his father. As an outsider, it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything. While Yang Pa was scolding his father, the phone on the coffee table rang. "Your phone." Feng Baijin pointed at the coffee table. Yang Pa was in the middle of scolding and didn't even look at the phone. He waved his hand and said, "Wait for me to finish." Zheng Tan could see the caller ID on Yang Pa's phone from the sofa. Jingui? Zheng Tan looked at the name displayed on the screen and searched his memory. He remembered that Lu Ba had mentioned this name when she was talking to someone on the phone. At that time he felt that this name was quite unique, so he had a deeper impression of it. As for whether Jin Gui and Lu Ba were the same person, Zheng Tan didn't know. However, Jin Gui seemed to be a private investigator like Lu Ba. According to Yang Po's words, he had hired someone to spy on his father and the people outside. Thinking about it, it was possible that they were the same person. The phone rang and stopped, then rang again. By the time Yang Pa finished speaking and looked at his phone, it was already the third call. When Yang Pa saw the caller ID, he immediately picked up the phone and glanced at Feng Baijin. He didn't go to the bathroom to make the call and just sat on the sofa. However, after listening to a few sentences, the expression on his face became worse. "Okay, I'll pay more. Do as you see fit. I'll just wait for the results." After the call, Yang Pa slammed the phone on the coffee table. Damn it. Feng Baijin knew at first glance that things weren't going well. He wasn't stupid enough to ask. Seeing that it was getting late, Zheng Tan left their private room and walked out of triumph. He didn't plan to go back immediately. He wanted to go out for a run. Zheng Tan found an exciting exercise to do, which was leaping over roofs and vaulting over walls. It was an exaggeration to call it leaping over roofs and vaulting over walls, but with a cat's body structure and jumping reflexes, as long as he found a suitable place, he could perform leaping over roofs and vaulting over walls. The place Zheng Tan chose was some of the houses around the old residential community. There weren't many people there at night. It was much quieter than here, where the lights were brilliant and people were coming and going. The distance between the buildings wasn't too far. Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of falling down after running on the roofs of the buildings there. At first he was a little timid, but after getting used to it he became bolder and felt that running was quite exciting. Under the curtain of night, the scattered lights in the community didn't allow people to notice what was going on upstairs. After running one lap, Zheng Tan felt refreshed. He walked along the dark path in the community. As he walked, Zheng Tan heard a familiar voice. He had heard this voice more than an hour ago. Chapter 277. In his heart, Zheng Tan had already blacklisted this kid. Since he had bumped into him, Jing Tan did not intend to let him go so easily. Besides, this kind of night was suitable for beating people up. When Jing Tan went over, the man was making a call at a public telephone on the side of the road. He was different from when Jing Tan saw him at Hengwu Plaza. Now the man was dressed differently. He was wearing very ordinary jeans, neither too unconventional nor too fashionable, and an ordinary hoodie. When he was on the phone, his voice was suppressed as if he was talking about something that could not be exposed. While he was talking, his eyes would occasionally pay attention to the surrounding movements. If he noticed someone walking past, he would pause for a moment and wait for the passerby to leave before continuing. Fortunately, there were not many people walking on this side of the road at this time. Occasionally there would be people riding electric scooters, so it did not delay the phone call. Jing Tan stood on the wall next to the road. The streetlights could not reach him there. In addition, because of the color of Jing Tan's fur, it was difficult to notice him. Besides, at this time, no one would pay special attention to anything on the wall. After listening carefully for a while, Jing Tan speculated that the man had reached an agreement with someone and was going to do something. As for what it was, he did not know. He could not hear the voice on the phone, and Jing Tan did not listen for long before the man hung up. Something was strange. This made Jing Tan, who had planned to sneak around in the dark, change his mind. He wanted to see what the kid was going to do. After the call ended, the man stood by the public telephone in a daze for a while. He looked at the sports watch on his wrist and then walked toward the intersection. There was some irritation and anxiety in his steps, as if he was worried about something. Jing Tan followed him on the wall and watched as the man walked out of the intersection and bought 2 cans of beer from a small shop that was about to close. Then he returned to the side of the road and leaned against the wall to drink beer. He stood between the intersection of 2 streetlights, and his figure was a little blurry. Drinking could boost one's courage. For some people it could even have a calming effect. Jing Tan watched as the man finished the 2 cans of beer and leaned against the wall. He put his hands in his pockets and slammed his back against the wall. He didn't use much strength, but it seemed that this method could relieve the frustration in his heart. The person who was banging his back against the wall was only paying attention to whether there was anyone at the intersection. Perhaps he had something on his mind, but he did not notice that someone was staring at him from the wall not far away. The irritation in his heart made him want to smoke that thing. Unfortunately, because of the thorough police investigation last time, he was a little timid, so he usually did not bring those things with him. He searched his pockets and trousers, only to find half a pack of cigarettes. He took them out, lit them up, and leaned against the wall to smoke one cigarette after another. He smoked a lot and almost choked because he was too focused on his thoughts. He took a few deep breaths and waved his fist as if to encourage himself. Wealth comes from danger. Thinking of the benefits that the other party had promised, the fear in his heart dissipated a little. After this, he would not have to worry about not having a car and a beautiful woman. Jing Tan saw that the man seemed to have made up his mind. He did not continue to lean against the wall and smoke. He raised his wrist to look at the time and threw the remaining half of the cigarette on the ground. He pulled up his hood and put his hands in his pockets. His back was slightly hunched as he walked towards the intersection. Jing Tan saw this and knew that the man was going to do something bad, so he quickly followed him. The man was familiar with the place and the intersecting paths. Just as Jing Tan was trying to figure out what the man was up to, he saw the man pick up his pace and head towards one of the paths. He waited at the junction, and about 3 to 4 minutes later, a slightly rotund man about 1.7 meters tall with a pair of metal-framed glasses and a briefcase walked past him. He looked like a normal office worker. When the young man saw the passerby, he immediately rushed over. A cold light flashed in his hand as he stabbed the man. Jing Tan, who was standing on the wall, was stunned. He did not expect the man, who was only 2 years older than Jiao Yuan, to have the guts to do such a thing. He originally thought that the young man was only going to rob some unlucky guy and extort money. However, Jing Tan had underestimated this person and was obviously going to kill him directly. The man who was attacked also reacted. When the man rushed over, he realized that something was wrong and instinctively dodged. However, he still hurt his side of his waist. If it were any other time, he would have a better chance of dodging or even counterattacking successfully. However, he had been drinking for the past few nights and his reaction time had decreased a lot. Just now, the man stabbed him and hit him hard, causing the back of his head to hit the wall. Now he was a little dizzy. He could see that the man was unfamiliar with the technique and was not decisive. He thought that the man was also a little timid and conflicted. However, after the first stab, the hesitation and conflict disappeared. The second stab was obviously more decisive. The man who was attacked saw this and knew that he was in trouble. Just as he thought that he would not be able to get away with it today, the man holding the knife seemed to have been kicked hard and staggered to the side. This moment was enough for the man who was attacked to find a chance to counterattack. Even if he was not in a good state, he was experienced and reacted calmly. After being kicked, the man with the knife realized that there were still people around. In addition, it was obvious that he did not have a chance in the current situation, so he took the knife and ran away. Seeing that the attacker had left, the man who was attacked stood in place and leaned against the wall, vigilantly looking around. He looked around and found that there was no one nearby. The attacker with the knife had fled. Who helped him just now? Although it was easy to make money in this line of work, it was also risky. It was not the first time that he had been attacked, and injuries were common. However, he thought that the order he took this time was relatively simple. He did not expect that the more he investigated, the more he felt that something was wrong. Today he talked to the employer about increasing the price. Now it seemed that the increase was too low. Zheng Tan hid on the balcony of the second floor of a small building not far away. He watched the man holding the side of his waist with one hand and taking out the phone from his pocket with the other. "Hello Liuba, this is Jin Gue. Are you in Chuhua City?" "Yes, I have a problem here. If you are free, can you help me?" The man said. "This guy is Jin Gue?" Zheng Tan was surprised. Wasn't this man helping Yang Per investigate something? How did he get stabbed here? Thinking of Yang Po's face after the last phone call in triumph, Zheng Tan guessed that something had happened and it had become more difficult. He could tell just by looking at Jin Gue. "I can guess who ordered it, but I have to find the guy who did it." Jin Gue looked at the hand that was holding the side of his waist with blood and cursed, "Damn it!" After hanging up the phone, Jin Gue walked in the direction that the attacker had fled. Seeing so many forks in the road and the fact that he had just been stabbed, he was not in the mood to continue chasing. He quickly left the place. At that time, Jin Gue did not see the attacker clearly. Moreover, the street lights were not very bright at that time. The attacker was wearing a hood, and there was a large shadow on his face. He could not see clearly. He only knew that it was a young man, but he could not accurately determine his age. He could only speculate further based on the attacker's general figure and the strong smell of alcohol and cigarettes on his body. However, this was also limited. Although Asians did not look as old as Europeans and Americans, and there was a clear difference between domestic and foreign high school students, that was only the majority of examples. There were also exceptions. The kid that was blacklisted by Zheng Tan was one of them. Although he was a third-year student, he was now expelled. Even if he looked a little immature, no one would doubt that he was 18 or 19 years old. It was hard for Jin Gue to imagine that the attacker was a third-year kid. Zheng Tan looked at Jin Gue, who was still calm. There was probably no fatal injury and the injury was not serious. After Jin Gue left, Zheng Tan continued in the direction that the kid had just left. There were several forks in the road ahead. Jin Gue might not know which way the attacker had left, but Zheng Tan could. Jin Gue could not smell the residual smell in the air, but Zheng Tan could easily. Following the smell, Zheng Tan stopped at a corner, sniffed carefully and then walked over. There was a garbage dump over there. All kinds of smells mixed together, but Zheng Tan could still distinguish a trace of fresh blood. Although Jin Gue's injury was not serious, he was still bleeding. The knife was stained with blood. When Zheng Tan went over, he saw a hooded sweater thrown in the garbage dump. In addition to the sweater, Zheng Tan found the blood-stained knife and the watch that the kid had worn. The watch's strap also had a little blood stain. The kid probably felt that it was an eyesore and directly threw the watch away. Looking around to make sure there was no one around, Zheng Tan used the sweater to wrap up the knife and watch. Then she hid the sweater in a shed built by an old residential building. It looked like no one had entered it for a long time, so no one would discover it for the time being. Zheng Tan did not know how long it would take for Jin Gue to find out the identity of the attacker. He hid the evidence first. Every day garbage trucks would pass by. If he threw the evidence into the garbage dump, it would be gone in the morning. After rummaging through the garbage dump, Zheng Tan could still smell the garbage on his body when he returned home. Some unknown liquid from the garbage was stuck to his limbs. He was afraid that if he went home like this, Jiao Ma would nag him again. 2 days ago, Jiao Ma said that some people's cats like to fight with stray cats over garbage cans. She told Zheng Tan not to follow suit. When he passed by the community, Zheng Tan casually took a shower with the outdoor water pipe. The slightly cold water and the night wind made Zheng Tan shiver. It was better to go back and take a hot shower or else he would catch a cold. Over the next few days, Zheng Tan went to Triumph several times. He found that Yang Po went there almost every night to drown his sorrows. Sometimes he pulled people with him and sometimes he was alone. Zheng Tan shamelessly squeezed in. Yang Po looked at Zheng Tan and did not say anything. He even treated Zheng Tan as the only suitable listener, cursing Zheng Tan's father and some other people. Once, when Yang Po went to the bathroom, Zheng Tan took advantage of Yang Po's phone to look through his contacts and memorize Jean Gui's phone number. People like Jean Gui basically did not have a fixed phone number. As the saying went, after one shot, one would change location. They changed their phone number after one shot just like Lu Ba. Their phone was not fixed and their email was the only way to speak. On the other side, Jean Gui was talking to Lu Ba, who he had painstakingly pulled over to discuss with him. When his phone vibrated, he took it out and looked at it. The smile on his face faded. "What's wrong?" Lu Ba asked. Jean Gui handed the phone over. "Take a look." Chapter 278. Golden Tortoise knew that Lu Ba was not short of money. What he lacked was interest and fun. Now he only accepted jobs that he was interested in. This time he was in trouble and almost lost his life. He asked Lu Ba, who was traveling, to help him. Lu Ba did not agree or disagree. Based on his friendship with Golden Tortoise, he came over to check on Golden Tortoise's injuries. Then he learned about the job that Golden Tortoise accepted. However, after listening to the things involved in this job, Lu Ba lost interest. He had encountered this kind of thing many times. He had encountered the struggles between mistresses, and even the fights between illegitimate children. Once or twice he found it quite interesting. It was like participating in a large-scale TV series about palace fights. He was an important factor in controlling the plot and could even play a turning role. This could arouse Lu Ba's interest and let him experience the excitement and novelty. He could even watch the ugliness of the protagonists and supporting characters in front of others as a bystander. However, this kind of thing became boring after a lot of contact. Therefore, after interacting with Lu Ba for the past few days, Golden Tortoise had seen Lu Ba's obvious rejection. If Lu Ba was interested, how could he be lazy all the time? But now this text message could actually arouse Lu Ba's interest. Thinking about the content of the text message just now, it told Golden Tortoise the location of the evidence left by the person who attacked him with a knife that night. This was indeed the information that Golden Tortoise needed. In the past few days, he had used the excuse of recuperating to refuse some unreasonable requests from his employer. They were private detectives but not suicide detectives. Since they found that the people involved were not so simple, they needed to investigate more and even reorganize their thinking to figure out what could be investigated and what could be avoided. As for the number that sent the text message just now, Golden Tortoise only glanced at it casually. It was a number that he had never seen before. Golden Tortoise just thought that someone who knew him was trying to curry favor with him, or that there was an internal conflict in the other party's camp. But obviously things were different from what Golden Tortoise imagined. Judging from Lu Ba's reaction, he knew that there was something wrong with this number. "Do you know it?" Golden Tortoise asked. Lu Ba shook his head. "No, but I heard someone mention it not long ago." Although Lu Ba was not in Chuhua City or even the province at that time, he liked to pay attention to some interesting things, and one of them was about the number 46. He had a feeling that there was a very interesting secret behind this phone number. He had planned to reveal it the next time this number caused some trouble, but he didn't expect to encounter it now. "Do you mind if I use your phone?" Lu Ba took out Jean Gui's phone number and shook it. The golden turtle waved its hand and said, "Use it." Lu Ba looked at the number and dialed it. As expected, the other party's phone was turned off. Was it because of caution or was it because of other reasons? Since Lu Ba was also involved in the case of the milk tea powder and the problematic candy, she also paid attention to it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have discovered such an interesting thing. Even the police had paid attention to this number before, but they hadn't found any useful information. After ending the call, Liu Ba returned the phone to Jean Gui and said, "I'll go with you to get the things mentioned in the message, and we'll go somewhere by the way." Jean Gui had no objection. The reason Zheng Tan had sent the message was because he had heard Jiao Yuan and the others mention the problematic kid. Even though the kid had been keeping a low profile for the past few days, probably because he had done something wrong, and he did not cause any trouble for Jiao Yuan and the others, there was no news that anything had happened to him. Jiao Yuan even heard from a third-year middle school student that the kid was doing well. Knowing that Golden Tortoise had not found the person, to prevent the man from coming after Jiao Yuan and the rest, Zheng Tan immediately gave him the clue after he found Golden Tortoise's number. After sending the message, Zheng Tan turned off his phone and went out for a walk. He didn't believe that Jean Gui and the others couldn't find the boy with the clues. Today, Zheng Tan was listening to Air Mao and Celestine's conversation at Air Mao's house. It was the weekend and Air Mao's girlfriend was busy these days. Celestine was going to pick up his wife at his mother-in-law's house at night. As for the time before that, he had stayed at Air Mao's place to chat. F***ck that hairy boy has been wandering around these 2 days, Air Mao said angrily. The hairy boy that Air Mao was talking about was Candy Peanut. Recently, Black Rice had been lying on the balcony of his house, and Candy Peanut would howl whenever he went to the eastern courtyard. Once he even fought with Sahara. After the fight he would howl again. Why are you stopping them? Just let them interact with each other for a while before they continue to give birth, Wei Ling said. Easy for you to say. Air Mao snorted. Anyway, I don't like that hairy boy. Senior brother Wei, you don't understand. You haven't experienced this feeling. What feeling? Tell me. The feeling of marrying off a daughter. Celestine laughed. You're talking as if you've married off a daughter before. Tell me what it's like. It's like, I raised a good cabbage with so much effort, but in the end it was taken away by a stupid pig. Celestine and Zheng Tan were speechless. These words were familiar, but the perspective of the speaker was different. As they were talking, a cat howl came from below. Air Mao squeezed the beer can so hard that it cracked. Here it comes again. Zheng Tan looked at Air Mao and knew that if Candy Peanut continued to tease him, Air Mao would probably run down and beat him up. Jumping off the sofa, Zheng Tan left the family building and patted Candy Peanut, who was squatting on the cement ground in the courtyard. Peanut Candy stopped howling when it saw Zheng Tan. It meowed twice, sounding quite aggrieved. It glanced at Air Mao, who was standing on the balcony on the 3rd floor, waving its mop in protest. Peanut Candy bared its teeth and turned to leave. Zheng Tan felt that the conflict between Air Mao and Candy Peanut was getting bigger and bigger. He just didn't know who would compromise first. Since he came down, Zheng Tan didn't plan to go upstairs. He walked out of the courtyard and planned to walk around. He also wanted to check his phone to see if there were any messages. As he was walking, Zheng Tan suddenly felt a pair of eyes on him. He looked up and saw a person who was dressed like the other students in the school. However, he had a short tail at the back of his head. Zheng Tan could tell who this person was even with a ponytail. Zheng Tan looked at the person. He didn't have a satchel or any big bags. When the person saw Zheng Tan, he even turned his shirt inside out to show Zheng Tan that he didn't bring a squirt gun this time. The person was Lu Ba. Even if this person didn't seem to be carrying any dangerous items, Zheng Tan still looked at him warily. Compared to Zheng Tan's vigilance, Lu Ba chewed the gum in his mouth and blew a bubble when he saw Zheng Tan. Then he smiled at Zheng Tan and said, "Hey, long time no see." Zheng Tan still looked at him warily. Lu Ba raised his hands and signaled to Zheng Tan that he didn't have anything in his hands. Then he walked towards Zheng Tan. When he was 4 or 5 meters away from Zheng Tan, he turned a corner and walked towards a nearby sports field. Zheng Tan thought for a while and followed him. However, he was more than 10 meters away from the guy in front of him. Otherwise, Zheng Tan would be worried. Until now, Zheng Tan still didn't know the guy's real identity. It was better to be vigilant. Lu Ba didn't walk far. He found a place to sit beside the sports field that was closest to the courtyard. He didn't sit on the stands but on the grass next to the sports field. "It's so good to be a cat. You can play as you want without the pressure of life," Lu Ba said with emotion. Zheng Tan heard this from a tree not far away and sneered in his heart. Not every cat was free from the pressure of life. Some cats even had psychological problems, but it was hard to tell. However, Zheng Tan didn't care about other things. He was now thinking about why Lu Ba was here. Was he the person that the golden turtle asked for help that day? Just as Zheng Tan was thinking, a student who came to pick up the ball kicked it back to the field. After he sat down, he wiped his sweat and was about to take a rest. When he saw Lu Ba sitting there, he smiled and said, "Hey buddy, which courtyard are you from? Are you interested in playing a few kicks? There aren't many people over there and there are beauties watching." As he said this, he winked at Lu Ba and raised his chin to point in a direction. "That's the queen bee of our courtyard." Zheng Tan looked over there. He was a little far away, but he could still see a few girls standing on the side of the football field. From this distance they were all pretty good, but he didn't know who the queen bee was. The queen bee? Lu Ba was puzzled and there was some meaning in his eyes. The student didn't notice Lu Ba's strange expression, but proudly said, "She's the recognized beauty of our courtyard. Because there's the word Feng in her name, she was later nicknamed the queen bee by everyone. She's beautiful, has good grades, and is popular. She doesn't have to do anything in the courtyard and naturally there will be people helping her. No matter if they're from our courtyard or from other courtyards, they all have to bow down to our queen bee." "Then you must be working hard," Lu Ba said. Zheng Tan felt that there was a hidden meaning in Lu Ba's words. The student was a little careless and he was quite happy when he heard Lu Ba's words. Of course we do all the heavy and tiring work. There are also people who rush to run errands. How can we let our queen bee be tired? Zheng Tan stared at Lu Ba, and he felt that there was something wrong with his expression. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Lu Ba said faintly, "Brother, do you know the problem of the queen bee's nuptial flight, in a social insect like bees?" Zheng Tan was speechless. He had a bad feeling. The boy also shook his head blankly. They didn't study biology, so how would they know about these things? When the weather is good, the new queen bee will fly out and release some pheromones to attract drones. If the drones catch up with the drones, it proves that they are strong enough and the queen bee will have sex with them. After indulging to her heart's content, the drone will probably die of exhaustion. In short, he won't survive. Then the queen bee will continue to fly and have sex with another strong drone again. The drone will end up the same as the previous one, and then it will continue to do the same. Until she feels that there are enough little tadpoles, she will stop. This is the nuptial flight of bees, Lu Ba said slowly. Chapter 279. Zheng Tan had always felt that only academic people would use serious academic words to talk about things that would sound like hooligans to others. However, the listeners would not feel that this person was acting like a hooligan. Instead, they would feel that this person was really knowledgeable. These people were always able to twist a good and normal thing. It was obviously a romantic thing, but when they took it seriously, it was a little scary. Now it seemed that not only those academic people could do this, but other people could also do it, such as Lu Ba. This made Zheng Tan suspect that Lu Ba was like a general who came out to take revenge on society. Didn't she see that the student next to her was dumbfounded? After the student came to his senses, he laughed dryly and said, "Ahem, in fact, I have always thought that bees are a kind of insect full of positive energy. After all, they always appear in front of the public with a positive image." This is true. Some Enlightenment books portray bees as a hardworking insect. However, there are some facts in nature that you have to admit. Lu Ba's face was unfathomable. She shook her finger and continued, "I have always thought that bees are a very magical insect because the drones in their colony don't have a father. Moreover, they are born to find the queen bee. Not to mention those that die after doing that, the drones that don't have a chance to compete can enter any other hive at will. They are strong and handsome, eat a lot and don't work. However, when the seasons change and food is scarce, they will be driven out of the hive by the worker bees. Then their corpses will be exposed in the wilderness and become food for ants and other insects. Therefore, the drones were once given a very interesting name by people." "What name?" The student unconsciously scratched his arm as if he was scratching the goosebumps. Zheng Tan had a bad feeling. "Sad playboy," Lu Ba said. Lu Ba said, "That's why I've been wondering if the word playboy came from the male bees." Zheng Tan was speechless. He could no longer look at the word playboy seriously. Zheng Tan had been called a playboy in the past. You can't be too serious about anything. If you are, you will lose. The student chuckled, then stood up and patted his pants. "Well, they're calling me. I'll go over first." After saying that, he ran away and didn't ask Lu Ba to join them. Looking at the person who ran away, Liu Ba sighed. He ran away just like that. Glancing around, there was no one around. The sound of cheers from the soccer match at the sports field was endless, so no one would notice them. Lu Ba shifted her gaze to Zheng Tan, who was lying on the tree and yawning. Seeing this, Zheng Tan, who was halfway through his yawn, stopped yawning abruptly. "Black charcoal." Lu Ba looked at Zheng Tan and said, "Come on, let's continue our conversation." Zheng Tan was speechless. Lu Ba was probably in a bad mood. When she was in a bad mood, she would chat with others or go out to gain hatred points. What she said just now had traumatized Zheng Tan and the student who had run away. Therefore, Zheng Tan didn't want to continue listening. Ignoring Lu Ba's muttering, Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree and left. He didn't want to continue listening to Lu Ba's revenge. Zheng Tan ran to the woods and turned on his phone to see if there were any new messages. Sure enough, there were several text messages as soon as he turned on his phone. Most of them were from Golden Tortoise. One of them was from an unfamiliar number, and the other two were call notifications. Before he turned on his phone, the unfamiliar number called Zheng Tan twice. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan's phone was turned off. Looking at the number, Zheng Tan found that there were 4 8s in the unfamiliar number. The position of the 4 8s in the 11-digit number was exactly the same as the position of the 4 6s in Zheng Tan's phone number. Zheng Tan first thought of Zhang Dong, and then he thought of the people related to Golden Tortoise. After reading the messages one by one, Zheng Tan knew that Golden Tortoise had found the evidence. As for Golden Tortoise's questions about who Zheng Tan was, Zheng Tan glanced at them and didn't bother to reply. The phone number with 4 8s didn't ask about Zheng Tan's real identity. Instead it asked, "Are you interested in having more partners?" At first glance he thought it was a group chat message. As the saying goes, cast a wide net to catch a big fish. Zheng Tan had done this before. But after thinking about it, Zheng Tan felt that something was wrong. The message said, "More partners," and after sending the message it made 2 calls. If this person wasn't fishing or had a hobby of group sex, then this person knew what Zheng Tan had done with this number before. Should he reply? Zheng Tan didn't press the reply button. After thinking about it, he didn't bother about it. He didn't play games, so he turned off his phone and left. He knew that the police had paid attention to him in the previous case, but if this person wasn't from the police, then who could it be? Generally speaking, people who used 4 8s were mostly rich or successful people, but Zheng Tan's intuition told him that it wasn't that kind of person. A few days later, when Zheng Tan was chatting with Jiao Yuan and the others, he heard that the troublesome milk tea fanboy had offended someone. As for what happened to him, Jiao Yuan and the others had all kinds of guesses. As for the real situation, no one knew. In short, the troublesome kid never appeared again. Since the troublesome kid was dead, he wouldn't be a threat to Jiao Yuan and the others. Zheng Tan was relieved. That day, not long after Zheng Tan installed the rechargeable battery and turned on his phone, he received a call before he had time to read the messages from the Golden Tortoise. Looking at the 4 8s displayed on the screen, Zheng Tan, who was about to press the reject button, stopped. He didn't know if he should answer or hang up. He had too many guesses. He wanted to know the other party's identity through this phone call, but he didn't know how to answer the call. Should he howl? Zheng Tan set the phone to silent mode, so the screen was always on. He didn't answer the first call, but the next call came. It seemed like the other party was persistent. Zheng Tan pressed the answer button after the 5th call. He wanted to know the other party's identity. Even if the other party tracked down the location of the phone call, Zheng Tan wasn't afraid. He was a cat now, and no one would believe that a cat was behind this number. After the call was answered, neither party said anything. They listened carefully to the background noise from the other party. Both parties were in relatively quiet places. Zheng Tan could occasionally hear birds chirping not far away, and there seemed to be the sound of a computer fan on the other party's side. Both parties were silent for about half a minute. Just as Zheng Tan was about to hang up, the other party spoke. "Are you interested in having more partners?" Zheng Tan was familiar with this voice. "My name is Lu Ba. I work in many fields and have a little fame in the circle of private detectives. I think you should be able to find me with your means." He revealed his identity first to show his sincerity. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't say anything, Lu Ba continued, "I know about your deeds. If you have something fun next time and it's not easy to deal with, you can consider inviting me to join. I guarantee my character and absolute conscience in the industry. If you don't believe me, you can ask the client. The first order is free. If you like it, the price is negotiable. In fact, I don't believe in text messages. I either call or email. Of course, it doesn't matter if you're still used to text messages." After a series of words, Liu Ba finally asked, "May I know how to address you, brother?" The few hairs above Zheng Tan's eyes trembled, and he directly pressed the button to hang up. "Call me your uncle." Lu Ba, who was decisively hung up by Zheng Tan, smiled helplessly when he heard the busy tone on the phone. He said to Jin Gue, who had been silent, "The person behind this number must be bad-tempered." Lu Ba didn't know that it was because he had left a bad impression on Zheng Tan after several meetings. Zheng Tan was too lazy to listen to Lu Ba's nonsense. In the past he wanted to ask Lu Ba for advice, but now he gave up. Lu Ba might be in a bad mood and tell Zheng Tan an animal story. That would be a trap. As for email, Zheng Tan didn't have one yet. Even if he had one, Zheng Tan wouldn't send an email to Lu Ba. Although Zheng Tan's computer skills only stopped at some basic network operations, Zheng Tan knew that the network was not a reliable hiding place. Perhaps if he sent an email today, Lu Ba would come to him tomorrow. Ask him for help? Zheng Tan didn't think that he needed Lu Ba's help now. What could he use private detectives like Lu Ba and Jingue for? Feud between rich and powerful families? A melodramatic family drama? Zheng Tan felt that it was too far away from the Jiao family. After turning off his phone, Zheng Tan simply tidied up the tree hole and put a bag of desiccant and his phone into a bag. Zheng Tan didn't know if this would work, but he just wanted to give it a try. Coming out of the tree hole, Zheng Tan stretched her body. She jumped and ran in the forest for a while to stretch her body. Then she lay down next to a tree not far from the side door and rested. She watched a guard play a frisbee game with his dog. While watching, Jing Tan suddenly narrowed his eyes and widened them. He saw a man and a woman coming in from outside the door. The man was Jiao Pa, but the woman was not Jiao Ma. If they were colleagues, it would make sense. However, Jing Tan often went to the Institute of Biological Sciences and had never seen this woman. Moreover, there were few female teachers in the Institute of Biological Sciences who dressed up like this. She looked good, at least with good makeup. Looking at the two of them, they seemed to be acquaintances. Jing Tan, who had just thought that there wouldn't be a melodramatic family drama, was now nervous. Fortunately, he soon found that Jiao Fox's expression was not very good. He seemed to be alienated and seriously dissatisfied with the woman. Jing Tan jumped down from the tree and quietly approached the roadside. He hid under the trees and then pricked up his ears to listen to what the two of them were talking about. As soon as he heard the word pomelo, which was very sensitive to Jing Tan suddenly heard a shout when he was staring at the woman. Black charcoal. Jing Tan looked at the Jiao Pa and found that the Jiao Pa was looking at him. Professor Jiao was very dissatisfied with the person next to him and didn't want to look at him. He would rather look at the tree next to him. Unexpectedly, he found his cat hiding behind the tree like a thief. It was fine if it was hiding, but it didn't even know how to hide its tail. Chapter 280. Jing Tan's impression of little Pomelo's mother remained the same when he first came here. At that time, Jing Tan felt that little Pomelo's parents were the same type of selfish people as his own parents. Perhaps it was because little Pomelo had spent so much time in the Jiao family that Jing Tan almost forgot that little Pomelo had a mother. It was just that this mother rarely called little Pomelo throughout the year. Even when he went to the Jiao Ma's hometown during the summer holidays, Old Master Gu and Old Madame Gu did not mention little Pomelo's mother much. It was obvious how dissatisfied they were with little Pomelo's mother. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were with her, no matter how wrong they thought she was, and no matter how much they disliked her, she was still little Pomelo's biological mother. She had not come to see her daughter for 3 years, and she had not said anything about bringing little Pomelo over to play with her. Why was this woman here now? Jing Tan was in a bad mood. He had already started to imagine all sorts of possibilities. If this woman wanted to bring little Pomelo abroad to spend the rest of her life with her, the Jiao family had no right to stop her. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Jing Tan followed beside the Jiao Pa and listened to their conversation patiently. Although the atmosphere was not very good, it could not be awkward all the time. If it was awkward, Jing Tan would not be able to get any information. As he listened, Jing Tan realized that Pomelo had a half-sister. In other words, not long after this mother sent little Pomelo back to China, she met her second love abroad and had a little daughter now. She was already a mixed-race child who was more than a year old. What made Jing Tan angry was not that Pomelo's mother had left Pomelo to live her own life in China. It was that when this woman talked about her daughter, from her expression to her tone, Jing Tan was so angry that he wanted to grind his claws. Jing Tan was a little worried. To put it more accurately, when the cinnabar mole on Pomelo's mother's chest turned into a glaring chili sauce, should she wipe it off or not? After talking about her daughter with sparkling eyes, she realized that it was not a good topic to talk about. It was obvious from the Jiao Pa's rare dark expression. Pomelo's mother coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. Pomelo is in 4th grade this year, right? How are her grades? Can she keep up? I'm not optimistic about the education system in China, said Pomelo's mother. Father Jiao glanced at her indifferently. Pomelo was already in her 2nd year when she was sent back to China. Little Pomelo was sent back to China in 2003, and it was already the second half of 2006. Pomelo's mother's face stiffened. She counted the years and said, "So, he's already in the 5th grade. That's fast." The Jiao Pa glanced at her again. She'll be in 6th grade in September this year. She'll be in junior high next year. I remember she told you when she skipped grades. Pomelo's mother was speechless. All right, there was an awkward silence again. The Jiao Pa was usually tactful with his words. He rarely said such blunt words. Hearing the Jiao Pa's tone, Jing Tan knew that he was not very calm at the moment. Jing Tan looked at Pomelo's mother's expression and knew that she did not know what to say. She could not even laugh dryly. No matter what, she felt guilty when talking about her eldest daughter. Pomelo's mother had planned to leave after taking a look. She had come because she had a business matter to discuss. It just so happened that a professor she often worked with had come to Tsinghua University's medical school to give a report. After finding out about the relationship between Pomelo's mother and the Jiao Pa, he had contacted the Jiao Pa through Pomelo's mother. He wanted to go to the Institute of Biological Sciences to observe the red nest mouse. It would be best if he could get some samples or something. After all, the Jiaopa was the discoverer of the red nest mouse and had some say in it. The mouse was a model organism in mammalian embryology and developmental biology. Whether it was at the Institute of Biological Sciences or the medical school, the relevant research could not be done without mice. The red nest mouse was even more special. With the publication of a series of highly influential articles at Tsinghua University, it had caused quite a stir in the international field. As long as there was an opportunity, it had to be seized. The professor obviously knew how to do this. In this way, Pomelo's mother would inevitably have to face the Jiaopa directly. She could not avoid it even if she wanted to. She knew that she would be scolded, but she had to accept it. Since you're here, why don't you come over and have a seat? Your sister found out that you're back in China yesterday. She said that she hasn't seen you in a long time. You two sisters should talk. Also, don't you want to see Pomelo? All right, then I'll have to bother you. Pomelo's mother knew that she could not avoid it this time, so she could only bite the bullet. Jiaoma came back very quickly today. She had bought a lot of groceries. Even though she felt that her sister was not right in many ways, she was still her biological sister. They had not seen each other for 3 years. It was rare for her to come over, so she had to treat her well. Jiao Yuan had obviously received the news in advance. He was not very enthusiastic about Pomelo's mother. After greeting her, he ran back to his room to do his homework. Zheng Tan was in the room watching little Pomelo blindly draw on a piece of draft paper with a pen. After a few strokes, she started to stare blankly at her nails. Obviously, she was not in the mood to do her homework. Zheng Tan was lying next to her. Just as he was about to give her a hug to comfort her, he heard Jiao Yuan next door yell, "Black charcoal! Come over quickly. There's a big rat." Zheng Tan was speechless. How could he have the face to use such an excuse? In the living room, the Jiaopa was chatting with Pomelo's mother. He glanced at Zheng Tan, who had jumped out of little Pomelo's room through the window and then jumped into Jiao Yuan's room through the window. He did not say anything. "Your cat is really special," Pomelo's mother said when she heard the sound of someone jumping out the window. Jiaopa did not deny it. "Yes, this cat has a lot of energy and is different from the rest." Pomelo's mother was speechless. Wasn't it just a mongrel? Different from the rest? There was an awkward silence again. Zheng Tan, who had jumped into Jiao Yuan's room, saw Jiao Yuan anxiously walking around the bed. "Black charcoal, do you think Pomelo's mother is here to take Pomelo back? What if Pomelo really goes with her? I heard that her mother is developing her career overseas. Her mother doesn't care about her, and if she gets bullied, no one will protect her. I don't know what Pomelo is thinking. No, I have to do some work with Pomelo." Jiao Yuan immediately sat down and flipped open a blank workbook. He rolled up his sleeves and picked up a pen, writing something on the paper. This was much faster than when he was writing an essay. Zheng Tan jumped onto the desk to take a look. There were 9 big words on the first line. Details of the 18 crimes committed overseas. Below was a list of all the bad things that were done overseas. Between the lines, Jiao Yuan also did not want little Pomelo to leave. At the end, he even used a red pen to write a word that was obviously a size larger than usual. Think carefully and act with caution. It was rare that Zheng Tan did not complain that the paper was dirty. He held the folded paper in his mouth and flipped out. Then, he flipped back to little Pomelo's room and passed the paper to her. After reading through the words on the paper, the blank look on little Pomelo's face lessened. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she replied, "Okay." Jiaopa watched Zheng Tan flip back and forth between the 2 rooms. Although he made a lot of noise when he flipped through the window, he did not say anything and did not stop him. Although the food was delicious, no one was in the mood to eat. The atmosphere at the dining table was strange. Only Jiao Ma was slightly more talkative. The 2 sisters stood together. At first glance, no one would immediately think that they were sisters. Perhaps it was because of their temperament and attire. However, if one looked closely, they did look somewhat similar. Pomelo's mother did not have much confidence in front of Jiao Ma. Although she was better than Jiao Ma in terms of her career, she usually put on airs in front of others. Even if she put on airs in front of others, it was stiff and deliberate. As for Zheng Tan, who usually sat on a chair and ate at the edge of the table, he was now sitting on a small stool at the side. He looked at the bowl of food and could not eat. Perhaps her maternal instincts were aroused after seeing little Pomelo. Pomelo's mother said that she would be staying in Tsinghua City for a few more days. Since the weekend was the day after tomorrow, she wanted to take little Pomelo out to have some fun. This made Zheng Tan even more vigilant. If they were to interact with each other, they would probably be able to trick little Pomelo into leaving. Pomelo's mother already had a daughter. If Pomelo went over now, she would definitely be unhappy. Moreover, there was a stepfather that she had never met. However, Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma did not mention this in front of little Pomelo. They were probably afraid that little Pomelo would overthink. It's good to let the mother and daughter talk. Pomelo matures early. She's not an insensible child, Jiao Pa said that night. Jiao Ma was a little worried. What if Pomelo chooses to go with them? I don't think that's a good idea. This child might not be happy if she goes. Why don't I accompany them this Saturday? After thinking about it, Jiao Ma sighed and said, forget it. Since she said that she wants to spend some time alone with Pomelo, she doesn't want me to interfere. Sigh, if only someone was there to remind little Pomelo. Jiao Ma knew her sister quite well. She could speak beautifully today, but tomorrow she could make you want to bang your head against the wall. It's not like there's no other way, Jiao Pa said. What way? Black charcoal. Indeed, Pomelo's mother did say that she wanted to spend some time alone with Pomelo. However, this alone definitely referred to the person and did not include Jing Tan. Jing Tan was also worried about letting little Pomelo face her mother alone. What if little Pomelo was set up? Pomelo's mother was willing to part with her, but Jing Tan was not. Saturday. Little Pomelo carried her backpack downstairs. Jiao Pa drove her to the agreed place. The place was a restaurant. It was a little classy, but for a child it was a little restrictive and could not be relaxed. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he watched little Pomelo enter the restaurant. After seeing her mother sit down, Jiao Pa drove away. Little Pomelo's little face was stern. This made the already tense atmosphere between mother and daughter even more stiff. Without Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's supervision, even if she felt a little guilty, Pomelo's mother's words and actions were a little smoother. She ordered a glass of juice and some desserts for Pomelo. She drank her coffee and smiled at the bag that her daughter was carefully holding in her arms. What's that bulging bag? Is it a present for mommy? Pomelo's mother tried to make her smile more amiable. Little Pomelo looked at her mother and bit her lip. Then she took out a small gift box from her jacket pocket and handed it to her mother. Pomelo's mother looked at the bulging bag, then looked at the gift box in little Pomelo's hand. She took it and opened it. It was a small doll. The material was not very new, and the workmanship was very rough compared to the goods in the shops. Did Pomelo make it herself? Pomelo's mother asked with a smile. Little Pomelo lowered her head slightly and nodded. It's very pretty. Mommy likes it a lot. Jing Tan sneered in his heart. Was she for real? Her tone sounded too deliberate. The doll was sewn by little Pomelo using the materials and daily necessities she saved from labor skills classes. The doll's appearance was based on a photo of Pomelo's mother. Jing Tan did not know if it was because he was too angry or something else, but he felt a little suffocated in the bag. There was not enough air coming in through the air vent of the bag. Jing Tan pulled open the zipper of the backpack seat and stuck his head out to take a deep breath. Chapter 281. When Pomelo's mother came back to her senses, she quickly looked around. When she saw that no one had noticed them, she looked at little Pomelo with a reproachful look. You shouldn't have brought your cat here. This isn't a pet restaurant. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and raised her head to look at her mother. But there's no sign saying that pets aren't allowed in here. That's still not okay. It's not right to bring a pet into a restaurant. As she spoke, Pomelo's mother noticed that the black cat was looking at her with a strange expression. Although she didn't quite understand what that expression meant, she felt that something was amiss. She didn't feel comfortable. Seeing that little Pomelo's expression wasn't too good either, Pomelo's mother thought that it was rare for them to be alone together. She didn't blame her anymore. Instead, she said, use this to block it. It's not good to be seen. As she spoke, she handed over a shopping bag with a brand logo and a pink bow. On it was the logo of a children's clothing brand. Mommy bought you a present. See if you like it. When you go out wearing it, you'll be the envy of all the children in the courtyard. Jing Tan stretched his neck to take a look while little Pomelo was taking the gift. The tag said that it cost 1,200 yuan, and it was a dress. If Pomelo's mother hadn't said the last sentence, Jing Tan wouldn't have despised her so much. However, after she said the last sentence, Jing Tan felt that something was amiss. Did this person really think that the people living in the courtyard were all poor people? And they were envious? Most families wouldn't even care about such a small amount of money, especially those old professors. For example, Old Man Lan, who lived downstairs, definitely had more than 10 million yuan in their hands. It was just that they didn't show it on normal days. They even went to the cafeteria early in the morning to eat buns and porridge. Later on, little Pomelo's mother asked her about the clothes she usually wore. Judging from her reaction, it seemed like she felt that the Jiao family wasn't that well-to-do, so she didn't buy good clothes for little Pomelo. As for the standard of good clothes, that was a difference of opinion. Most of the children in the villa complex didn't usually wear expensive branded clothes. After all, they grew up too quickly, so there was no need to buy expensive clothes. Whether it was the Jiao family or the other families in the villa complex, they were relatively well off. However, no one had seen their children wear clothes that cost hundreds or thousands of yuan, unless it was a birthday party or some other important occasion. Usually, the Jiao yuan and the others were more mischievous. The clothes they wore were at most 100 yuan, so they didn't care too much if they were torn. Moreover, it was already October and it would be November soon. The weather would turn cold, so who would be bored enough to wear a skirt? Moreover, she was still a child. If she were to wear it out now, she wouldn't be envied. Instead, she would be ridiculed. After asking a few more questions, Pomelo's mother could tell that little Pomelo didn't want to continue the topic. She looked at the black cat that was staring at her and frowned. Then she said to little Pomelo, "Mommy has seen many people raise cats overseas. My neighbor over there has a very beautiful ragdoll cat. Mommy even took a picture of it before. I'll show it to you." Suddenly, she remembered that she didn't save a picture of the cat on her phone. Pomelo's mother took out her phone and put it back into her bag. "Ahem, I saved the picture on my computer. I didn't bring it with me. Mommy will show it to you when I have the chance. It's much prettier than this black cat, and it's also obedient." Zheng Tan's expression became even more unpleasant. Was this person despising him for being ugly and bad-tempered? Black charcoal is also very obedient. Little Pomelo adjusted her bag and defended herself. Pomelo's mother obviously didn't believe her. She had seen the cat climb through the window yesterday and knew that it was definitely not a well-behaved cat. After a series of meaningless conversations, Zheng Tan felt drowsy. The conversation between the mother and daughter was really stiff and awkward. There was no common topic, and the more they talked, the more Zheng Tan felt that there wasn't much strong emotion between them. "Pomelo, do you want to live in a big house?" Pomelo's mother asked. "Mommy bought a big house overseas. It has a big yard. You can raise flowers and animals that you like. When the time comes, you'll have a little sister to play with you." After a pause, Pomelo's mother continued, "Pomelo, are you happy to have a little sister? It's just that your little sister is still very young." Zheng Tan's eyes narrowed. Did this person know what she was talking about? Was she still happy? It would be strange if she was happy. Having a little sister meant having a stepfather. She didn't even know what his character was like. Was little Pomelo sure that he wouldn't dislike her if she went back home for no reason? Little Pomelo stopped stirring the cream. From Zheng Tan's angle, he could only see her tightly pursed lips. Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of being discovered. Half of his body came out of the backpack and rubbed against little Pomelo. He thought about the first half of Pomelo's mother's words. Was she complaining that the Jiao family's house was too small? Little Pomelo had lived overseas for a period of time before, so it wasn't like she didn't remember. Even the house they lived in overseas was much bigger than the Jiao family. If little Pomelo really cared about this, she wouldn't have shook her head when she was asked if she wanted to live in a villa. It was obvious that this mother didn't even know what her daughter wanted. "I'm not going back," little Pomelo said softly as she pushed Zheng Tan back into the backpack. "What?" Pomelo's mother asked again. She didn't hear clearly just now. "I'm not going back," little Pomelo said in a firm tone as she raised her head. The other party was silent for a few seconds. "Mommy respects your decision." Zheng Tan wasn't sure if he had heard wrongly, but he felt that there was a sense of relief in her tone. Zheng Tan sat up and looked at the woman sitting across from him. He didn't see much sadness or regret in her eyes. Instead, when she smiled at little Pomelo, her smile was a little wider and not as stiff as before. After they left the restaurant, Pomelo's mother planned to take little Pomelo for a walk. She asked little Pomelo where she wanted to go. After telling her a few places, little Pomelo shook her head. Pomelo's mother then took her to a nearby shopping mall to buy things for little Pomelo. Most of the items in the shopping mall were high-end goods, so those who didn't have much money on hand stayed away. The shopping mall wasn't too far from the restaurant, so the mother and daughter walked there directly. Before they reached the shopping mall, Zheng Tan walked beside them. In order to follow them out today, Zheng Tan also wore the cat tag. It was convenient and reduced the dislike of passers-by. After all, not everyone could tolerate an unidentified cat running around on the streets. Pomelo's mother was chatting casually when a familiar car with 4 circles approached from the side. It drove to the parking lot and slowly stopped. "Black charcoal. Pomelo." Zheng Tan heard the voice and looked over. It was Fang Xiaokong, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. It was rare for this busy man to have time to drive out by himself. He was probably chatting with an old friend. Fang Xiaokang got out of the car and strode over. He was wearing sunglasses, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. He didn't expect to meet Jing Tan and little Pomelo here. Just like before, Fang Xiaokang used his hands to hold little Pomelo's armpits and carried little Pomelo as if he was holding a child. Little Pomelo's solemn face was now filled with a smile. Uncle Fang. Pomelo, have you lost weight recently? Fang Xiaokang weighed little Pomelo before putting her down. Fang Xiaokang usually interacted with his daughter like this, so he had developed this habit. It didn't matter if it was when she was a little girl or now that she was a little girl who was over 10 years old. A few days ago, Ming Ming asked you about her experience. She said she wanted to exchange experiences with you, Fang Xiaokang said. As for the experience, it was definitely the experience of raising a cat. Because of Jing Tan, Fang Mingming asked her father for little Pomelo's number on the chat app. After adding her as a friend, the two of them exchanged their experiences of raising a cat from time to time. This is... Pomelo's mother interrupted. If she hadn't seen the car, she would have already scolded him. She didn't know Fang Xiaokang, but seeing that Fang Xiaokang and her daughter seemed to be very familiar with each other, and he was obviously someone of a certain status. This is Uncle Fang. Little Pomelo introduced him, then pointed at her mother to Fang Xiaokang. This is my mommy. Hello, Pomelo's mother introduced herself. While she said that she was little Pomelo's mother, she also mentioned some of her other identities and titles. From the company name to her position, there were several English words in one sentence. Jing Tan didn't know how to react for a moment. Fang Xiaokang said, "Oh," and said, "A Fortune 500 company in the world. Nice to meet you." Pomelo's mother took out a beautifully made business card from her bag and handed it over. Fang Xiaokang took it, then took out an equally beautiful business card from his pocket and handed it over. This business card wasn't Fang Xiaokang's personal business card. The phone number on it was definitely one of Fang Xiaokang's assistants or secretaries. Giving out this business card proved that Fang Xiaokang didn't care much about Pomelo's mother. Fang Xiaokang's business card was a much more low-key business card, which was in Jing Tan's drawer. The number on it was Fang Xiaokang's personal number. Looking at the business card in her hand, Pomelo's mother's pupils shrank. She was much more polite to Fang Xiaokang now. Fang Xiaokang had something else to do, so he quickly left. Pomelo, how do you know this? Uncle Fang? Pomelo's mother asked. He's Black Charcoal's friend. Pomelo's mother obviously didn't believe her. She guessed that it was because of Professor Jiao. After shopping at the mall, Pomelo's mother called for a taxi and went back to Jiao family's place. In the car, Pomelo's mother asked little Pomelo if she wanted to go back with them. Little Pomelo kept shaking her head. Then Mommy won't force you. Mommy gave Auntie and the others some money to take care of you. So, if you need anything or want anything, just let Auntie know. Okay, I know. If you're on vacation, you can call Mommy. Mommy will bring you over to play. Jing Tan wasn't happy to hear that. If I'm on vacation, I can't call? Jing Tan stood up and rubbed little Pomelo's chin. Don't be sad, I don't care. The same thing might not be important to some people, but to others, it was a treasure. Pomelo's mother didn't care much about little Pomelo, but Jing Tan cared, and so did the Jiao family. When they returned to school, they bumped into Old Man Lon, who had just come back from outside. The old man even grabbed a bunch of hawthorns for little Pomelo. It was a gift from someone else. On the lawn of the eastern courtyard, Sheriff was lying on his side at the edge of a flower bed that was slightly higher than the lawn. He reached out his paw to tease Huang, who was lying on the lawn and rubbing his back. After a while, the two of them started to fight. Depang was lying on his stomach not far away from them. His eyes were half closed as if he was trying to get sleepy. On the gravel road beside the lawn, a person was making a phone call. He jokingly scolded the person on the phone, Bullsh *T. 10 meters away, Niu Zhuang was being led out for a walk. It was pulling on the rope to lead its owner forward. When it heard the person's shout, its ears twitched and its small triangular eyes flashed fiercely. The face of the person on the phone twitched and he quickly ran away. Mom, Pomelo and Black Charcoal are back. Jiao Yuan, who was watching from the balcony on the 5th floor, shouted into the house. Chapter 282. Jing Tan had always felt that the two biggest frustrations in life were being stepped on by someone trying to show off, and being shown off by someone trying to show off. Not long ago he had looked down on Yang Pa at victorious return. Who would have thought that today, there would be someone even more deserving of contempt than Yang Pa? After dinner, Pomelo's mother and Jiao Ma went out for a walk and chat in the courtyard. Zheng Tan followed them closely in order to find out more about the enemy. Most of the time, Pomelo's mother was talking about the fruits of her hard work abroad over the past few years. Now that she was a department manager, she had a lot of money on her hands. When she spoke, she was showing off. She also urged Mama Jiao to quickly buy a bigger house, complaining that the houses in the courtyard were old and small. She even compared them to the new house she bought abroad. Jiao Ma obviously knew what kind of person her sister was, but she didn't have the energy to get angry. Not long after, they ran into the old lady who was taking Depang out for a walk. The old lady was stepping on the exercise equipment in the courtyard. Depang was squatting on a horizontal bar next to her. The horizontal bar was only 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter. It was unknown how the fat cat jumped on it and squatted there. At first glance, that round lump looked out of place, but this guy was squatting there steadily. Zheng Tan could only sigh in admiration. As expected of a cat that had undergone military training, it was as steady as squatting instant noodles. "Yo, black charcoal teacher Gu. You're out for a walk." The old lady smiled and greeted Zheng Tan and Jiao Ma. Jiao Ma introduced her sister to the old lady and chatted for a while before leaving. After walking for a while, Pomelo's mother sneered at Depang, saying that such a fat cat would definitely get XXX or something. Knowing that the old lady lived alone, she said, "Is it just the old lady by herself? Don't you have a nanny?" "Don't talk nonsense. Depang's health is good. He's even sent to the pet center regularly for checkups. The old lady treats him like a treasure." As for the old lady, her son did want to hire a nanny and even said that he would bring the old lady over, but the old lady never agreed. She said that she was used to the environment and atmosphere here. Everyone in the courtyard has been neighbors for decades, so it's not lonely. She said that she will consider the future when her legs are no longer able to move. People become stubborn when they get old. Her son is the same. Pomelo's mother disagreed. Jiao Ma was afraid that her younger sister would say something inappropriate, so she quickly stopped her. The identity of Depang's cat father was a little more sensitive, and Depang's grandmother did not want to make it public. Therefore, Jiao Ma only whispered into her sister's ear and briefly explained the identity of Depang's cat father. After that, Pomelo's mother fell silent. She stopped talking about Depang and his grandmother. With their wealth, if they really wanted to hire a nanny, they would be willing to hire 8 or 10 nannies. After walking for less than 2 minutes, they bumped into Sahara again. It was happily rubbing itself against the grass and wagging its tongue. It did not care about its image at all. Of course, it did not care about its image in the courtyard. "This dog is too crazy. It looks like it's a crossbreed, right? Are we going to raise a purebred dog in the future or a gentler one?" Jiao Ma looked over and smiled. "Oh, you're talking about Sahara? I heard that it's a tri-breed dog from Academician Ruan's family. Although it's usually very playful, it has never hurt the children in the courtyard. Academician Ruan treasures it." She hit the bullseye. Pomelo's mother fell silent again. After running around in the business world for a long time, she would often think more from the perspective of benefits. It was common to flatter the powerful and trample on the weak. Similarly, when scolding a dog, one had to consider the identity and temper of the dog's owner. One had to know what to say and what not to say. It was said that the more arrogant a person was, the harder it was to control their temper. Pomelo's mother always felt that the more arrogant a person was, the harder it was to control their temper. Therefore, she had to be careful with her words and actions. When dealing with those arrogant people, even if she talked behind their backs, she had to find a place where there was no one around. Although she did not know Academician Ruan, once she heard the title of Academician, she immediately swallowed her words. Jing Tan found it funny. Before this afternoon, this person had thought that the courtyard was full of poor people, but now she realized that there was a discrepancy. When he passed by the long bench area, Jing Tan saw that the old men in the courtyard had gathered together again and were gossiping. When night fell, the old men in the courtyard would gather together and start bragging. They would criticize a certain school's leader, evaluate a certain new policy, criticize certain people who had a negative impact on society but did not dare to speak carelessly. Some famous experts and professors who appeared frequently on television would be discussed as if they were talking about dolls. They were not afraid of being overheard at all. Even if those people were standing in front of them, they would still say the same thing. When Zheng Tan looked over, Old Man Lan was bragging to someone about a pot of orchids that had been bought today. After hearing a few words, Pomelo's mother did not think much of it. Was a pot of orchids worth bragging about? How much can orchids sell for? Jiao Ma thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about the pot that Professor Lan was talking about today, but last year Professor Lan sold 2 pots of orchids for more than 600,000 yuan. There are quite a lot of people looking for Professor Lan. This year, orchids are very popular. There are even more people looking for Professor Lan. Buyers are blocking people in the courtyard just to buy Professor Lan's pot of orchids. Based on this, the price today is probably higher than last year. Pomelo's mother's face was full of disbelief. Zheng Tan knew that 2 days ago, Old Man Lan had been blocked by people at the small flower bed. They wanted to buy 3 orchids called Rabbit for 1 million yuan, but Old Man Lan did not agree. Old Man Lan was not short of money. At his age, he cared about his reputation. From time to time, he would show off to some old friends about the orchids that he had cultivated or discovered outside. As for the few 100,000 yuan, Old Man Lan really did not care about it. At his level, he had both fame and fortune. Now, he did things according to his desires. Although he could not say something like, "Money is just a number," it was not far off. He agreed to sell the orchids only because Old Man Lan was annoyed with those people who always came to bother him. Moreover, he kept some of the orchids, so even if he sold them, he would still have 1 or 2 seedlings in his hands. Old Man Lan was talking to people about the orchids in the market now. Although it looked like a prosperous future, many people had started to rush into it. Moreover, someone said, "Take out a pot of orchids in the morning and drive a BMW back in the afternoon." This made the orchids even more popular. However, it was estimated that this popularity would only last for about a year. It would cool down later. If one was too impulsive, they might hit their head and bleed. Jing Tan knew about this kind of thing. He used to have a friend who spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy an orchid when the price of orchids was hot. 5 years later, not many people would buy an orchid for 100 yuan. Seeing Jing Tan, Old Man Lan laughed. He was in a good mood today, so he teased Jing Tan again. He pointed in Jing Tan's direction and said to his old friends, "That little guy went to my flower bed and nibbled on an orchid. Oh, it made my heart ache." Bullshit. It was obviously the sheriff who nibbled on it. Jing Tan was angry. Old Man Lan had purposely put this crime on his head. Moreover, that pot of orchids was only a relatively ordinary plain heart orchid. Those more precious orchids were all well protected. How could they give the sheriff a chance to take a bite? Jiao Ma saw that the old professors were smiling kindly. Some of them even gave Jing Tan a thumbs up and said, "Good job." She knew that they were just joking. They weren't really angry. She smiled and greeted the old professors before leaving. After walking some distance, there was no one around them for more than 20 meters. Jiao Ma whispered to the people beside her, "Don't be fooled by the ordinary old people here. Although many of them don't look special, many of them are bosses of big companies and people in the political system who come to consult them. Some of them can influence certain policies." Pomelo's mother was silent for a while. She smiled and said, "It's good that Pomelo grew up in such an environment." She had seen little Pomelo greet some of the old people yesterday. They were very familiar with each other. Jing Tan curled his lips in his heart. This person changed so quickly. Because of the previous few examples, Pomelo's mother didn't say anything to mock Ah Huang, who was even more stupid than Ah Huang, who could even roll down the stairs while walking. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth to speak, it would be even more embarrassing. It wasn't a weekend when Pomelo's mother flew back to the other side of the ocean. She didn't let Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma send her off. She left with some people from the company. She only made a phone call before boarding the plane and said, "I'll leave Pomelo in your care." Jiao Pa replied, "I've always treated her like a daughter." Since Pomelo's mother had left the country and Pomelo was still staying, Jing Tan felt a lot more at ease. He even felt like he was floating when he walked. He ran back to the forest at the edge of the neighborhood and turned on his phone. Since he was in a good mood, he wanted to check the game records again. However, when he turned on his phone, he saw dozens of messages and nearly 3 digits of missed calls. His phone kept flashing and the text messages flew in for a long time. Jing Tan was stunned. *CK. Was he being poisoned? However, when he stopped and looked at it again, he realized that he wasn't. There were dozens of messages from the same phone number. Most of the missed calls were from the same number as well. *CK Lu Ba, that idiot actually did such a wicked thing. Was he going to explode the phone number? Lu Ba had to admit that she was really obsessed with this number. Since she couldn't reason with him or recommend herself, and she was very interested in the identity of the person behind this mysterious number, Lu Ba decided to change her tactics after thinking for 2 days. She was shameless, and unreasonable enough. Lu Ba did not know whether the person behind this account was a man or a woman, old or young, but everyone had a limit of patience. Now, Lu Ba wanted to challenge the other party's patience limit. Even if the other party turned off their phone more than they turned it on, Lu Ba still had time. Jean Gui's order was almost finished. Now that she had a lot of free time, she rejected some of the orders that she wasn't interested in. She specifically harassed this number. As soon as the phone was turned on, she would immediately call. Master, I really want to be friends with you. Let's get to know each other. You can't even bear to send me a text message? Well, let's not use text messages. Let's change to another method. How about we talk? Just a few sentences is fine. One sentence is enough. Master, just say one sentence and I won't disturb you. Jing Tan was scrolling through the messages and deleting them one by one. Immediately a call came in. Jing Tan pressed the reject button. In less than 2 seconds another call came in. He pressed the reject button again and again. Even if Jing Tan wanted to see if there was a blacklist function in the settings, it was inconvenient for him to do so. He was bombarded with phone calls and text messages. Finally, Jing Tan pressed the answer button. This time, Lu Ba didn't say anything. She listened to the other side of the phone and waited for the other party to scold him. There was a slight rustling sound from the other side of the phone. After that, there was a ticking sound. Lu Ba frowned and pushed away Jing Gue, who wanted to eavesdrop. She took the pen and paper on the table and wrote a few letters according to the sound on the phone. Jing Gue went over to take a look. On the white paper, a few letters were clearly written with a black pen.